2 years ago, doctors found a death sentence growing inside this man's brain. Yu-chan spent the time he had left mastering one impossible game. Then the game he knew better than anyone asked him to start again. He said yes, and woke inside the world that had consumed his life. Only he was not the hero but Nox, the sick villain doomed to die. His powerful family saw Nox as a useless heir already halfway to the grave. His batty cousin thought our boy was dead, but he just built different now. Then the weak body starts moving with skills nobody expected it to possess. He knows every spell item and hidden route because he already cleared this nightmare. So while everyone sees a dying failure, Nox starts rewriting his ending. He even saves people the original Nox would have never done. Now everyone close to him wonders what happened to their young master. Rare relics fall into his hands because he knows exactly where to look. Even the two ladies who wanted a taste of his pickle can't believe how our boy changed. But every shortcut has a price, and his broken body is still counting down. That does not stop him entering places seasoned fighters leave soaked in blood. With dark magic and game knowledge, Nox hunts enemies far above his level. When normal weapons fail, he reaches for something far more dangerous. Now the nanny can't believe our guy is able to play with the demon-ranked sword. The oldest cousin can't stand Nox getting all the attention and tries to put an end to him. Main character can even stop time to read people's next moves. For a few minutes, his mind reaches a level nobody in this world can follow. Now watch a man with almost no time left turn the game's worst villain into its most dangerous genius. The story opens under a cold night sky, with weapons hanging above the battlefield like judgment is already coming. More weapons descend from every direction, turning the sky itself into a warning. Below them, an army charges through the ruined field, desperate to bring one enemy down. Their order is simple: take down the demon before everything collapses around them. A dark spear tears through the battlefield first, moving faster than the soldiers can react. At the center of it all stands Nox, calm enough to make the whole situation feel unfair. The enemies rush him from the fog, but their charge already feels one step too late. A knight tries to warn the others, but the attack is already crashing straight into them. The demonic eyes around Nox open wide, and the battlefield instantly changes mood. Dark energy wraps around him, swallowing the attack before it can decide what it wants to be. Nox moves through the chaos with terrifying control, as if this nightmare belongs to him. The ground erupts under that power, and the front line starts breaking apart. One soldier is left standing in the flames, realizing too late that courage has limits. The purple blast spreads through the battlefield, wiping away the army's formation in one brutal wave. Nox presses forward with his body already pushed to the edge, but his eyes still refuse to back down. Even exhausted, he keeps moving, breathing hard while the enemy waits for one mistake. He grips his weapon again, forcing himself back into the fight before the opening disappears. That is when Nox notices something and the battle suddenly becomes personal. Across the ruined field, the red-haired knight stands between him and the truth he is trying to avoid. She asks why he made this decision, and her voice cuts deeper than the enemy weapons. To her, this is not just a fight, it is betrayal after everything they survived together. Nox stands in front of the devilish eyes, looking less like a victim and more like the person who chose this. He does not deny it right away, which makes the silence feel even worse. The red-haired knight calls him by name, still hoping there is some explanation left. Nox smiles through the tension and tells her to just ask what she really wants to know. For one moment, his face softens, almost like the villain mask is slipping. A bright light cuts through the scene, pulling everything away before the answer can land. The system announces that the first part of Inner Lunatic has been cleared, and only 27 people have ever managed it. The story pulls back to a young man at his desk, surrounded by the kind of mess that says sleep, lost the war. 2 years earlier, Yu-chan was sitting in front of a brain scan instead of a fantasy battlefield. The doctor tells him to listen carefully, and the room already feels heavier than any game boss. Yu-chan freezes, not ready for the sentence that is about to change his whole life. Outside, the hospital sits under a pale sky, quiet in the way bad news usually is. After that meeting, Yu-chan is left alone with a paper he clearly does not want to read. The dangers follows him home, along with pills and questions nobody his age should have to answer. The medication slips from his hand, showing how little control he has left over his own body. He sits there stunned, trying to process a future that suddenly got terrifyingly short. The first sign of his illness comes back, and the room stops feeling safe. Even his ordinary apartment starts looking empty, like life has already begun shrinking around him. Yu-chan coughs hard at his desk, and the game becomes the only thing he can still focus on. When he sees blood, the fear finally becomes impossible to ignore. He wipes his mouth and tries to steady himself, but pretending this is normal is getting harder. His phone rings beside him, dragging him back from the panic for one more second. A message from the hospital reminds him about another examination, which is basically the worst notification possible. Yu-chan leans back with a tired sigh, already knowing what that appointment probably means. He crushes the tissue in his hand, angry that even his own body keeps reminding him. Instead of facing the papers, he pushes them aside and returns to the one world he understands. His desk is covered with hospital flyers, but none of them offer the escape he actually needs. Yu-Chen clicks back into the game, choosing fantasy over another night of waiting for bad news. The room goes quiet as he settles in, and inner lunatic becomes more than entertainment. He lowers his head, exhausted from fear, sickness, and the useless advice around him. Then his eyes lift, because the game gives him something real life stopped giving him. Inner lunatic asks if he wants to start a new game, and Yu-Chen chooses yes without hesitation. He names the player Carl, rushing through setup like someone who already knows this world by heart. Then the character creation screen gets weird and Yu-Chen immediately senses something is off. The game offers powerful traits including mana sensitivity and swordsmanship genius, which sounds amazing until the fine print appears. Yu-Chen stares at the screen, realizing the system is not letting him build a broken character for free. The one he explains that choosing multiple genius traits comes with penalties, because apparently the game hates happiness. The penalty is terminal illness, meaning the game has somehow copied the one problem he already wanted to escape. Yu-Chen slams his hand down because even his fantasy character just got diagnosed. He laughs bitterly at the ceiling, stuck between disbelief and the ugliest kind of irony. A strange blue light suddenly flashes near him and the joke stops being funny. The room fills with glowing particles, and Yu-Chen realizes this is no longer just a screen effect. His chair jerks back as the light pulls him away from his desk. Synchronization races forward, but it stops at 71% before the process can fully finish. The system still declares the character settings complete, and Yu-Chan's fist tightens without him understanding why. He wakes in a massive bed, inside a room far too expensive to be his apartment. Panic hits fast, and he throws himself upright before his brain can catch up. His face is changed, his voice feels different, and nothing about this body belongs to Yu-Chen anymore. As deja vu washes over him, he realizes this room is not random at all. He steps onto the floor and starts moving through the room, trying to confirm the impossible. The mirror answers before anyone else can, showing him a pale white-haired boy staring back. Yu-Chen recognizes the face instantly, and the truth lands harder than the transfer itself. He is inside Inner Lunatic, reborn as a member of the third dark renowned family. Among 5 siblings, this boy is already known as the family's disgrace. The body belongs to Knox von Reinhafer, the only child in the family without talent. Knox was so hopeless that the game effectively treated him like someone banned from greatness. Yu-Chen panics, because waking up as a weak noble in a brutal game is a terrible spawn point. He checks the system screen and starts reading the numbers like his life depends on them. The first problem is obvious. Knox's stats are embarrassingly low where survival actually matters. Then he sees the terminal illness trait, and the system gives him only 1 year to live. That means escaping one death sentence only dropped him into another one with better furniture. Yu-Chen goes still, realizing this world is not a dream he can simply wake from. Back at his old desk, he remembers the ill character he accidentally built. His hand hovers over the menu, knowing one wrong choice may have dragged him here. A message appears telling him there is one unread mail waiting in the mailbox. He opens the mailbox, hoping for an explanation and probably expecting another disaster. The sender calls him Yu-Chen at first, then corrects it to Knox as if they know exactly what happened. That one detail shakes him more than the room because someone knows his real name. A memory of his old life flashes by, with his family gathered around him as a baby. Knox tries to stay calm, but the message already proves this world has been watching him. The sender says he will not remember them, but they still need to tell him something. Knox turns toward the message, confused by how personal this suddenly feels. He can barely respond because the words sound less like system text and more like a reunion. The message simply welcomes him back, and that makes the mystery even worse. The memory of the battlefield surges back, with Knox fighting under that same dark power. He remembers the chaos, the soldiers, and the demonic force tearing through their formation. In that future, Knox stands surrounded by monstrous eyes, already looking like the villain everyone fears. Even then, the word betrayal follows him, and he cannot escape what he apparently becomes. Back in reality, the ashtray on his desk reminds us Yu-Chan's old life was already falling apart. He remembers clearing the Great Footprint route, including the moon battles and the final resistance. But the victory never fixed the real problem because Yu-Chen was still supposed to die next month. Even after every hospital visit, the answer stayed the same, and hope kept getting smaller. He grips the paper in his hand, stuck between fear and the urge to keep fighting anyway. Then his finger returns to the screen because Inner Lunatic is the one place he can still choose something. The hospital messages keep piling up, each one dragging him back toward the life he wants to outrun. He opens the game again, chasing the only world where his knowledge might still matter. His body suddenly reacts, and Yu-Chen collapses forward as the pain takes over. The game confirms the character creation was successful, while Yu-chan realizes death may be closer than he thought. He wipes his hand against the mirror, testing the new body like proof he is really here. Nox steadies himself in the reflection, trying to understand whether this is a curse or a second chance. The system lists his identity as Nox von Reinhofer, a 14-year-old human with darkness as his main element. His stats are awful in stamina, but strangely high in charm, which is not survival training, but at least the face card showed up. With his new body exposed, Nox has to decide whether he will panic or start playing the role properly. If survival demands that he become a real villain, then he is willing to wear that mask. That smile is not comfort. It is Yu-chan forcing himself to stop shaking and think. 2 years before losing his memories, Yu-chan was still sitting across from doctors in his old world. Back then, every day was measured by medicine, alarms, and the fear of when his body would fail. Now only the setting has changed, and he has been thrown into the world he knows best. Nox exhales slowly, trying to turn the shock into something he can actually use. So instead of freezing, he treats this as his 28th attempt to clear the game. He reaches for the door, ready to test his new life outside this room. The moment he moves, pain shoots through his wrist and reminds him this body is broken. Nox stares at his hand, realizing the penalties are not just game text anymore. The system explains that constant sickness has already caused wrist inflammation, which is a brutal first status update. He walks forward carefully, holding his wrist while learning the limits of this body in real time. A young maid rushes into him, and Nox has to react before his confusion gives him away. Instead of scolding her, he looks down with a controlled smile that feels completely out of character. The maid freezes, because this is clearly not the reaction she expected from her young master. She accepts his words with tears in her eyes, relieved that the situation did not turn worse. The nearby servants stare at Nox like the mansion just witnessed a small miracle. Their reactions tell him everything because the old Nox clearly had a terrible reputation. The maid asks if he survived, and the question makes his strange new situation even harder to ignore. Nox answers calmly, trying to learn from the room without making anyone suspicious. The servants remain confused, unsure whether his sudden kindness is real or another trap. When he smiles again, the maid nearly loses her mind from pure emotional whiplash. Nox leaves with her beside him, turning an awkward encounter into his first tiny foothold. The maid follows in silence, still watching him like she cannot believe this version exists. Nox keeps his expression steady, but his mind is already racing through what survival requires. After feeling what it is like to die, he becomes certain this place is not a normal dream. That certainty scares him, because it means every mistake here could become permanent. Outside the mansion, he finally sees the scale of the world he has entered. He starts organizing his knowledge, using the game's secrets as the only weapon he fully trusts. The maid notices his silence, but Nox is already too deep in strategy to explain himself. As someone who cleared Inner Lunatic 27 times, he knows most of the hidden systems. That experience matters now, because every hidden mechanic could become a way to stay alive. Combat Genius gives a character the talent needed to reach the peak of swordsmanship. Mana Sensitivity. Genius does the same for magic, pushing a person far beyond ordinary limits. Nox realizes his build is strange, but strange might be exactly what keeps him alive. His main perk, Insight, lets him view the status windows of other people. In a world full of politics and monsters, that kind of information could decide everything. He keeps walking through the estate, weighing his advantages against the body dragging him down. The terminal illness trait gives him 1 year left, which turns every plan into a race. Then the rest of the negative traits appear, making the situation look even uglier. Nox smiles through it, but even he knows this build is held together by pure nerve. The system tells him plainly that he is no longer in his old world. Nox asks if this place has truly become his new reality, and the answer suddenly matters more than anything. His hand tightens, because accepting that answer means accepting there may be no easy return. The system admits there is a lot about his identity it still cannot explain. Even so, it claims it wants to help him, which only makes the mystery feel more personal. Its first instruction is clear: join Eldain Academy and build his own forces there. The rest of the truth, according to the system, will reveal itself naturally with time. Nox immediately snaps, because naturally is a useless answer when he only has 1 year. The date appears as February 4th, 1812, locking him into this world's timeline. A mirror suddenly shatters nearby, cutting through the conversation before he can calm down. Voices cry out across the mansion, and the quiet morning turns chaotic in an instant. The system window flickers near the broken glass, as if the world itself refuses to let him breathe. Nox tries to ground himself by remembering the game, Inner Lunatic, and how its world works. The effort only brings a headache, proving his memories are still damaged and incomplete. A dark pressure creeps back into his thoughts, pulling him toward pieces of the old Nox. He steadies himself and focuses on the fact that the game has become his reality. The message calls him Yu-chan, then corrects itself to Nox, proving someone knows both identities. That single detail hits hard, because this transfer is clearly not random. Along with his missing memories, something deeper in this world is tied to him. The maid lies among broken pieces and glowing flowers, shaken but still alive. The servants rushing calling Nox's name, while the room fills with panic around her. Nox recognizes her face, but the memory attached to her still refuses to return. She grabs his hand in relief, more worried about him than her own fall. A memory shows she was scolded by him before, yet she still talks about it almost warmly. That loyalty catches Nox off guard because she has every reason to fear him instead. He smiles gently at her, deciding this maid may become his first real ally. The story shifts back to Inner Lunatic's trait system, where talent decides a character's entire ceiling. The special part of Inner Lunatic is that traits shape a person almost like fate. Lower-ranked traits can be stacked multiple times, giving ordinary characters a slow path upward. Genius traits are different, and most characters can only carry one at a time. Reaching the top of any field usually requires one of those rare genius traits. Nox understands the advantage now, but he also knows power means nothing if his body fails first. Even one careful step shows how fragile this body still is under all that potential. The people around him react with shock, as if Nox doing anything normal is breaking mansion law. He scratches his head awkwardly, trying to move forward without looking as lost as he feels. Still, he walks away under the bright sky, choosing action over hiding in his room. The maid watches him closely, trying to understand what changed inside her young master. Her surprise matters, because trust in this mansion will be harder to earn than any stat. Nox looks ahead, quietly deciding that survival starts with using every advantage he has. The maid follows beside him, and for now that small support is more valuable than he expected. He reaches the gate and opens his arms to the world that may either kill him or save him. Then the curse of the weak reveals the cruel catch, cutting his growth and making enemy debuffs hit twice as hard. Nox's first real test begins with something simple, just picking up a training blade inside the mansion. After thinking everything through, he reaches the only conclusion that makes sense. This body is so weak that even holding the weapon steady becomes an actual crisis. Nox realizes he is completely screwed. The panic hits his face immediately, because the game penalties are now humiliatingly physical. The blade slips out of control before he can even pretend this training is going well. It clatters to the floor, and Nox collapses beside it like he just lost to furniture. That failure confirms the truth he was trying to avoid. If he wants to survive, he cannot depend on strength alone, not while this body keeps betraying him. So Nox stops thinking like a warrior and starts thinking like someone who knows the game. The most important resource he needs right now is not pride, it is money. That one thought instantly cheers him up because money can solve problems muscles cannot. As the youngest son of a noble family, Nox at least has access to absurd wealth. Even if everyone calls him useless, the family still throws resources at him. His father sits at the top of that household, powerful enough to make everyone around him nervous. Nox remembers that he is not just any sick kid. He is the disgraced youngest son of a legendary family. His legs are still shaking, but his plan is starting to form. The maid rushes in to help, while Nox is too exhausted to make this look dignified. He lets her guide him toward the tea cart, turning the awkward rescue into an opportunity. The small setup becomes important, because Nox needs someone inside the mansion to move for him. The maid carefully listens, still unsure if this kinder Nox is real or dangerous. Her expression softens, and Nox notices she wants to believe he has changed. He steps closer and lowers his voice, choosing a more delicate way to use her help. She immediately panics, proving the old Nox trained everyone in this house to expect the worst. Nox gets annoyed, but he keeps himself from reacting the way the original Nox probably would. Instead, he leans in and gives her a quiet instruction that she can actually follow. The maid finally agrees, even though she still looks one bad sentence away from running. Soon the message reaches the butler, who reads it with the kind of face that says, "Problems have arrived." The butler reports to Nox's father, and the request becomes serious enough to reach the head of the family. Back in the training room, Nox grips the response with trembling hands. He realizes this request may bring a bigger ordeal than he expected. The butler arrives in person, which means this is no longer a simple money errand. Nox calmly pours tea, trying to look like he is in control before the conversation even begins. His positive trait activates, letting him perform the role of Nox with terrifying precision. The butler studies him closely, clearly noticing that something about the young master feels different. Nox laughs off the pressure, but the act is doing most of the work for him. The butler's expression hardens, and the room stops feeling like a polite visit. He explains the family's expectations, making it clear that Nox cannot just spend resources freely. The issue is Talia Stilliner, a talented young lady arriving to receive night training. If Nox refuses to participate, the mansion will have one more reason to see him as dead weight. Knox sighs and accepts it because arguing would only make his position worse. The butler remains stiff, treating obedience as the bare minimum rather than a victory. Knox sets the cup down, deciding that if he must play this part, he will control the scene. The butler catches the change in tone, and the balance between them starts shifting. Knox turns serious, choosing the arrogant side of this character at exactly the right moment. He warns the butler not to forget who the master is, and the room goes cold. For a second, Knox looks exactly like the cruel noble everyone remembers. The butler is shaken because that pressure feels too familiar to ignore. He bows and backs down, accepting that Knox has drawn a line he cannot cross. Knox leaves first, while the butler watches him with a new kind of caution. The heavy door closes behind him, sealing off the first real power move of his new life. Outside, the mansion looks peaceful, but Knox's position inside it has clearly started changing. The man he is alone, his hand trembles and reveals how much that act cost him. Knox admits the whole exchange was rough, especially for a body already running on fumes. Then he hears another problem approaching because this house apparently schedules stress by the minute. The young lady from the Styliner family is coming, and Knox knows that name immediately matters. Talia appears in his memory as a fierce red-haired girl with talent written all over her. The mansion grows darker in his thoughts because her arrival belongs to a dangerous part of the story. At the family table, Knox remembers how isolated this body already was. Even surrounded by luxury, the original Knox sat alone in a room full of judgment. His older brothers mocked him openly, treating his weakness like entertainment. Knox bends forward in the training room, deciding he will use every advantage this situation gives him. The butler continues watching, still trying to understand whether this change is real. Their conversation leaves Knox with one clear direction: play the noble role while preparing to survive. The training room grows quiet again, letting the weight of that plan settle in. Knox sits alone, accepting that his path forward still begins with discipline he currently cannot handle. The Rainhafer family's power begins with the blade, and that is the first wall he has to climb. He glances back, realizing this weakness cannot stay hidden for long. In the future, he remembers, a commander's blade becomes the reason he survives a disaster. The man parties with bright energy, clearly trying to help after everything that happened. Knox gives her a small smile, using calm confidence to keep her on his side. She runs off embarrassed, convinced that deep down he has not changed at all. The dropped blade remains on the floor, reminding Knox that his biggest problem is still waiting. He walks back to the tea cart, choosing recovery over another useless attempt to look strong. Even pouring tea takes effort, which says a lot about how fragile this body really is. He drinks quietly and tries to settle himself before the next family storm arrives. The butler suddenly appears behind him, and Knox nearly loses the entire calm persona. He looks up in shock, caught between acting composed and not spilling everything in his hand. Later, the family gathers around a formal meal, and the room feels colder than the training hall. His brothers joke and laugh, treating Knox like the easiest target at the table. Knox keeps his expression low, knowing that reacting emotionally would only feed them. The servants enter with careful bows, showing how controlled and tense this household really is. Knox rises from his seat, sensing that the conversation is about to turn important. His father sits at the head of the table, calm enough to silence the room without raising his voice. Knox notices the red-haired guest arriving, and the old game knowledge immediately clicks into place. Talia steps into the room with a bright smile, completely unaware of what she means to him. Knox's father introduces her warmly, giving the family permission to welcome her properly. The brothers treat her arrival like entertainment, especially because night training now involves Knox. Her name is Talia, and the moment she enters, Knox knows the story has become much more dangerous. She is not just another noble girl. She is the hero of Inner Lunatic. And for Knox, that is terrifying because Talia is the person destined to end his story. The night settles over the Rainhofer mansion, but for Knox, the next problem is already inside. Talia has arrived for night training, and that name instantly changes the weight of this dinner. Knox sits across from the girl who, in the original story, is supposed to stand against him. The table looks calm, but every word here could decide how his family sees him. His older brothers whisper nearby, clearly waiting for the family disgrace to embarrass himself again. The entire dinner turns into a quiet stage with Knox stuck in the worst possible seat. Knox answers carefully, trying to sound like the original while protecting what Yu-chan knows. Theodore studies him closely, noticing that his youngest son is no longer acting the same. Knox remembers Eldon Academy, the place where the main story of Inner Lunatic truly begins. That academy is where students face real danger and where the future heroes start gathering. Avoiding it would be safer for a normal person, but Knox does not have that kind of time. If he wants allies, information, and a path to survive, Eldon is the road he has to take. Theodore brings the conversation back to Knox, and the pressure at the table tightens again. He speaks like the decision has already been weighed, leaving Knox very little room to escape. The academy entrance ticket is valuable, and Nox instantly understands why everyone is watching. Instead of shrinking back, he smiles and prepares to turn this situation into an advantage. The family waits for him to fail, because that is what the old Nox always gave them. Nox answers with confidence, even while his body is probably running on borrowed courage. Theodore listens without interrupting, which somehow makes the silence feel even heavier. He tests Nox directly, trying to see if this sudden resolve has any real weight behind it. The older brothers immediately mock him, treating his ambition like another joke at dinner. Talia glances over in surprise, seeing how openly this family looks down on him. Nox simply drinks from his glass, refusing to give them the reaction they came for. One brother snaps at him, frustrated that the usual bullying is not working the same way. Nox stays calm, choosing not to waste energy on insults that do nothing for his survival. He knows reacting emotionally only helps them control the room, and he cannot afford that. That quiet confidence makes it clear he is not ignoring them out of weakness anymore. Nox steers the moment back toward the academy, where his future actually matters. Theodore catches the shift, and for the first time he seems to take Nox seriously. The brothers rise in anger, realizing the family punching bag has suddenly stopped cooperating. Talia smiles at the exchange, amused that Nox handled them without raising his voice. For once, she looks at him with curiosity instead of just believing the rumors. Nox feels that attention land, and now both Talia and Theodore are watching him closely. Later, Theodore reviews the situation alone, still thinking about the change in his youngest son. The butler reports what happened earlier, making Nox's strange behavior harder to dismiss. Theodore weighs the possibilities, unsure whether this is growth, deception, or something more dangerous. The shift is strange enough that demonic possession even enters the conversation. Theodore does not laugh it off, which says everything about how terrifying this family can be. For now, he orders them to keep watching Nox and wait for the truth to show itself. The next day, Nox is already outside running because his first real enemy is stamina. The Mangacaps misunderstand the training, assuming he must be preparing for some dramatic duel. Nox keeps moving anyway, forcing his weak body to improve one painful step at a time. Every lap drains him fast, but hiding inside will not unlock the power he needs. His genius traits are useless until his body can survive actually using them. The condition is simple. His stamina stat has to reach 4 before the talents activate. If he reaches that number, his sword and combat potential should finally open up. For now, he is left gasping in the courtyard, nowhere near looking like a prodigy. Even exhausted, Nox refuses to stop, because this is the first wall he can climb. Then he remembers the curse tied to his body, and the problem becomes even uglier. The curse of the weak cuts his growth rate in half, making every improvement painfully slow. Normal training alone will not be enough, especially when his time limit is already brutal. So Nox turns to the supplies he requested, relying on game knowledge instead of normal common sense. The man arrives with the materials, already nervous because nothing about this request looks safe. Nox greets her calmly, which only makes the experiment feel more suspicious. The cart holds a golem core, gorgon poison, fairy dew, and a stamina scroll. Nox picks up the bottle with confidence, because he knows these items have a hidden interaction. The courtyard goes quiet around him, making this very expensive setup feel even more insane. He lays everything out like a lab, even though the maid clearly sees a disaster waiting. She explains that these materials are rare, dangerous, and avoided for very good reasons. Nox drinks the poison anyway, because careful choices will not save a body with 1 year left. The maid stares in horror, watching her young master down lethal poison like bad medicine. Her panic explodes immediately, because she understands enough to know this could kill him. Nox knows the poison is dangerous, but that danger is exactly what activates the trick. His body reacts fast, warning him that the hidden method is not painless. He grips the table to stay upright while the poison starts tearing through him. The effect reaches his hand, and Nox knows he has to complete the sequence quickly. He eats the golem core next, fully trusting knowledge that sounds completely ridiculous out loud. The system warns him that the golem core will slowly petrify his body. Nox stays composed, because this is exactly the reaction he was aiming for. Normally, a golem core is used for defense boosts or artificial golem creation, but with gorgon poison, the effect changes, turning 2 lethal problems into one possible solution. Nox smiles through the pain, reaching for the final piece that can complete the chain. The manager's completely terrified, convinced he is about to die right in front of her. She asks if he is okay, while Nox looks way too calm for someone poisoning himself. He steadies his breathing, preparing to explain that this madness actually has a reason. Nox tells her he has a trait that makes this possible, and that changes everything. Nox starts by thinking through the problem, because Talia is too important to handle carelessly. The poison method worked, but now he needs his next advantage before the mansion catches up. His maid crashes into him again, and Nox's recovery immediately turns into another awkward disaster. She panics in his arms, while Nox realizes his charm stat might be causing side effects. The maid completely loses focus, so Nox has to remind her that he still needs help. She blushes so hard that the conversation nearly dies before it can begin. Nox figures the curse must be lifted, because even simple interactions are suddenly going his way. He keeps the mood light, but his real plan is already moving toward Talia. Nox asks the maid for one more favor, using her trust to reach the person he needs. Talia appears with her usual confidence, acting like Nox is not even worth her attention. She rejects him instantly, telling him she has no interest and should be left alone. Talia snaps when he keeps pushing, already annoyed by the disgrace of the Reinhofer family. The maid cheerfully supports Nox from the side, which does not exactly make Talia calmer. Talia tries to shut the whole thing down, refusing to waste time on someone she considers weak. Nox calmly steps close enough to stop her, forcing Talia to finally deal with him directly. The maid looks delighted, but Nox and Talia are both trapped in a much colder conversation. Nox studies her quietly, knowing that one wrong move could ruin his chance at a future ally. Using insight, he confirms Talia's status and sees the talent hidden behind her rough attitude. Nox immediately starts thinking bigger, because Talia is not just strong right now. Her future potential is enormous, even compared to some of the strongest swordmasters on the continent. She also carries the potential of one of the 4 great mages, which makes her value impossible to ignore. Nox realizes that losing Talia to the original story would be a massive waste. Her fire attribute will eventually awaken into white flames, the same power that burns the demonized Nox in the future. If he can make Talia his ally now, the entire future route could change. Nox exhales, already understanding that this plan is risky but too valuable to ignore. 1 month later, the mansion has settled into a new routine around Talia's training. Talia enters the training hall with the focus of someone who refuses to waste a single day. Her expression is serious because talent does not mean much to her unless it becomes results. The servants are shocked by her progress, praising how fast she has improved. One brother smiles from the side, clearly seeing Talia as another chance to pressure Nox. Talia hears the praise, but her face shows the compliments are not what she came for. Her eyes sharpen because the only opinion that matters is whether she is truly getting stronger. She stands in the hall alone, with a kind of discipline that makes her future power believable. Even after training, she looks dissatisfied, like every improvement only reminds her how far she is from the top. The weight of her ambition follows her through the mansion, and it clearly is not simple confidence. Her hand tightens around the sword, showing that her pride is built on pressure, not comfort. Talia lowers her head, carrying the frustration of someone praised by everyone except herself. To her, a knight must reject greed and sacrifice personal desire for the greater good. She breathes out, trying to force herself back into that ideal before the next test arrives. The next day, the mansion gathers again, and Nox's training finally becomes public. Nox stands across from his brother in the courtyard, watched by servants and family alike. Above them, Talia and the adults observe, turning the match into a family spectacle. Cecilia watches from the balcony, calmly judging what kind of son Nox has become. The butler stands nearby, clearly worried because this match looks unfair from the start. Theodore sits with heavy authority, making it obvious that nobody will interrupt this test. Even he seems focused, because Nox's recent change has become impossible to ignore. Nox steps forward with a calm face, though his body is still far from reliable. His maid panics on the side, realizing her young master is about to risk himself again. Nox uses the Dew of the Remembering Fairy, activating the final part of the method he prepared. The fairy dew reacts with the golem core, proving the hidden item chain is working. Nox smiles through the pressure, because the result gives him the opening he needed. He reaches for the stamina scroll, ready to push his body past the condition blocking his talent. The scroll burns with light, and Nox forces the improvement into himself before anyone understands. His confidence returns, because this is the first time his game knowledge has truly changed his body. His brother shouts from across the courtyard, eager to turn the match into humiliation. For one quiet moment, the bright sky hangs over a fight that could change Nox's reputation. Nox starts running because direct strength is still not the kind of battle he can win. The maid chases after him in panic, while the courtyard turns into the weirdest training match possible. From behind the railing, the family watches Nox run instead of clashing swords. Talia grips the railing, confused that someone so weak would accept a match against his own brother. She cannot understand why Nox agreed to this when all he does is run away. Emma, Talia's maid, watches carefully and tries to explain the situation from the side. Talia leans forward, still trying to figure out whether Nox is cowardly or planning something. She points out the obvious problem: Nox does not even swing a sword and only keeps running. The servants call after him, worried that the match is becoming more dangerous than expected. Talia's expression softens slightly, because something about Nox's persistence does not fit the rumors. She turns back toward the courtyard, still annoyed but now genuinely paying attention. Emma explains from the side, helping Talia see that Nox is not simply refusing to fight. Talia finally begins to understand that he may be testing himself instead of showing off. A shadow drops across the ground, signaling that Nox's brother is ready to end the chase. Nox crouches low, exhausted but still aware of the movement in front of him. Talia introduces herself with a bright smile, turning the tension into something unexpectedly friendly. Nox looks up at her, surprised by how quickly her mood has shifted. He rises carefully, still breathing hard from a match his body barely survived. Talia gets flustered, clearly thrown off by the way Nox is looking at her now. Then her pride takes over and she convinces herself he must simply be stunned by her beauty. She speaks with sudden confidence, trying to recover from that awkward moment. Nox stares back with the driest face possible, completely unimpressed by her internal victory parade. His mate agrees from the side, probably just happy that everyone is no longer screaming. The duel resets, and Nox faces his brother again while the balcony watches in silence. Nox's eyes sharpen, because this next exchange will show whether his preparation actually matters. His brother attacks from above, and Nox finally has to prove that running was part of the plan. The duel continues with the idea that swordsmanship can look fancy, but the truth is brutally simple. Everyone watches from above, waiting to see whether Nox can do anything besides survive. For Nox, the real wall is not his brother, it is overwhelming talent he was never supposed to have. Rodwell watches with doubt, clearly struggling to believe Nox can clear that wall. His expression says the family still sees Nox as a risk more than a son. Theodore refuses to dismiss him completely because Reinhafer blood still gives Nox a chance. Down below, Nox keeps his sword ready while his body complains about every second. The system confirms the ugly truth, his stamina is still stuck below the number he needs. Nox catches his breath, realizing 1 month of training still left him short at the worst possible time. His maid runs after him in panic, trying to keep up with the young master who refuses to slow down. She asks if she really has to keep running with him, already exhausted by his survival plan. Nox tells her she has to stay close, since someone needs to take care of him when this goes badly. He asks her for one more favor with a smile, making it sound far gentler than it probably is. The maid is immediately moved, because kindness from Nox still feels like a mansion-wide event. It catches her silent reaction almost instantly, which makes her panic even harder. Nox laughs it off, then turns serious again before the duel can slip away from him. He remembers grinding his stamina for a full month, only to miss the requirement by a tiny margin. The maid tries to encourage him, but even she can tell this number is painfully close. Nox looks up at the sky, frustrated that the wall is still standing right in front of him. The courtyard gathers around the duel, turning one family match into a public judgment. His older brother steps forward confidently, already treating the outcome like it belongs to him. He asks for permission to begin, acting like Nox is only there to make him look good. Then he brings up Talia, making the fight feel less like training and more like petty pride. Nox realizes the brother is trying to provoke him, and that is exactly the kind of trap he cannot take. The brother reveals his stamina is far higher, making the gap between them painfully obvious. He leans into the insult, turning the duel into another chance to humiliate Nox in front of everyone. Theodore sets the terms clearly, and both sides are ordered to accept the result without complaint. Nox stands still, knowing this match is no longer just about surviving the next swing. His brother draws his sword, eager to prove the difference between them in front of the family. That confident grin says he already believes Nox has nowhere left to run. The signal comes down and the duel begins before Nox can hesitate. His brother attacks first, forcing Nox to move under pressure immediately. The opening step hits hard and the match begins faster than Nox's body wants. Nox blocks just in time, using focus instead of strength to stay in the exchange. The next attack follows instantly, and Nox is pushed into defense again. His brother laughs at him, enjoying the fact that Nox can barely keep up. But Nox understands one thing perfectly. Inner lunatic never lets anyone survive without adapting. He studies the movement closely, searching for a pattern instead of trying to overpower it. His eyes sharpen as the rhythm finally starts making sense. For the first time, Nox smiles like he has found the thread hidden inside the fight. His brother notices the change, and the confidence between them starts to tilt. They clash again in the center of the courtyard, drawing every eye toward the sudden shift. Facilia watches from above, calm but clearly interested in what Nox is showing. Nox rushes forward, forcing his brother to react instead of leading the exchange. That move makes Facilia's expression change, because this no longer looks like blind luck. Theodore watches in silence, letting Rodwell and the others process what is happening below. Facilia smiles faintly, as if Nox has finally become worth observing. The adults begin discussing him seriously, and that alone is a massive change for the family disgrace. Nox lowers his stance, exhausted but still refusing to let the flow of the fight escape him. He remembers that Reinhafer's swordsmanship is built to crush the enemy's balance through pure pressure. Nox breathes hard, realizing he cannot copy that style through strength alone. Theodore sighs from above, sensing that Nox is reaching the limit of what his body can handle. His brother steadies himself as well, annoyed that Nox is still standing at all. Then the system finally rewards the effort, raising Nox's stamina and activating his hidden genius traits. The change hits Nox at once, and his body starts reacting like the talent was waiting to wake up. Theodore's eyes narrow because this is the first sign of something truly unusual. A golden force surrounds Nox, marking the moment his sword and combat talents finally come online. In that instant, old memories surface of someone hearing rumors about Nox's potential. A younger Nox appears in that memory, holding a sword with a confidence nobody expected from him. The present Nox smiles, finally feeling the difference between knowledge and real ability. The duel shifts again as his awakened talent changes how he moves through the courtyard. Nox understands now that talent alone is not enough, but it can make every choice sharper. From above, Theodore asks Rodwell what he thinks of the sudden change. Rodwell watches carefully, knowing this is too strange to explain as a simple lucky moment. He gives his answer with caution, still unsure whether this is improvement or something more dangerous. Theodore seems almost pleased, as if Nox has finally reminded him of the family bloodline. Cecilia looks less amused now because Nox's growth may disturb the balance inside the mansion. The adults keep watching, and the duel becomes a test of what Nox might become. Nox still does not think he will win, but winning is no longer the only thing that matters. His brother stands over him again, ready to prove that a sudden change is not enough. The attack comes in fast, with his brother trying to end the match before Nox adjusts again. Nox smiles back, showing he can still read the next move even under pressure. He tightens his grip, letting the awakened talent guide his response. The next clash sends them across the courtyard, and the crowd finally sees Nox fighting back properly. His brother realizes too late that Nox is no longer reacting like the same weak opponent. Nox lands in control, ready for the next exchange with a confidence this mansion has never seen from him. The clash continues from the courtyard, and Nox's brother is the first one forced off balance. Nox drops low with his wrist hurting, but the fight has finally started moving on his terms. He tightens his grip again, refusing to let the opening disappear after all that preparation. His eyes sharpen because the awakened talent is finally letting him read the match clearly. Nox steadies himself and checks the distance, knowing this advantage will not last forever. The hour of the genius only lasts 5 minutes, so Nox has to finish this before the clock turns against him. Instead of ending the duel safely, Nox looks ready to make the whole situation worse. He turns toward the watching family, already aiming for something bigger than a narrow victory. Nox decides to finish this as quickly as possible, and his confidence makes everyone more nervous. His brother snaps back in anger, realizing Nox is treating him like a stepping stone. Nox asks Theodore for permission to fight both of his brothers at the same time. Theodore studies him in silence because that request sounds either bold or completely reckless. Talia and the servants react immediately, stunned that Nox would raise the difficulty himself. Theodore smiles faintly, as if this strange courage is exactly what he wanted to see. He stands and grants permission, turning the duel into a much harsher public test. Cecilia reacts with alarm because even she understands how dangerous this sudden challenge looks. The courtyard resets around Nox, now with 2 opponents standing between him and his goal. His brothers laugh at him, convinced this is finally where his confidence breaks. Nox stands quietly between them, looking less scared than anyone expected. The first brother rushes in, trying to punish Nox before the second opponent even matters. Nox meets the attack with clean timing, and the room instantly realizes this is not a normal spar. The second brother joins in, forcing Nox to defend from both sides at once. One brother charges harder, angry that Nox is still reading the fight instead of collapsing. Nox slips through the pressure, using movement instead of strength to keep himself alive. The awakened talent lets him pass through the opening, turning a dangerous attack into an escape route. Nox smiles because the brothers are finally moving exactly how he predicted. Both attacks come down at once, but Nox keeps finding the smallest space between them. He counters through the gap, forcing one brother to feel the pressure he thought belonged to him. For the first time, the courtyard goes quiet because Nox is not just surviving anymore. Talia leans forward in shock, seeing technique where she expected desperate luck. Nox stands calmly after the exchange, letting the silence do most of the talking. Inside, he knows this expression matters, because a spar is as much control as movement. One brother stares at him in disbelief, finally realizing Nox is not the same easy target. Nox warns him not to lose focus during a spar, and that calm lesson stings worse than yelling. The brothers come back in together, but now Nox is leading their rhythm without them noticing. He turns through their attacks, pulling both of them deeper into the flow he wants. Their blades keep missing the mark, while Nox keeps redirecting the fight by inches. He moves toward the line, using the arena boundary as another piece of the plan. Nox smiles again because the brothers still think they are chasing him. Then he bursts forward, turning their own momentum into the moment that decides the match. Talia and the servants freeze, watching Nox suddenly control a fight he should never have entered. Theodore notices the same thing, and his interest sharpens into something much more serious. One brother realizes too late that Nox's movement should have been impossible for his body. Nox closes in low and fast, forcing the brother off balance before he can recover. The brother curses the situation because the match has completely slipped out of his hands. Nox stands over the result, breathing hard but still holding the center of the courtyard. His calm face makes the defeat even harder to process for everyone watching. Facilia and the others react sharply, realizing the family disgrace just changed the whole room. Nox answers the call from above with awkward politeness, trying to act like this was planned. The witnesses call his name and the courtyard finally understands that Nox has earned their attention. The servants stare at him like they are seeing a different person wearing the same face. His brother kneels nearby, furious and embarrassed after losing control of the match. Nox quietly lets his weapon fall because the fight is over and his body has nothing left. The blade lands across the other weapon, making the result obvious even without another word. Theodore's expression tightens, and Nox can tell his father saw more than a lucky win. Nox smiles through the exhaustion, trying to hide just how close he came to breaking down. He presses a hand to his chest, feeling the cost of hour of the genius starting to catch up. Nox walks away from the courtyard before the others can see too much. Talia notices something is wrong and her surprise turns into real concern. Nox keeps moving toward the exit, trying to escape before his body exposes the truth. Talia calls after him, realizing his victory may have hurt him more than he is admitting. Outside, the mansion looks peaceful, but Nox is already reaching the limit of the skill. He bends forward and forces air back into his lungs, finally away from the watching crowd. Then he sees blood on his hand, and the victory suddenly feels a lot less clean. Hour of the Genius has one major flaw, and Nox has just brushed dangerously close to it. If he exceeds the skill duration, he receives a recoil status that punishes his body afterward. That recoil is terrifying because it can shorten his lifespan and make his sickness even worse. Nox exhales in relief, knowing he ended the duel before crossing the worst possible line. Even so, the coughing proves the skill still demanded a price from his already fragile body. Talia catches up to him, angry and worried because he clearly tried to hide the damage. She reaches for his arm and asks if he was injured during the duel. Her concern surprises him because the future hero is looking at him like a person instead of a villain. Nox stares back in silence, realizing Talia may become harder to predict than the game ever was. Talia catches Nox after the duel, angry because she figured out he was hiding something. Nox tries to answer casually, but even he knows this conversation is not going to be simple. He pushes back carefully, not wanting Talia to connect too many pieces this early. Talia smiles like she already knows he is dodging, which is extremely inconvenient for him. She steps closer, making it clear she wants a real answer this time. Over the past month, Talia noticed that Nox never once showed off for attention. He kept training alone, quietly pushing a body everyone else had already written off. That is why she wants to know how he awakened such a strange talent. But when the duels ended, the answer was not something she could see from the balcony. Nox was left alone with the pain and pressure that came after pretending to be fine. Even then, he kept practicing because survival was more important than looking impressive. Talia confronts him directly, surprised by how much effort he was hiding behind that cold face. Nox tells her he is not just good for nothing, and the line lands harder than expected. He coughs into his hand, proving the victory still took more from him than he admits. Talia realizes he worked hard because he wanted to win no matter what. Nox stays quiet, letting her decide whether she wants to believe that version of him. For a second, Talia sees the person beneath the rumors instead of the disgrace everyone described. She reaches for him and Nox stops her hand before the moment becomes too honest. He tells her not to misunderstand, keeping his guard up even when she is trying to help. Inside, he remembers how difficult it has always been for him to get along with others. Talia's hand trembles, caught between embarrassment and the feeling that she misjudged him. Her face softens because Nox suddenly feels less like an enemy and more like a mystery. Nox looks up at her, still unsure how much kindness he should accept from the future hero. She admits she did not know he was this serious about the sword. Nox answers from the ground, tired but unwilling to let pity become the center of the conversation. Talia points out his effort plainly, almost like she is correcting her own earlier judgment. Nox listens with a guarded expression, realizing her opinion of him is already starting to change. Talia thinks back to the powerful version of herself that Nox already knows from the game. Nox asks if that is really what she thinks of him, turning the question back on her. Talia freezes because the answer is suddenly much more personal than she expected. Nox studies her reaction and realizes this conversation has gone somewhere neither of them planned. Talia walks away quickly, trying to escape before her face gives away too much. She blushes once she is out of his reach, clearly annoyed that Nox got under her skin. Night settles over the mansion, but Nox's duel is still being discussed behind closed doors. Theodore confirms what he saw, and the mood inside his office becomes serious. Rodwell reports carefully, knowing that Knox's sudden change cannot be treated as ordinary growth. He explains that Knox has shown signs nobody in the household expected from him. Theodore considers all of his children around Knox's age, comparing their talent and potential. His interest sharpens, because the youngest son may be hiding more than weakness. Theodore believes Knox still has talent that has not fully revealed itself yet. Rodwell listens as Theodore starts treating Knox as a real possibility instead of a failure. Theodore wonders whether Knox could even have the talent needed for the family's strongest sword. The question becomes whether he has enough ability to inherit the supreme black sword. That possibility amuses Theodore, but it also makes the situation far more dangerous. He clenches his hand, already deciding that Knox deserves a closer look from now on. Rodwell is startled by the decision, because Theodore rarely gives attention without purpose. Through the window, Theodore quietly promises to do his best with this unexpected chance. Later that night, the mansion finally goes quiet under a sky full of stars. Inside, one lit window shows that Knox is still awake and working through everything alone. Knox sits with the system open, accepting that this game world has become his reality. He complains that the system should have given him his reward earlier. A status window opens in front of him, showing the progress he earned from the duel. The increase matters because these stats are not something he can raise through normal hard work. Knox reads the numbers carefully. Relieved that his plan produced a real result, he turns away from the window, knowing the reward could become his next survival tool. The system device appears in his room, glowing like the game has brought a vending machine from hell. Knox smiles at the familiar setup because this is one system he knows how to use. He activates it without hesitation, ready to turn the dual reward into something practical. The device starts spinning with bright light, making the whole room look suspiciously expensive. Several scrolls appear as possible rewards, and Knox immediately focuses on the one that matters. He watches the result closely, knowing one good pull could change his next move. A red capsule drops from the device, locking in the reward before he can second-guess it. The capsule opens with a sharp flash, and the item finally lands in his hand. Knox stares at it quietly, measuring whether this reward is luck or another hidden route. The item appears, and Knox realizes the system has handed him exactly what he needed. The system identifies the rank, confirming that the reward is valuable enough to matter. Knox grins in relief because this is the first clean win he has received since arriving. His excitement slips through for once, showing that even a strategist can enjoy a good reward. The system labels it as his reward, and Knox finally lets himself feel the victory. A confirmation window appears, asking if he wants to use the one-time voucher. The voucher represents a hidden option, the kind of mechanic only an experienced player would recognize. Knox remembers the Rainhafer family roots, and one hidden piece starts connecting to his future. That realization brings his thoughts to Grain, the second son of the Rainhafer family. Grain von Reinhafer stands out as someone Knox cannot ignore in the coming route. Knox rubs his head, realizing the reward may be pulling him toward another family problem. He exhales and accepts that the next decision will not be as simple as using an item. Somewhere in his thoughts, Talia remains tied to this path and the future he's trying to change. The night passes over the mansion, leaving Knox with more answers but even more pressure. Morning arrives inside the estate, and the next day begins with a tense quiet. Knox stands in uniform, already aware that this conversation is probably unavoidable. Talia approaches him again, and the space between them feels different after the duel. Knox sighs, realizing she has not forgotten what she saw in the courtyard. Talia lowers her voice, no longer treating him like the useless noble from the rumors. Knox watches her carefully because her curiosity could become either danger or support. Talia finally asks how he became so strong so quickly, and Knox has no easy answer. After watching Knox fight, Talia finally drops her pride and asks him how she can become stronger. Knox can tell this is not easy for her, because Talia hates admitting she needs help. She immediately gets flustered, realizing she just grabbed the person she used to look down on. Her face gives her away first, and the serious warrior act loses a little bit of armor. Still, she follows him, too stubborn to walk away before getting an answer. Knox understands the real problem, because Talia is not only chasing strength, she is chasing someone. He stops and turns back, deciding to answer her without feeding the pressure already crushing her. Before giving advice, Knox tells her there is something she needs to understand first. Talia listens closely because this is the first time he is not dismissing her question. Knox struggles for the right words, since comforting people was not exactly his strongest stat. He tells her not to compare herself to others, and the simple answer cuts straight through her. Talia freezes, caught off guard because he somehow touched the exact wound she was hiding. For a moment, she cannot even answer because Knox saw through more than she expected. Her embarrassment turns into frustration, but the advice clearly lands whether she admits it or not. Knox leaves with a sigh, knowing that helping Talia may be as complicated as surviving the mansion. Outside, he moves toward the stables, where another hidden piece of the game is waiting. Theodore and the household gather nearby, turning a simple horse selection into another family test. The stable sits quietly under the sun, but Knox knows this moment can shape his future. The horses wait in the field, each one a possible companion for the path ahead. Rodwell formally reports to Theodore, showing that even this choice is being judged carefully. The family stands together while Knox is brought forward, once again placed under everyone's eyes. Theodore explains the tradition, making it clear that Knox must choose his horse himself. Knox smiles slightly because this is exactly the kind of system event he understands. In this world, horses are treated as sacred companions for knights and mages, not simple transportation. A young noble chooses one early, then raises it as a lifelong partner through training and travel. The equipment is prepared like a ceremony because the bond with the horse matters for future growth. That bond can even influence how the horse develops, making the selection more important than it looks. Knox finds the whole thing strangely realistic, which is inconvenient for a game world trying to kill him. Still, he accepts the rule because hidden mechanics are exactly where his knowledge becomes dangerous. Theodore watches him from nearby, waiting to see what kind of judgment his youngest son shows. His brothers tense up immediately, ready to mock him the moment he makes the wrong move. Knox ignores them and studies the stable, looking past the obvious choices in front of him. Theodore notices the way Knox moves, and his curiosity sharpens again. Everyone waits to see which horse the youngest Rheinhafer will choose. Several strong horses stand together, exactly the type a normal noble would pick without hesitation. Knox admits they are good horses, but good is not what he came here to find. Then he notices one different animal, and the entire choice changes in his head. A gray horse stands apart from the others, quiet and unimpressive at first glance. Knox walks toward it, while the stronger horses shift around him like he has made a strange mistake. The gray horse approaches him instead, and that reaction tells Knox he found something special. His brothers stare in disbelief because to them the choice looks embarrassingly bad. Theodore stays silent, but his expression says he is watching every detail of this decision. He reaches out as if to stop the mistake, testing whether Knox truly understands what he is doing. The horse trembles beside Knox, making the choice look even worse to everyone else. But Knox has already seen enough to know the surface is lying. He activates insight on the horse, pulling up the stat window hidden from everyone around him. Summoned creatures are divided by rank, and most people only recognize what looks powerful immediately. Knox smiles because this animal is not weak. It is simply not showing its worth yet. The horse is an obsidian, one of the rarest kinds among its species. That discovery makes the adults tense, even if they still cannot see exactly what Knox sees. Knox keeps his expression calm, already knowing this choice is a long-term investment. He smiles to himself because the mansion thinks he is being emotional while he is actually farming value. Knox announces that he will choose this horse, locking in the decision before anyone can interfere. His face stays firm, showing this is not impulse or pity. Theodore wonders why Knox would make such a strange choice when better horses were available. To him, it looks like Knox is protecting a weak creature because he sees himself in it. Theodore's disappointment returns because he thinks emotion may still be driving his youngest son. He turns away and leaves the matter to Knox, deciding to watch what happens next. The brothers complain immediately, unable to understand why Knox would choose the worst-looking horse. Rodwell tells Knox they will continue observing, while the choice itself is now officially his. Knox calls for Rodwell, already thinking about how to handle the horse properly. The horse nuzzles his sleeve, and the quiet contact makes the choice feel less like a calculation. Knox looks down at it, realizing this animal may understand weakness better than anyone here. He kneels beside the horse and gently steadies it, treating it like a partner instead of property. The name he chooses is meaningful to him, carrying a piece of the life he had before. Soon, the horse is inside his room, wrapped up like it somehow won the Noble Comfort package. Knox thinks through the name again, deciding that Carl fits more than anyone else would realize. He steps into the room with a small smile, already accepting that this plan looks insane. Carl turns toward the room, cautious but calm in the unfamiliar place. The horse watches Knox closely as if trying to decide whether this strange boy is safe. Knox quietly says they are alike, both weak on the surface and still struggling to live. Before the moment gets too peaceful, someone reacts loudly from inside the room. His maid has fallen over with the cleaning tools because a horse in the bedroom is not normal. Knox scolds her lightly, saying this keeps happening every time she walks into his life. The room becomes a ridiculous scene with Knox, Carl, and the maid trying to understand each other. Knox laughs while the maid stares, clearly wondering what job description covers indoor horses. Carl rests on the furniture, like he has already accepted noble life better than Knox has. The maid looks nervous because caring for a horse in a mansion room is a very specific nightmare. Knox smiles at her reaction, already knowing she is probably too kind to refuse. Carl lowers his head toward her, and the maid asks if he is hungry while Knox checks if she can handle him. 3 days later, the mansion piece is destroyed by one very loud disaster from Nox's room. Zetri is crying over Carl, convinced the poor horse has completely died on her watch. Nox stands there with a tired face, realizing this is exactly the problem he expected. To be fair, Zetri really did put her whole soul into taking care of Carl. But Nox is not grieving, because Carl's condition is actually the opening he needed. Zetri thinks Carl cannot be saved, and from a normal person's view, she is right. Nox tells her to get up, because crying beside the horse will not change the result. He explains calmly that Carl still has one possible path forward. Zetri looks up in confusion, not sure whether to hope or panic even harder. Nox smiles awkwardly, because the solution sounds insane no matter how gently he says it. He pulls out the scroll he prepared, turning the room from a stable crisis into a magic experiment. Zetri watches him unfold it, suddenly understanding that Nox has been planning this for days. Nox places the scroll beneath Carl, setting the foundation for the spell before the chance disappears. When he infuses mana into the scroll, purple energy spreads through the room. Zetri recoils in shock, because this does not look like normal healing magic at all. Nox forces himself to focus, pushing mana into the spell before his weak body gives out. Zetri realizes the method may be illegal, which is not comforting when the room is glowing purple. Nox ignores the fear and drives the spell harder, trusting his game knowledge over common sense. The power grows enough to silence Zetri, while Nox keeps his eyes locked on Carl. His problem is simple: he is still someone who only recently started controlling mana. Unlike Imperial descendants who learn mana young, Nox has to force years of control into one desperate moment. The stranger is on his face, but backing out now would waste everything he prepared. Purple fire crawls across the floor, marking the spell circle around Carl's body. Nox presses his hand down and commits fully, letting the scroll pull his mana into the ritual. The mana begins answering him, and Nox finally feels the spell connect. He smiles because the reaction means the hidden method is working. Dark energy curls around his hand, turning the ordinary room into something much colder. A skeletal hand bursts through the magic, proving this is no healing spell at all. Carl lies still at the center, surrounded by the power meant to bring him back differently. The dark magic wraps around him, cutting through the room like the spell is claiming its target. Nox kneels inside the circle, holding the ritual together while the pressure keeps building. The image of a deathly caster appears, showing the kind of magic this spell truly belongs to. An ancient book opens in the darkness, connecting the ritual to forbidden undead knowledge. Nox understands exactly what he is using, and that is why he does not hesitate. The spell is tied to a Necronomicon, a book meant for raising the dead through black magic. A shadowed hand reaches from the book, dragging the ritual deeper into undead territory. The darkness crashes over Carl, and the room starts feeling less like a rescue and more like a transformation. Carl's body is swallowed by black energy as the old horse begins changing into something stronger. Nox coughs blood from the strain, but he refuses to break the spell now. Zetri cries out in horror, realizing Nox is hurting himself to save Carl. He keeps going anyway because this ritual only works if he holds it to the end. The dark energy surges around him, threatening to overwhelm both the caster and the target. Nox's body starts shaking badly, showing the cost of forcing a skill this advanced. In Inner Lunatic, undead traits are built around resurrection through black magic. That means the revived body is not simply restored, it is remade into something unnatural. Instead of returning weaker, undead creatures can be reborn as even stronger beings. Nox focuses on that rule, using the game's logic to push through the pain. Only one family is famous for reviving corpses this way: the Dark Magic House of Marvis. His hand trembles against the circle, but the ritual has already crossed the point of no return. Nox steadies his breathing, waiting for the moment when the spell finally answers. Carl's body starts rising as the dark magic gathers beneath him. A sharp cry tears through the room, and the dead horse begins moving again. Nox looks up, exhausted but aware that the revival has succeeded. The system confirms it clearly. Carl has been revived as an undead pet. Carl's eyes glow with new life, and blue flames burn through his mane. Nox laughs through the pain, relieved that the ridiculous plan actually worked. Zetri rushes toward him, terrified that saving Carl may have broken Nox instead. Nox tries to act casual, but the blood and sweat make that performance extremely unconvincing. Carl steps toward him quietly, no longer just a weak horse hiding in the mansion. Nox touches Carl and declares that from now on, he will be his master. Carl meets his eyes, accepting the bond in a way that feels strangely calm. Zetri suddenly throws herself forward, unable to hold back after seeing both of them alive. Nox freezes in surprise, because this was not part of the resurrection plan. She cries into Carl and Nox at once, overwhelmed by relief after 3 days of fear. Nox awkwardly lets her cling to them, trying not to make the emotional moment worse. Even Carl looks confused by the sudden affection, which is honestly fair for a newly undead horse. Nox brushes himself off and tries to recover his usual composure. He smiles faintly, knowing this success gives him far more than a saved companion. A few days later, night falls again over the Rainhafer mansion. While everyone else sleeps, Nox slips out quietly and leaves the estate behind. He moves through the darkness in a cloak, hiding his identity as he follows the next hidden route. With a map and glowing stone in hand, Nox checks the path before stepping deeper outside. He studies the route carefully because this mission is too important to approach blindly. A hidden clue in the map confirms that he is heading in the right direction. Nox is searching for the second hidden piece of the Rainhafer family. That piece is a ring surrounded by dark power, an item he knows he absolutely must obtain. A noise from the trees makes him stop, and the forest suddenly feels less empty. Nox draws his weapon and scans the area, ready for whatever is moving nearby. His expression hardens, because the quiet here feels more dangerous than the mansion ever did. A weathered sign appears in the grass, marking the place he has entered. Nox reads the warning in silence, realizing he has reached exactly where he feared. The sign names Mia's Forest, and Nox only has one thought. He does not want to die a second time. Nox steps deeper into Mia's Forest, knowing this forbidden territory is exactly where the next hidden piece waits. The map confirms the danger because even Rainhafer territory has places where entry is completely banned. Nox studies the forest carefully, trying to stay calm while every shadow feels like it is watching him. He keeps moving through the mist, fully aware that one mistake out here could end the run early. The reward he wants is hidden here, but the monsters guarding this forest can kill grown adults. Nox shivers a little because knowing the route does not make the forest any less terrifying. Still, he reminds himself that 5 stars is the maximum difficulty, and this hidden piece is worth the risk. He lifts his shovel and keeps searching, because this is not a place where standing still helps. After finding the spot, Nox steadies himself and prepares to test the ground. He lights the torch, using fire to make sure the hidden mechanism reacts the way he remembers. The flame crashes down into the earth, and the forest finally starts answering his search. Back at the mansion, the night is peaceful enough that Talia should absolutely be asleep. Instead, Talia sits awake in her room, still thinking about strength and the strange boy who keeps surprising her. Emma checks on her gently, noticing that her young lady has been restless for a while. Emma worries that Talia will get scolded if she keeps sneaking around instead of resting. Talia tries to defend herself, but even she knows her family would not love this habit. A quiet sound at the door interrupts them before the conversation can settle. Emma takes the candle and steps closer, trying to figure out what is happening outside. Her expression softens, thinking this may just be another harmless disturbance. She opens the door carefully, expecting a normal servant problem instead of a mansion-wide panic. The room falls into silence as Emma looks out, and the quiet suddenly feels wrong. Her face changes fast, because whatever she sees outside is not normal at all. The candle shakes in her hand, turning one small noise into an emergency. Soon, voices spread through the mansion, waking everyone as the night suddenly breaks open. Talia does not wait for permission, grabbing her sword and rushing straight after the disturbance. In the forest, Nox turns at the sound behind him and immediately realizes his problem just doubled. Talia appears in her night clothes, and Nox has no time to explain why she should not be here. Then he notices movement in the brush, and the conversation dies before it can start. Nox yanks Talia behind him, because the monster is already close enough to attack. A claw presses into the grass, showing that the forest has finally sent its first hunter. The wolf steps into view, huge enough to make Talia understand this was never just a walk. Talia freezes behind Nox, realizing too late that curiosity brought her into real danger. The wolf circles closer, testing the distance while Talia grips her dress in fear. Its eyes narrow, and Nox can tell the monster is already choosing where to bite first. The wolf throws back its head and howls, turning the whole forest against them. That howl carries through the trees, warning Nox that more monsters may be listening. The wolf lunges with its jaws wide open, trying to end the fight in one bite. Nox smiles instead of backing down because he has been waiting for this exact timing. Talia watches him from behind, shocked that he can stay calm in front of something that dangerous. He moves first, slipping into the wolf's path before Talia can even react. Nox swings the burning torch and weapon together, forcing the wolf to break its attack. The monster recoils, thrown off by the flame and the sudden counter. Talia sees the wolf pushed back, but the movement around them proves this is not over. She calls out in alarm, realizing Nox has only bought them a few seconds. Nox lands with blood on his face, already paying the price for moving faster than his body should. Even injured, he turns back toward Talia like the damage barely matters. Talia laughs nervously about his excuse, because this is clearly not what anyone calls a stroll. Nox picks up the torch again, ignoring the blood while checking the wolves' positions. Talia starts to protest, scared that he's about to throw himself into danger again. She grabs his sleeve before he can move, trying to stop him for once. Nox looks back with a sharp stare, and that is enough to make her words catch. Talia admits she followed because she thought this was another secret training method that made him strong. Nox smiles at that, partly amused and partly exhausted by how wrong she is. Then he realizes she is still a kid who does not understand how dangerous it is to follow people at night. Talia's mistake bothers him more than he expected, because this forest is not a lesson she can safely lose. Since she is one of the core characters, Nox decides he cannot leave her out here alone. He grabs her and makes the situation clear, warning her not to misunderstand his decision. Nox says he is not helping out of kindness, but his actions are already saying something softer. His face turns away, yet the blood on his cheek makes the excuse feel weaker than he wants. Talia calls his name, finally seeing that Nox is protecting her while pretending not to care. He thanks her quietly, turning the awkward moment into something neither of them expected. Nox glances back, surprised by how naturally the words escaped him. Talia answers that she feels the same, and the forest suddenly goes quiet for a different reason. She blushes hard, realizing the moment got far more honest than either of them planned. The spell breaks when more eyes appear in the darkness around them. Another wolf drops from above, using the trees to attack from an angle Nox cannot ignore. Its tail cuts through the brush as it circles, proving the pack is tightening the trap. Howls spread under the moonlight, and Nox understands they are now surrounded. He grits his teeth, knowing Talia cannot handle this many wolves in her current state. Talia looks frightened, but she stays close instead of running blindly. The wolves close in from below while Nox lifts the torch and searches for the real threat. The flame bends in the wind, giving him just enough light to read the forest around them. Nox smiles again, because the monsters are not the only ones hiding nearby. He steadies the torch and weapon, shifting his attention away from the obvious pack. Nox calls out to the hidden watcher, asking how long they plan to keep hiding. The forest answers with silence, but Nox does not lower his guard. His expression hardens because he knows someone is close enough to influence the fight. A gloved hand tightens around a weapon in the brush, confirming that Nox was right. Behind the leaves, something waits beside the wolves, and the real ambush has not shown itself yet. The forest gives Nox and Talia no time to breathe as gray wolves close in from every side. Talia stays close behind Nox, scared but still trusting him to decide what happens next. Even with his body injured, Nox keeps the torch forward and refuses to let her panic spread. He turns toward the trees, already searching for the real problem hiding behind the pack. Nox knows this area belongs to the prologue, so the danger should have a limit. There should be no full boss monster here, but that does not mean the forest is safe. An elite monster can still appear, one rank below a boss and far above a normal wolf. The creature standing before them is the evolved form of the gray wolf Nox defeated earlier. The pack moves under the elite gray wolf, turning this from a simple chase into a real hunt. The first wolves rush forward, testing whether Nox can protect Talia while already wounded. Nox cuts through the opening attack, using quick movement instead of wasting strength. The wolf barely has time to react before his blade forces it back. Nox stays calm, but the strain is starting to show behind his eyes. Another wolf charges in from the side, trying to punish the smallest gap in his guard. Nox lowers himself and prepares to move, knowing one mistake puts Talia in the attack line. He slips under the strike and answers with a clean counter before the wolf can recover. For a moment, the whole fight turns into instinct, steel, claws, and one narrow path forward. The exchange leaves marks on Nox, but it also proves these wolves can be handled. Talia sees the wounds and finally understands he is not acting fearless because he is unharmed. The elite gray wolf watches from the dark, waiting for Nox to slow down before joining in. Nox keeps the torch alive, since the flame is the only thing stopping a full swarm. Talia steadies herself, realizing Nox is not just fighting but buying her time to think. Her fear starts to shift into focus, and that small change matters more than she knows. The pack circles again, but Nox uses the light to force a little space between them. He understands the real fight has not started yet, and that is the part bothering him. A massive paw steps through the grass, announcing that the elite wolf is finally moving. The ground trembles under its weight, and even the smaller wolves give it room. Nox identifies it immediately. The elite gray wolf has entered the fight for real. The forest quiets down around them, as if everything is waiting to see who breaks first. The trail ahead still exists, but reaching it now means getting past the entire pack. The warning sign explains why this place is feared, since children who enter can disappear. Nox studies the tracks on the ground, noticing that someone moved through here carefully. His attendants find the signs too, and the mood around them turns nervous fast. They realize Nox is not alone in the forest because Lady Talia is with him. That detail makes the situation worse, since saving one reckless young master is already enough work. The adults gather around the trail, trying to understand why Nox would enter such a place. The missing child's forest is infamous even within the Reinhaber territory, and leaving it uncleared makes the family look weak. Only children who have not become adults can enter the forest, which makes adult rescue nearly impossible. Even worse, the truth that only children can clear it has not been shared with them yet. The attendant realizes the problem is not a simple search, but a trap wrapped inside family politics. The tracks show Nox did not wander in by accident, since his path was careful and deliberate. There are no traces of anyone crossing the estate's strongest mana barrier, which makes one conclusion unavoidable. Young Master Nox went into the forest intentionally, and now everyone has to ask why. The attendant clenches his fist, frustrated that he cannot simply charge in and drag Nox out. He looks toward the forest, forced to trust a child who keeps making impossible decisions. Back inside the forest, Nox keeps the torch low and makes Talia stay ready behind him. His real goal is not only surviving the wolves, but finding the way through the forest itself. The attendant worries from outside, knowing the young master has chosen the most dangerous route. Nox, Talia, and the wolves remain locked in place, with the flame holding the line for now. Talia hesitates, but she can tell Nox is preparing to rely on her instead of hiding her. A wolf lunges at the edge of the light, trying to break the rhythm before Nox can act. Talia grips the torch harder, finally stepping into the role Nox needs her to take. Nox moves ahead of her again, letting the fire protect their backs while he reads the pack. He explains that Talia does not need to fight perfectly, she only needs to stay alert. The wolves begin circling closer, and even Nox knows this plan has no room for panic. What he really wants is for Talia to stay vigilant and react to every movement around her. Nox watches her carefully, making sure the fear has not frozen her in place. When he sees she can still think, he decides it is time to raise the stakes. The Hour of the Genius activates, flooding Nox with the focus he needs to turn the fight around. The elite Grey Wolf senses the change immediately, and its expression shifts from patience to anger. Talia watches Nox transform in front of her, realizing his calm was never ordinary confidence. The wolves close in again, and Nox starts to suspect they are trying to overwhelm the flame. Instead of backing down, he smiles, because now their pattern has finally become clear. The pack attacks together, forcing Nox to protect Talia from several angles at once. He answers with a sharp burst of movement, cutting through the first wave before it can surround them. The smaller wolves hesitate as the elite Grey Wolf watches Nox with growing hostility. Nox understands that hesitation is temporary, so he cannot let the pack regain control. The elite Grey Wolf lowers itself, preparing to crush the opening Nox just created. Nox moves before it can finish, turning the torch and blade into one clean attack path. The elite wolf snaps forward, and Nox meets it head-on instead of running. His strike lands hard enough to force the creature back, but not enough to end the fight. The wolf roars in pain and rage, making the entire pack react around it. Nox sees the opening he wanted, and his expression turns calm in the worst possible way. The elite Grey Wolf charges again, throwing everything into one brutal counterattack. Nox holds his ground, trusting the timing from Hour of the Genius over raw strength. Talia stays behind him, scared but ready, and that makes the plan possible. Nox cuts through the attack's angle, using the wolf's momentum instead of fighting it directly. Talia watches the exchange with wide eyes, finally seeing how far ahead Nox has been thinking. With the flames rising around him, Nox calls to Talia and asks if she is ready to help him. After asking Talia to help, Nox immediately has to prove he can still stand. Talia checks on him first, and her fear turns into real concern instead of panic. Nox is caught off guard, because he never expected Talia to step up for him here. But the moment only lasts a second, since the forest is still moving around them. He swings before the next wolf can reach them, keeping the pack away from Talia. Nox lands low and guarded, using careful footwork to hide how badly his body hurts. His breathing steadies, but the damage is building faster than he wants to admit. Talia watches him closely, finally seeing that his confidence has a painful cost. Nox exhales and forces himself back into focus, even while his body starts rejecting the strain. He realizes the recoil from using his skill is getting heavier with every exchange. The pain in his leg confirms it, meaning he cannot keep fighting like this forever. The elite Grey Wolf steps closer, patient enough to wait for Nox's weakness to show. The creature prowls through the mist, turning the entire forest into its hunting ground. Nox grips his sword again, already knowing this enemy is different from the rest. The wolf moves through the dark carefully, not rushing in like the ordinary pack did. Its size alone makes the gap obvious, but the real threat is how calmly it reads him. Nox faces it head-on, trying to measure the timing before the first true clash. The elite wolf lowers its head, and the pressure around them tightens immediately. It bursts forward with far more speed than Nox expected from a creature that large. The attack shocks him, because the wolf closes the distance before he can fully react. Nox barely avoids the hit, and the dodge costs him more strength than it should. He snaps back into position, angry that the fight is already slipping off script. The problem becomes clear. His body is now too slow to match the monster's movement. The wolf attacks again, forcing Nox to defend before he can form a clean counter. Its charge drives him back hard, and the forest gives him almost no room to breathe. The creature turns without hesitation, ready to punish him before he can reset. Talia cries out for Nox, but he cannot afford to look away for even a second. The elite gray wolf lunges again, pushing the fight into a rhythm Nox does not control. Nox curses under his breath, realizing this is no longer the simple encounter he remembered. He expected a 2.5-star threat, but this thing is fighting above its rating. The forest shakes with movement, and every hidden sound makes the wolf feel even harder to track. Nox realizes the elite gray wolf is smarter and more cunning than the game version. He steadies his sword and watches the shadows, searching for the pattern behind its movements. His wounds keep pulling at him, but he forces his body to stay ready anyway. The next attack comes fast, and Nox only catches the movement at the last instant. He finally finds a small opening, but even that opening feels like bait. Nox takes the chance anyway, landing a hit before the wolf can fully slip away. His blade cuts through the angle cleanly, proving the monster is not untouchable. For a second, even Nox is surprised that the strike actually connects. The wolf growls through the pain, but its eyes make it clear the hit was expected. Nox understands too late that the creature was waiting for him to commit to that swing. The wolf snaps in close and turns his own attack into a trap. Nox grits his teeth, realizing the monster has forced him into the worst possible position. His eyes widen as the counter closes in faster than he can escape. The elite gray wolf surges forward, trying to end the fight before Nox can recover. Nox admits he failed to predict it, and that overconfidence may have just cost him. He hits the ground battered, but his mind is still racing for one last option. The pain nearly breaks his focus, yet he refuses to let Talia see him collapse. Nox catches a new detail in the wolf's movement, and his fear sharpens into calculation. The wolf charges again, believing it has finally forced him into checkmate. Behind him, Talia moves her hand and prepares to create the chance Nox needs. She becomes the unexpected variable, the one part of this fight the wolf did not calculate. Her magic strikes at the perfect moment, interrupting the wolf just as it commits. Nox sees the opening and smiles, because Talia has just turned the whole fight around. The wolf's attack misses its mark, and Nox moves into the gap it leaves behind. The monster tries to correct itself, but its momentum is already working against it. Nox slips through the danger zone, letting the wolf waste the force of its own charge. He plants his hand and finishes the setup, locking the creature into a position it cannot escape. The elite gray wolf finally drops, and the forest goes quiet around its body. Talia lights up with relief, realizing her courage actually saved Nox's life. Her expression softens, but the danger has not completely disappeared yet. The remaining wolves stare from the grass, unsure whether they should keep fighting. A final burst of fire answers that question for them, and the pack immediately chooses survival. Talia drives them away with one clean shot, proving she is done being deadweight. When the fight finally settles, Nox kneels in front of her while trying to hide the damage. He thanks her with a tired smile, giving her credit instead of pretending he handled it alone. That small praise matters to Talia even more than Nox probably understands. She looks at him with tears in her eyes, overwhelmed by fear, relief, and embarrassment at once. Nox quietly catches his breath, but the claw marks on his cloak tell the real story. The injury on his back is worse than he let on, and Talia is about to notice. The marks stretch across the fabric, proof that the wolf came much closer than he admitted. Talia panics when she realizes he was hurt, and the relief from winning collapses immediately. Nox bends forward as the pain catches up, while Talia tries to understand how serious it is. She forces herself to smile, but the worry underneath it is impossible to hide. Then something small crawls onto Talia, turning the quiet aftermath into another problem. Nox notices it before she does, and his expression shifts from tired to alarmed. He moves carefully, trying to stop her from reacting before the creature does anything. The moment Talia moves, Nox grabs her and pulls her close without warning. He holds her still and warns her to listen, because the forest is not done with them yet. Talia finally explains the terrifying emergency, and somehow it is just a spider on her shoulder. Her fear is completely real, but the tiny spider is doing more emotional damage than the wolves did. Nox reacts too fast and pulls her away, turning a simple bug problem into a full collision. He realizes the spider is harmless, but he also sees Talia is genuinely frozen by it. Nox calmly flicks the spider away, while Talia clings to him like the forest attacked again. Once the danger passes, Talia finally notices how close they are and starts malfunctioning quietly. Nox dryly tells her she definitely will not become a knight if a spider can defeat her. Talia's embarrassment catches up all at once, and Nox gets yelled at for helping too smoothly. He backs off with a tired sigh, still more injured than he wants anyone to notice. Talia tries to speak, but the worry in her face is louder than the words. Nox brushes it off, acting like the blood and torn clothes are just minor forest decoration. For the first time, he has to admit Talia was not just someone he dragged through danger. He survived because she stepped in, even if he hates depending on anyone that much. So Nox thanks her properly, and Talia immediately asks if he is really okay. The fog begins to thin around them, giving both of them the first real proof that they cleared it. Nox focuses on the last step, because all that matters now is getting out of the forest alive. The light breaks through the trees, and the cursed place finally starts feeling like an exit. Outside, Emma is already crying, terrified that Talia and Nox never made it back. The attendants fear the worst, and every second of silence makes the situation heavier. Hitch knows Talia's disappearance could turn into a conflict between two powerful families. He also knows people already whisper that the Rain Harbor family failed to control its own territory. The search party presses deeper, desperate to find the children before rumor becomes disaster. Then the fog lifts, and everyone realizes the forest curse has finally been broken. Emma and Hitch look up in shock, because that should only happen if someone cleared the forest. The servants rush toward the light, hoping the impossible answer is standing on the other side. Hitch freezes for a moment, struggling to believe what the clearing fog is telling him. The only explanation left is the one they barely dared to consider. Emma starts crying harder, but now those tears come from relief instead of fear. Through the fading mist, Nox and Talia finally walk out together. Nox looks exhausted and badly worn down, but he is still standing like nothing can shake him. The servants stare at him because surviving that forest is already impossible enough. Hitch studies Nox carefully, realizing the young master did far more than simply survive. Nox stays calm under the attention, already tired of everyone acting like he rose from the dead. Emma calls for Talia first, and Nox immediately understands the emotional storm is moving past him. Emma hugs Talia with everything she has, while Hitch politely worries about Nox's disappearance too. Nox watches them reunite, quietly accepting that this rescue mattered more than the reward. Talia tells Emma to stop crying, but she is barely holding herself together either. Their hands meet, and the relief between them finally settles into something real. For a moment, the forest's horror is replaced by the simple comfort of everyone being alive. Talia gets flustered under all the attention, especially with Nox standing right beside her. Emma proudly calls herself Talia's maid, and the reunion gets embarrassingly affectionate fast. Nox checks his own stamina and realizes the forest drained him down to almost nothing. Hitch tries to question him, but Nox clearly has no energy left for long explanations. Talia looks back at Nox with a quieter expression, understanding he protected her more than he admits. Nox notices that look and realizes their relationship has changed whether he planned it or not. Talia stands in the sunlight, safe again, but still carrying everything that happened inside the forest. The clearing returns to peace, and the missing child's forest finally stops swallowing people. Back at the estate, the Rhine Harbor mansion looks almost too normal after that nightmare. Nox returns to his room and checks the reward hidden inside the monster's remains. Now that the danger is over, he can finally examine what clearing the forest actually gave him. His first concern is Talia, since her survival changes more than one future event. But Nox quickly shifts focus, because the real prize from the forest is in his hand. He receives the hidden piece, the Black Flame Ring, an artifact tied to dark power. Its stats are not flashy, but the effect is what makes it valuable. The ring can steal life force from defeated targets, which is exactly the kind of cheat Nox needs. For someone with a dying body, even a small chance at stolen vitality is worth chasing. Nox clenches his fist, realizing this item might help him survive far longer than expected. He turns it over carefully, already thinking about how to use it without exposing too much. As long as he keeps fighting and growing, the ring gives him another path forward. That means his life is still hopeless on paper, but no longer completely decided. Nox allows himself one satisfied smile because clearing the forest was worth the cost. Then he calls for the brown-haired maid, pulling himself back into training mode immediately. The door opens, and the peaceful recovery moment disappears before it even gets comfortable. She enters brightly, expecting a normal request from the young master. Nox does not waste time and immediately challenges her again, despite still looking half destroyed. The maid reacts in disbelief, because this kid just escaped a cursed forest and wants another match. Nox shuts down the argument with pure stubbornness, which is apparently his favorite recovery method. She rubs her head and realizes refusing him is probably harder than fighting him. Nox asks for another round, completely serious about testing his body after the forest. She agrees only after confirming her salary gets raised if he loses, which is honestly fair. They lock hands at the table, turning Nox's recovery plan into an arm wrestling match. Nox braces himself, determined to prove that the Black Flame Ring has changed something. The maid slams his hand down again, and the result is not even close. She smiles like this is normal, while Nox realizes his strength still has a very long way to go. The loss hits him hard enough to knock the confidence right out of his chair. The maid looks almost sorry for him, which somehow makes the defeat even more painful. Nox decides honor is officially less important than survival, which is character growth in the funniest direction. He quietly slips on the black flame ring, choosing practicality over pride without a second thought. The maid watches him with concern, sensing that Nox is getting stranger by the day. She admits the young master is starting to scare her, and honestly, she has a point. Nox closes his eyes and steels himself, knowing every small advantage matters from here on. Behind his calm expression, the memory of his former dying life returns like a warning he cannot ignore. 6 months pass after the forest, and Nox has spent that time turning every reward into survival. Even with new tools, his body still reminds him that this life is running on borrowed time. Nox opens his eyes with the same tired focus, already thinking about the next adjustment. He leaves his room without wasting the morning because rest alone will not fix his condition. The goal is simple now: rebuild this weak body before the story's real threats arrive. His maid watches him closely, still trying to understand the sudden changes in his routine. Nox tells her not to follow his old preferences anymore, which nearly short-circuits her servant instincts. He has been forcing himself to adapt to this world even in the smallest daily habits. The effort is working, but it is clearly not painless for him. His body suddenly gives out, proving his progress still has a very ugly limit. Nox catches himself on the furniture, irritated that weakness keeps interrupting his plans. The maid panics and asks for help, but Nox refuses to make this into a scene. Hitch steps in with his usual calm timing, already aware that something is wrong. Nox straightens himself, hiding the pain before anyone can treat him like a fragile child. His mind drifts back to the old massacre tied to the Reinhofer family's history. In that memory, Theodore stands alone among fallen enemies, calm in a scene no child should witness. Theodore's expression never changes, which makes the memory feel colder than the violence itself. That day became known as the Night of Slaughter, a warning carved into the family's past. Theodore released a dark force so overwhelming that the battlefield stopped feeling human. Even his bloodied hand looked controlled, like every movement had been decided long ago. Notch remembers those eyes, and the real danger was never only Theodore's strength. The black sword tore through everything in its path, showing why the family feared his power. Theodore stood over the aftermath without satisfaction, only calculation. The room fills with dark energy, and the memory makes Nox understand what true dominance looks like. Theodore's gaze lowers, almost bored by the destruction he caused. The black sword erupts again, proving this technique is closer to a disaster than a weapon. Nox remembers Theodore saying one of his sons might someday inherit the supreme black sword. The thought matters because Nox cannot gamble on talent he might not actually have. He needs a future he can control, not one decided by bloodline probability. That is why he walks into Theodore's study, choosing to use his forced victory carefully. Father and son face each other across the desk, both pretending this is a normal conversation. Theodore already knows what happened in the missing child's forest, so Nox does not need to explain much. Clearing that forest was impossible for adults, which makes Nox's achievement impossible to ignore. The vassals still objected to rewarding him since they cannot accept the useless son changing so quickly. Theodore reads the report anyway, weighing facts instead of the family's wounded pride. For Nox, this silence is more dangerous than anger because Theodore misses almost nothing. He bows respectfully, knowing the wrong attitude could destroy the opportunity he earned. The room stays tense, but Nox keeps his request ready and refuses to back down. He speaks carefully, asking Theodore to honor the reward for clearing the forest. Hitch watches from the side, understanding how rare it is for Nox to face Theodore directly. Nox asks for just one request, making sure the condition sounds simple before the trap closes. Theodore smiles, and that smile is somehow more intimidating than a threat. Nox studies him from across the room, trying to read whether his father already knows the answer. Theodore accepts the request, but Nox can tell the conversation has shifted in a strange direction. Nox remembers how stern Theodore usually is, which makes this quick approval feel suspicious. The sudden agreement catches him off guard, even after everything he prepared. Theodore's expression turns serious again, reminding Nox that nothing in his family comes cheaply. He rises from his chair, making the promise feel less like kindness and more like a formal contract. Theodore swears on the history of the Black Sword that he will grant Nox anything. Nox realizes Theodore probably guessed what he wants before he even says it. That makes the room feel heavier, because this request is no longer just a personal favor. Still, Nox smiles, since getting Theodore's word is exactly what he came for. Theodore waits for the full answer, already testing whether Nox understands the weight of his choice. Nox gives his request with confidence, aiming for the piece he needs for the next stage. Theodore allows it, but reminds him that he carries the Reinhofer name wherever he goes. The next day arrives, and the estate returns to sunlight as if none of that pressure happened. Everyone gathers outside as Talia prepares to leave, ending the strange visit that changed both of them. Emma looks relieved, happy to see Talia safe, and finally going home. Talia says goodbye with bright energy, promising Nox they will meet again soon. Nox answers with his usual blunt face, but he clearly does not hate the idea anymore. Talia's smile only gets brighter, and Nox has no defense against that kind of sincerity. Hitch stands behind him, quietly observing how much the young master has changed. Nox looks away first, pretending this farewell is just another small inconvenience. Talia leaves full of motivation, while Nox quietly hopes she grows stronger before the story turns darker. He tells her not to get ahead of herself, but the warning sounds softer than before. Talia pouts immediately, because Nox still knows exactly how to ruin a sweet moment. Nox starts coughing again, and the mood shifts back to the problem he cannot outrun. He mutters that spiders would have been easier, which is rude, but not completely wrong. Talia snaps back at him, embarrassed that he still remembers her weakest forest moment. The pain in Nox's chest returns, cutting through the teasing before it can continue. Emma holds Talia close, and the farewell finally begins moving toward the gate. She gives Nox one last warm look, grateful for what he did even if he acts difficult. Nox sighs, accepting that Talia is now another variable he has to account for. The carriage leaves the estate, taking Talia away from the danger surrounding the Reinhafer family. Nox watches quietly, knowing their paths will cross again whether he wants peace or not. For a moment, he lets himself look at the sky instead of the problems ahead. Then his body reminds him again that sentiment does not pause the countdown. Nox stops in place as the number left before the next major deadline weighs on him. Only 146 days remain, and he decides there is no time for a relaxed recovery. Back inside, the brown-haired maid looks nervous about whatever new order is coming next. Nox thinks through the plan carefully, because his next helper needs to be more than ordinary. Hitch arrives with a polite bow, ready to introduce the result of Nox's request. A new maid steps forward, and even her entrance feels too composed to be simple housekeeping. She introduces herself as Gitri de Lovelia, Nox's exclusive maid from this day onward. Nox answers with his name, but his expression makes it clear he is already evaluating her. Something about Gitri's presence feels dangerous, and Nox immediately notices the dark pressure behind her smile. Gitri lowers her head in shadow, revealing that this new maid may be far more than a servant. After 6 months of training, Nox has improved, but his body still feels painfully limited. His stats show progress, yet his stamina remains the weak point dragging everything down. Nox studies the numbers quietly, knowing average growth will not be enough for what is coming. The Elden Academy admission is getting closer, and that place will not care that he is sick. His regular maid appears cheerful as usual, completely unaware of how dangerous his next stage is. Nox tells her to stop worrying, while she fusses over him like he might collapse any second. She panics over her salary first, which tells Nox exactly where her priorities are. Once he promises not to cut her pay, she recovers her loyalty with amazing speed. Nox lets it slide, because today's problem is far bigger than one dramatic maid. Elden Academy is the Empire's greatest academy, where terrifying talents gather from every corner. In the original story, entering that academy meant walking straight into the real main plot. Nox understands he cannot survive there with only knowledge and a few lucky rewards, so he calls for the servants ready to meet the person he requested from Theodore. His maid waits behind him, curious and nervous about who could replace her position. Hitch enters first, treating the matter with the formality of a serious assignment. Then the new maid steps in, and the atmosphere changes before she even says her name. She introduces herself as Gitri de Lovelia, Nox's exclusive maid from this day onward. Nox introduces himself calmly, but his attention is already locked on her identity. The moment he sees her, Nox realizes this is someone from the game's deeper story. His system reveals Gitri's information, and the labels around her personality immediately look dangerous. Gitri smiles warmly and promises to support him, but Nox knows that smile is not simple. In the original game, Gitri was one of the strongest villains tied to the Reinhafer family. Her rise was never explained by talent alone, which made her one of the story's biggest mysteries. That connection matters now because Nox has placed her directly beside him. Theodore watches the arrangement with interest, clearly expecting Nox to understand what he asked for. Gitri lowers her gaze politely, but the calm around her feels carefully built. Nox and Gitri face each other in silence, each measuring the other without saying too much. She speaks gently, but Nox can hear the controlled distance hiding underneath her manners. That tiny reaction confirms his suspicion, since Gitri is not just a talented servant. Theodore stands in the shadows of Nox's thoughts, a reminder of where this danger comes from. Gitri's eyes shift, and the harmless maid act cracks for less than a second. She collects herself immediately, showing the kind of discipline that cannot come from normal training. Nox notices the detail and understands Theodore did not send him an ordinary attendant. Gitri admits she has come as ordered, but her real feelings remain hidden behind her smile. She steadies her breathing, trying to keep control while standing in front of her new master. Then she reveals the pendant she wears, and Nox connects it to the Lovelia family. The pendant proves her background is real, but it also proves her situation is complicated. Gitri thinks she must hide her true feelings because survival taught her to bury everything. Night settles over the estate, and Knox has no intention of treating this as a normal hire. The window glows from inside, while Knox starts planning how to handle the new variable. Later, Knox lies awake, turning Jatri's future over in his mind. He knows her original path ends badly, and ignoring that would be the easiest mistake possible. His maid suddenly barges in, shattering the heavy mood with pure morning chaos. Knox sits up annoyed because apparently even strategy meetings with himself are not safe here. Still, the interruption gives him a reason to think about Jitri from a practical angle. The real problem is simple. Jitri is unstable enough to become dangerous if abandoned. She was not part of the main route, but tossing her aside would waste someone important. Her family was destroyed by her uncle, and she lost the place she should have inherited. After that, her path became obvious. Pain turned into bitterness, and bitterness turned into ruin. Behind Jitri's smile is someone exhausted, hurt, and close to breaking under the weight of it. Knox realizes this is exactly the kind of person the original story turned into a villain. Jitri was supposed to fall into darkness, but Knox has already changed too much to follow that route. He sits beside the bed and decides the answer cannot be leaving her behind. If he changes her role now, he might change what she becomes later. Knox understands the risk, but the decision is still better than pretending the original future is fine. The next day arrives, and the estate returns to its calm surface again. Knox gathers both maids and prepares to tell them how things will work from now on. He announces that they will both follow him and help him at the academy. His brown-haired maid reacts like he just handed her a death sentence with extra paperwork. Jitri accepts more calmly, though even she seems surprised by how sudden the decision is. The two maids process it together, one excited and one deeply betrayed by reality. Knox watches their reactions carefully, especially Jitri's, because this choice is aimed at her. Jitri quietly clenches her hands, trying not to show how much the decision affects her. Knox explains that all of his leaves will be handled by them, making the order official. The brown-haired maid complains instantly because emotional support was apparently not in her job description. Knox smiles and keeps talking anyway, fully aware that she will follow him if paid properly. Her soul visibly leaves her body, but her employment contract survives the attack. Knox closes his eyes with satisfaction because at least one problem has been forced into place. Jitri calls to him softly, still trying to understand why he would choose this. She asks why he would go out of his way to prepare a place for her. Knox stays composed, but even he knows the honest answer is not easy to explain. He tightens his fist, choosing resolve over hesitation before the question can slow him down. Outside, the wind moves through the trees while Knox prepares for the academy path ahead. From the window, someone watches him leave the estate's ordinary peace behind. Theodore observes with a calm smile, as if Knox's choice has finally made the story interesting. A few days later, Knox returns to the forest that nearly ruined everything. Now that the curse is gone, the missing child's forest looks almost harmless from the outside. But harmless does not mean empty, and the monsters inside are still very real. Knox moves first, using this cleared forest as his personal training ground. He cuts through the wolf cleanly, testing how far his body has come since the last fight. The victory lands, but his breathing shows the same old problem has not disappeared. Knox studies himself in silence, irritated that even progress still feels too slow. The wolf drops into the grass, adding one more result to the morning's hunt. After an hour, the bodies on the ground prove Knox is stronger, but not strong enough. Jitri offers him water and points out that most people would be tired after this long. Knox drinks without arguing, which already tells her the hunt is taking more out of him than expected. He knows hunting here is useful, but the forest can only give him so much experience. Knox had already calculated the gains, and the numbers are starting to disappoint him. The biggest problem is simple. There are only so many monsters left to hunt. Rona nearly loses her soul when she sees another corpse, proving not everyone signed up for field training. Knox realizes his plan for an easy survival route is already starting to fall apart. The issue is not motivation, it is that his available training resources are painfully limited. Rona panics at his serious tone, while Jitri quietly watches how Knox handles the problem. Knox pauses, noticing that Jitri is still acting perfectly polite from a careful distance. He calls to her directly, deciding it is time to stop dancing around the real question. Jitri answers with a calm smile, but that smile is still more mask than emotion. Knox accepts her response for now, though he clearly is not finished testing her. She happily says he can leave everything to her, keeping the ideal servant act perfectly intact. Rona immediately volunteers to clean his room instead, desperate to prove she still has value. She rushes off with full employee anxiety, ready to defend her job with a laundry basket. Jitri lets the moment pass with a soft laugh, but Knox is watching her reaction closely. He calls her name again, pulling the conversation away from Rona's chaos. This time his voice is quieter, and Jitri understands the question is no longer casual. Her hands tighten slightly, the first real crack in the composed servant routine. Knox asks who she serves, forcing Jitri to face the loyalty she keeps hiding behind manners. Jutri is caught off guard because that question reaches the exact place she avoids. The silence stretches, and for once her bright-made expression completely disappears. Nox keeps looking at her, making it clear he already knows this is not a normal assignment. Jutri hesitates, unsure how much he understands about why she was sent to him. Nox tells her he already knows what she wants to say before she can hide behind etiquette. His tone stays calm, but the pressure behind it makes the conversation impossible to dodge. Jutri stiffens, realizing Nox is not as careless or ignorant as the rumors claimed. He tells her she can use him too, turning her secret duty into an offer instead of a threat. That answer leaves Jutri shaken, because she expected suspicion, not permission. Nox repeats that if she needs a purpose, she should make use of him as well. Then he walks away first, giving her space to decide what that offer really means. Jutri watches his back, unable to treat him like the useless young master anymore. For her, this strange partnership becomes clear. She can use Nox, and he will use her. Night falls over the estate, and Jutri keeps turning his words over in her mind. The mansion stands calm under the moon, but inside, rumors are already starting to move. In one room, Rona tends to the ordinary work, while the household keeps whispering around Nox. Nox teases Rona with his usual awful timing, and she fires back like a tiny workplace warrior. Elsewhere, Jutri writes quietly, trying to understand what Nox's offer really means for her. The mad tears of pieces, but Jutri's situation is anything but peaceful. She touches the pendant at her neck, remembering the family name she lost control of. Her expression hardens because the Lavilia name is still a wound she cannot ignore. Rumors say Nox is different now, hunting alone and building his place inside the family. To Jutri, that makes him painfully different from someone like her who has fallen from legitimacy. She was supposed to be a true successor, but her family's collapse dragged her into servitude. Jutri sighs at the thought, knowing that even Nox's offer cannot erase her past. Still, his words stay with her, because he did not reject her hidden motives. Soon after, a baseless rumor spreads through the Reinhafer household about Jutri and Nox. The rumor claims Nox chose Jutri only because of her connection to a fallen noble family. Jutri finds a letter waiting for her, and the moment she sees it, the air changes. The message orders her to listen, reminding her that old chains can still reach the estate. The sender accuses her family head of betrayal and promises punishment for selling out their bloodline. Jutri remembers being stripped of everything, including her rightful place as Lavilia's descendant. But the words also promise that revenge and restoration are still possible if she moves correctly. The memory of that betrayal returns, with dark, nameless hands pulling her future apart. Jutri sits alone with the letter, wondering whether she truly has the right to stay with Nox. She closes the door behind her, deciding to face the servants instead of hiding from the rumors. Jutri greets everyone brightly, acting like nothing in the world can touch her. The other maids stop what they are doing, surprised by how confidently she enters the room. The stares confirm it immediately. Everyone has already heard the rumor. Jutri smiles through the discomfort, because she has grown used to people looking at her like this. For 1 second, that smile almost slips, and the loneliness behind it shows. Rona appears beside her and breaks the tension in the most Rona way possible. Jutri looks surprised because Rona is not treating her like a scandal or a threat. Rona grabs her hand without hesitation, choosing action over awkward whispering. Jutri freezes at the simple kindness because it reaches her faster than any formal comfort could. Rona declares that they are both Nox's maids, so they should help each other properly. Jutri tries to deflect it, but Rona keeps pulling her forward with ridiculous sincerity. Meanwhile, Nox sits alone and thinks through the consequences of bringing Jutri close. He knows this is not only for her, since protecting Jutri also protects the future he needs. Nox reviews the crimes tied to her family's collapse, and the situation looks worse than gossip. A butterfly flutters near him, reminding him that even small changes can reshape everything later. Nox wonders what new effect his decision will create, now that he has interfered with Jutri's fate. But while he thinks about outcomes, Jutri remains trapped in memories of a past soaked in betrayal. The forest is calm again, but Nox has come back here knowing calm does not mean safe. Something massive drops from above, and the training hunt instantly turns into a real emergency. Nox barely moves in time, realizing this is not one of the ordinary monsters left behind. His body is already worn down, but his eyes stay locked on the threat instead of the pain. Rona and Jutri watch from the bushes, suddenly realizing this training trip just became dangerous. Rona panics first, because hiding behind leaves is not exactly elite battlefield support. Jutri stops her from making noise, choosing silence while she studies the situation. She can tell Nox is in trouble, but stepping in means crossing a line she has avoided. Nox's blade is already stained from the earlier hunt, and his grip starts tightening again. He stands alone in the clearing, battered but still trying to measure the monster's next move. The look on his face makes it clear he knows this fight is worse than planned. In the missing child's forest, a hidden boss can appear once most monsters have been cleared. Nox came here to raise his stats, but this kind of random boss makes that plan useless. He catches movement in the trees and realizes the creature is already lining up another strike. Nox raises his sword just in time, relying on reaction speed more than strength. The monster's speed is on a completely different level, forcing Nox into pure defense. Even under pressure, Nox smiles because danger also means opportunity if he can survive it. The monster reveals itself as an elite king wasp, and Nox immediately knows this is trouble. He can dodge and stall it, but killing it with his current strength is another story. Nox notices Jutri moving, and that one detail changes the fight before he can stop her. Jutri throws herself into the attack path, choosing Nox's life over her own safety. Even without Jutri's help, Nox could have blocked or dodged, but she acts before knowing that. The question hits Nox immediately because he never expected Jutri to save him like this. For the first time, her loyalty stops looking like a performance and starts looking painfully real. Nox wonders how many people would run toward a monster that suddenly appeared without hesitation. The elite king wasp turns on her, and the opening becomes too dangerous to waste. Nox decides to use even this accident because saving Jutri matters more than keeping distance. He grits his teeth and forces his body back into motion before the chance disappears. Hour of the Genius activates, giving Nox the focus needed to turn panic into strategy. Jutri's past returns, starting with a small girl blamed for wounds that never seemed to heal. The people around her smiled, but none of them ever truly cared about her pain. Her body carried marks that faded slowly, while her heart carried wounds that stayed open. Jutri wonders if those old voices were warning her about the life she would eventually enter. Nox's question cuts through that memory, asking who she actually serves. The words reach Jutri deeper than any order because she no longer knows the answer. A smiling relative appears in her memory, wearing kindness like a mask. That mask drops when he claims her family as his own, and her old world collapses. Jutri remembers Nox's offer, telling her to use him if she needs to survive. Back in the forest, Nox calls her name while fighting to keep the situation from ending there. He pushes forward through the strain, refusing to let Jutri become another tragedy from the original story. Rona begs him to return to the mansion, while Nox prepares to carry Jutri back himself. Jutri lies barely conscious, and the fear in her eyes shows she understands what she did. She tries to stay awake, but the pain and shock finally start pulling her under. Nox leans closer, blurred by her fading vision, still focused on getting her out alive. A tear slips from Jutri's eye as she loses consciousness, unable to hide how scared she is. Back at the mansion, Theodore reads the report and immediately understands the situation is serious. The documents on the table make this more than a simple accident in the forest. Theodore studies the details carefully, knowing personal feelings can become dangerous inside noble politics. Since the Lovelia family is unstable, Jutri could become a way to control them if handled correctly. To Theodore, even a wounded servant can become a chess piece if the board is desperate enough. But Jutri being expelled from her family changes everything because her official value may be gone. The conversation turns colder, with Theodore weighing the cost of saving her against the risk. Hitch looks uneasy because this is not only a medical decision anymore. Theodore closes his eyes, already guessing what Nox did without waiting for approval. An aide rushes in with an apology, admitting the young master acted before permission could be granted. Theodore's expression hardens, but he listens before deciding how far Nox has overstepped. The aide struggles to explain, clearly worried about naming the exact medicine that was used. The answer is the Mandrake's Purifying Potion, a rare medicine Nox used to save Jutri. Theodore falls silent because that choice came from instinct instead of political calculation. He knows personal feelings can create results no one can predict, especially from a son like Nox. Rona's worried voice reaches Jutri first, pulling her slowly back into consciousness. Jutri wakes in a clean bed, alive because Nox spent something valuable on her recovery. She stares upward in confusion, trying to separate the forest from the room around her. The memory returns all at once, and Jutri asks herself why she protected Nox without thinking. Rona leans in with relief, happy that Jutri can finally respond. Nox, Hitch, and Rona gather near the bed, turning Jutri's recovery into a quiet inspection. Jutri looks weak, but the first thing on her mind is still the reason Nox saved her. Her hand twitches under the blanket, showing how hard she is trying to sit up. Rona quickly explains that Nox brought her back and made sure she received treatment. Jutri listens carefully, realizing the debt is much larger than a normal apology can cover. Rona tells her to thank the young master properly, because this kind of medicine was not cheap. When the room finally goes quiet, Jutri is left alone with everything that happened. She gets out of bed before fully recovering, already deciding what she must do next. Jutri opens the window, letting the air in while she prepares to leave without causing trouble. She gathers her things quietly, as if disappearing is the only repayment she deserves. Every book and folded item becomes part of a farewell she does not want to say out loud. Jutri touches her pendant, thinking of the only valuable thing she still has left. The pendant carries the weight of her lost family, but now she plans to leave it behind. Her note says the pendant should pay for the potion, even if money cannot repay a life. G3 thanks Nox for saving her, but she still believes leaving is the cleanest answer. The room becomes empty after she slips out, leaving only the letter and pendant behind. She grips her bag tightly, trying to leave before her courage falls apart. A voice stops her immediately, asking if she really thinks she is going anywhere right now. G3 freezes in the hallway, finding Nox waiting for her as if he predicted this too. Nox stands there still marked from the forest, making it clear he has no intention of letting her run. Nox is furious that someone questions the medicine's value while G3 is still fighting to live. The doctor folds immediately, realizing this is not the time to talk about cost. The room stays tense, with the used medicine sitting there as proof of Nox's decision. G3 lies unconscious, and the state she is in makes the argument feel even smaller. Nox does not let his expression soften, because this mistake almost became permanent. The doctor apologizes, but Nox has already decided this cannot be handled quietly. He orders the matter reported to Theodore personally, making it clear there will be consequences. Rona asks if G3 will be alright now, and the doctor finally gives them the answer they need. Nox stands beside the bed for a moment, still carrying the forest damage on his own body. Rona watches him with worry, noticing that he cares more than he wants to show. Before leaving, Nox orders them to report to him the moment G3 wakes up. The night outside looks calm, but the estate has already been pulled into something much larger. Theodore receives Nox with interest, since his son rarely comes looking for him directly. Nox kneels before him, battered from the forest and still refusing to look weak. He lowers his head, knowing this conversation may decide what happens to G3 next. Theodore waits from across the table, letting the silence pressure Nox into speaking first. In Nox's mind, G3's name keeps circling back to the choice she made in the forest. Theodore studies him carefully, already noticing that this request is not only political. Nox knows saving G3 may create a butterfly effect, but that no longer scares him the same way. When she tried to save him, Nox realized her actions answered the question she avoided before. The answer was not in what G3 said, but in what she risked without hesitation. She showed through action that her loyalty was no longer as simple as Theodore's order. That realization settles inside Nox, and his decision becomes clearer than before. He tells Theodore that it does not matter anymore because he has already seen enough. Theodore pauses, and for once Nox's answer seems to catch even him off balance. Nox plants his foot and steadies himself, ready to accept whatever reaction comes next. Theodore gives his answer calmly, but the weight behind it shows he understands the meaning. There is something almost approving in Theodore's face, which makes Nox even more cautious. Nox wonders if Theodore planned this outcome, or if his father is simply reading him too well. The thought shakes him, because every move with Theodore feels like stepping across hidden blades. Nox leaves the meeting behind, but his real problem is still waiting somewhere inside the estate. He finds G3 trying to leave and stops her before she can disappear again. G3 freezes in the hallway, caught with her bag and the guilt she was trying to carry alone. Her hands tighten around the handle, showing that running was not a plan but a punishment. Nox steps closer, and she braces herself like she expects him to throw her away. He asks if leaving is really what she thinks she should do after everything that happened. G3 lowers her head, unable to meet his eyes when the answer hurts this much. She admits Theodore ordered her to surveil him, finally saying the truth out loud. Nox listens without exploding, which only makes G3's confession harder to finish. She breaks down and admits she deceived him, as if honesty has finally become too heavy to hold. Nox watches her cry and realizes this fragile honesty is what G3 is really like. He exhales, choosing his words carefully because the wrong answer could push her away again. G3 expects judgment, but Nox's response does not match the punishment she prepared for. He tells her that he already understands the situation, at least enough to make his own choice. G3 looks up, stunned that he is not treating her confession like the end of everything. Nox admits he does not know what Theodore truly wants, but that is not the point anymore. He tells her plainly that he needs the talents she has, not the perfect loyalty she pretended to offer. Then he walks past her, letting the decision stand without forcing her to answer immediately. For G3, that simple acceptance feels almost unreal after years of being treated like a tool. She cries quietly because Nox did not erase her guilt, but he did give her somewhere to stand. His steps move past hers, and the choice finally becomes hers instead of Theodore's. Nox tells her to assist him, turning her place beside him into something she can choose. He smiles to himself, relieved that the most important piece of the conversation reached her. As he leaves, Nox understands that this was never only about saving a useful servant. G3 asks if he now knows who she truly serves, and the answer is written all over her face. Nox says yes, because her decision in the forest already made it clear. G3 finally understands it too, and the question that trapped her begins to loosen. A quieter morning follows, with ordinary work returning like the mansion did not nearly lose someone. Rona bounces back first because apparently maid morale is stronger than forest trauma. Nox warns her not to insult him right in front of him, which is honestly a fair workplace policy. He looks satisfied with himself, while Jutri watches the exchange from a calmer place than before. Rona covers her mouth too late, realizing she said the quiet part extremely loud. She quickly switches back into work mode, trying to escape before Nox can respond again. Jutri quietly joins the chores, and the simple routine starts feeling like proof she stayed. Nox scratches his head, already realizing his household is becoming louder than planned. Still, he lets it continue because this ordinary chaos is better than Jutri vanishing alone. Jutri handles the work neatly, but her expression shows she is still adjusting to this new place. Nox notices the change in her, and that small comfort tells him the decision was right. He admits he is more comfortable with Jutri being like this, honest, awkward, and present. Jutri senses his attention and looks over, no longer hiding completely behind the servant mask. She understands that being cornered together may have been the first honest start between them. Nox looks at her with quiet surprise, as if the answer was simpler than he expected. Then he smiles, accepting that this strange relationship is becoming useful in more ways than one. With Jutri now staying beside him, Nox gains another ally and another relationship he must handle carefully. With Jutri now staying, Nox turns to Rona and asks for help with the next problem. Rona freezes because Nox asking directly usually means her peaceful workday is already dead. She agrees anyway, though she immediately points out how bold he sounds asking like this. Rona sighs, already bracing herself for another strange order from her unpredictable young master. Nox pauses, noticing that something outside the room has suddenly shifted the estate's atmosphere. Rona hears it too, and her expression tells him this is not just normal servant gossip. Nox looks toward the window, sensing that this interruption is connected to someone important. The sunlight outside feels calm, but the movement below the mansion says otherwise. Rona follows him to the window, and both of them look down at the commotion gathering outside. The news hits immediately. Young Master Grain has returned to the Reinhafer estate. Nox realizes he almost forgot something major, and this is not the kind of event he can ignore. Grain's return means the next piece of the original story has finally walked back into the mansion. Rona watches Nox's reaction, confused by how serious he becomes the moment Grain is mentioned. For the time being, Nox sets everything else aside and focuses on this new arrival. Rona stays quiet, noticing that Nox is thinking several steps ahead again. Below them, carriages and servants gather to welcome the returning young master home. The mansion's windows shine over the scene, making the whole return feel almost ceremonial. Inside, Theodore sits ready to receive his son with the calm of a man expecting results. He praises Grain for graduating from Professor Eldon's academy, which is no small achievement. Grain von Reinhofer accepts the praise smoothly, already looking far too relaxed for someone that accomplished. Grain is Theodore's second son and one of Nox's older brothers, which makes him impossible to overlook. Nox remembers enough about Grain to know this reunion is not just a family visit. Grain mentions what his academy professor said, and every word reminds Nox how talented he is. The meal continues politely, but the real conversation is already happening underneath the manners. Nox smiles to himself, recognizing the kind of person Grain was written to be. Grain made graduating from the academy look easy, which is exactly why Nox cannot underestimate him. Even the chessboard beside him fits perfectly because Grain plays people the same way. Eldon Academy separates ordinary students from monsters, and Grain walked through it like a formality. Theodore calls Grain by name and asks if his departure for Chaders has already been decided. Grain answers with a smile, already carrying himself like the mission is under control. Nox watches the exchange closely, because Chaders is the keyword he has been waiting for. Chaders is a neutral territory south of Reinhofer, near the Valian border and several dangerous trade routes. Its barren land is crawling with monsters, which is why most people avoid it completely. Grain's imperial mission is to stop the monster wave rising in Chaders. The Archheim Empire requires him to prove himself before he can officially be acknowledged by the imperial family. Grain talks about the danger lightly, as if monster waves are just another interesting schedule item. That confidence makes Nox even more alert, because Grain clearly knows his own worth. The brothers look at each other, and the room's polite atmosphere turns sharper in an instant. Nox keeps his face steady, knowing Grain is already measuring him from across the table. Grain asks whether Nox is trying to ride on the second Drauber's reputation. Nox answers calmly that the rumor is true, refusing to pretend he has no interest. Grain warns that if Nox is aiming for the academy too, he needs to understand the standards. Nox smiles back, but inside, he knows this is exactly the opening he needed. He stands from the table, deciding this is the moment to push his next plan forward. Nox announces that he has made the preparations for his departure in the next 3 days. The heavy doors of the room close behind the decision, making it feel like the path is locked in. Nox hides his nerves, but even he knows this request can easily go wrong. Theodore watches him from the side, studying whether his son is acting from confidence or desperation. Nox wonders if Grain is actually up to something, since his smile is too relaxed. The silence stretches and Nox can feel the pressure building around his answer. Grain smiles wider, almost pleased that Nox is willing to step into the board voluntarily. Later, Rona asks if Nox is truly alright after facing that family tension. Nox closes the book in his hand, trying to act like the conversation did not shake him. Rona stands nearby with genuine concern, waiting for him to stop pretending everything is normal. Nox pushes himself up from the chair, but even that small movement carries too much strain. Rona sees it clearly and her worry deepens because this is no longer just tiredness. His hand slips against the furniture, proving his body is still weaker than his plans. The memory of his old sick body flashes back, reminding Nox why weakness terrifies him so much. Rona tries to help, but Nox refuses to let the room turn into another panic scene. He asks what the fuss is about, even though his own body just betrayed the act. The spoon trembles in someone's hand, making the quiet worry impossible to hide. At the table, Theodore and Grain watch Nox closely while Rona stands tense nearby. Rona's face says she wants to speak, but she knows this family room is not simple. Nox exhales, realizing even his servants can tell when he is pushing too hard. He tries to explain himself plainly, but Rona's worry does not disappear. She closes her eyes, clearly fighting the urge to scold him in front of everyone. Rona finally speaks from the heart, and Nox realizes she is not only worried as a maid. Nox covers his face, because being cared about this openly is somehow harder than being attacked. He collects himself and decides to answer the concern with his actual plan. Nowadays, Nox understands that knowledge alone will not carry him through what comes next. His eyes sharpen, because traitors may be dangerous, but it also holds the growth he needs. He looks at his hand and remembers how little time he has before the academy arrives. The decision settles completely, and Nox stops treating this as a reckless idea. Rona panics when she realizes he is serious, because apparently rest is still not in his vocabulary. She looks at him with disbelief, hoping there is at least one normal reason behind this. Nox tells her he will need to prepare properly, since he plans to move before the academy. Rona listens carefully, even though she clearly hates where this conversation is going. Nox smirks, because he already knows the safest answer is not always the useful one. He intends to study magic before joining the academy, and he refuses to shame the Reinhafer name. Theodore's expression tightens, because Nox has just connected ambition with family pride. Grain gives a polite bow, but the smile on his face says he finds this entertaining. Nox braces himself at the table, waiting for Theodore's judgment to decide the route. He wipes his mouth calmly, trying to keep his composure in front of both father and brother. Nox asks if Grain is going to Chater's, and Grain confirms it without hesitation. Then Nox makes the real request, asking Grain to bring him along. The room freezes because even Grain did not expect Nox to ask that directly. Grain smiles again, but now the smile has a much sharper edge. He points out that Nox has not even entered Eldine Academy, yet wants to join an Imperial mission. Nox's eyes widen because Grain's tone makes it clear this is no casual rejection. Theodore interrupts and says he can be the one to guarantee Nox's place. He rises from the table, turning the conversation from a request into a decision. Grain's expression cracks, and for the first time, the relaxed older brother mask slips. Theodore makes it clear that this is an order, not a suggestion for Grain to debate. His gaze stays cold, reminding everyone that the head of Reinhafer does not repeat himself. Nox is caught off guard too, because even he did not expect Theodore to back him this firmly. Grain moves with frightening speed, and the pressure in the room changes instantly. Nox reacts just in time, stopping Grain before the warning can turn into a real injury. Grain tells him to watch himself, since getting hurt before Chater's would be a pity. A small movement at the table reveals how casually Grain turned this into a test. Nox turns sharply, realizing the target was not only him. He catches the attack before it reaches Rona, proving this mission has become dangerous before they even leave. Nox catches the attack at the last second, stopping Grain's warning from reaching Rona. He looks back calmly, but the mark on his clothes proves Grain was not playing gently. G-Tree realizes how close that was, and the room's tension finally hits everyone at once. She bows immediately, apologizing for the mistake before Rona can become the center of blame. Nox studies G-Tree's reaction, seeing that she stepped forward to protect the household balance. He apologizes politely and claims his maid made a mistake, covering the situation before it spreads. The danger had two eyes, and that there were no tentacles coming out of her tentacles coming out of her body. Grain looks over his shoulder, leaving Nox with a kind of smile that feels more like homework. Grain casually announces that they leave for the Chater's subjugation on departure day. The evening comes quickly, and Nox's next problem is no longer permission but preparation. Nox points out that Rona has an impressive talent for walking directly into trouble. G-Tree looks worried, knowing Rona almost became collateral in a family power game. Nox shuts the door on the conversation, already trying to move before they start lecturing him. G-Tree calls after him, but Nox is already halfway out like escape is a life skill. Rona storms in demanding to know where he thinks he is going after all of that. Nox says the decision is already made, which is basically his favorite way to create problems. Rona turns to Jitri for backup, hoping at least one sane person can stop him. Jitri hesitates, but even she can tell Nox has already committed to the Chader's mission. Nox remembers Grain's pressure and understands his brother is testing more than his reflexes. He apologizes, but the apology sounds like someone who has zero intention of changing plans. Rona's reaction says everything, because Nox has somehow made recklessness feel routine. Jitri asks where he goes, and the question carries more worry than servant duty. Nox looks caught off guard, realizing both maids are taking his departure personally. Jitri reminds him that her role is to stay where he is, not wait safely behind. Rona adds that he is weak, sickly, and way too prone to collapsing for solo trips. Nox points out that Rona forgets things too, which is not the comeback he thinks it is. Jitri sighs like she expected this exact argument and already knows who will lose. Nox tries to laugh it off, but even he can feel the pressure from both sides. Jitri stands firm, making it clear she will not abandon him just because the mission is dangerous. Nox finally realizes Jitri has chosen to follow him, not just obey the family order. Her quiet smile answers him better than a long explanation ever could. Nox gives in and gestures for them to prepare, accepting that he now has two stubborn allies. Rona immediately clings to Jitri, turning the victory into maid teamwork at full volume. The two start discussing supplies, and Nox learns his travel party may be louder than the monsters. Rona complains through the packing chaos, already suffering from horse, luggage, and responsibility damage. Nox laughs despite himself, and for a second the whole mission feels almost normal. That peace lasts until the preparations begin properly, and everyone remembers how dangerous Traders really is. Nox's expression sharpens, because joking with his maids does not change what waits outside. Rona looks serious too, finally understanding that following him means sharing the risk. A knock interrupts them, pulling the room back into the Reinhafer family's formal world. Hitch enters as Nox prepares to leave, and the timing is too deliberate to ignore. He says Theodore has an item to pass down to Nox before the mission begins. Nox goes still, because a gift from Theodore is never just a simple gift. The Reinhafer family will provide the necessary supplies for Traders, but this item carries another purpose. Nox looks out at the estate and realizes Theodore is definitely planning something around him. When Nox meets Theodore again, his father greets him like this moment was already scheduled. Nox bows politely, keeping his guard up even before the item is revealed. Theodore's expression stays unreadable, which somehow makes the gift feel more dangerous. The box opens, and Theodore tells Nox that what happens next will depend on him. Nox recognizes the object immediately as something tied to Reinhafer's first patriarch. His face tightens because this should not be appearing in his current path at all. Theodore watches closely, clearly interested in whether Nox understands the meaning. Even after clearing Inner Lunatic 27 times, Nox has never seen this item before. That fact alone makes the gift unsettling, because unknown pieces can ruin perfect game knowledge. Theodore's hand closes with quiet pressure, as if he already knows the item will react. The strange weapon rests inside the box, carrying a weight that feels older than the mansion. Nox stands before Theodore, realizing this test is happening whether he wants it or not. Theodore explains that the sword stayed with the first patriarch throughout his entire life. Nox answers carefully, knowing the wrong reaction could reveal too much about his knowledge. He reaches toward the handle, and the room seems to hold its breath around him. His fingers close over it, and the artifact begins responding the moment he touches it. Nox lifts it slowly, trying to understand why the pressure feels so different from ordinary mana. Dark energy erupts from the blade, filling the room with a violent purple glow. Nox realizes the sword is pulling at his mana, and panic flashes across his face. The energy spreads too quickly, making it clear the artifact is not simply accepting him. The blade's color changes, and Nox understands the reaction is much stronger than Theodore expected. The room darkens around him as the sword's power twists into something unstable. Nox steadies himself, trying to stay calm while the artifact keeps draining him. Theodore moves forward, watching the reaction with far more concern than before. He explains that the sword absorbs its master's mana, and that warning arrives a little late. Nox grits his teeth, realizing the artifact is not done testing him yet. His eyes widen as the pressure spikes, and the system begins reacting to the danger. The blade surges again, pulling Nox deeper into a force he cannot easily control. A warning appears as the sword's reaction becomes dangerous enough to threaten his condition. Nox tries to stop the process, realizing this is about to drain more than he can afford. Theodore watches from the side, stunned by how violently the first patriarch's sword is responding. Nox fights to hold on, knowing dropping it now might make the situation even worse. His hand tightens around the handle, and the pressure finally starts shaping into something clearer. Then Theodore asks for the sword's name because this reaction has revealed something even he needs confirmed. Nox takes hold of the black sword, and the room instantly bends under its dark pressure. The power hits him so hard that even breathing becomes part of the test. His hand locks around the handle, but the sword is already fighting back. Nox realizes this is not just a weapon, it is a curse with a handle. Dark energy crawls over him while Theo watches to see whether his youngest son breaks. The system warns Nox that his life is draining fast, which is never a comforting pop-up. The sword keeps sinking into his strength, and Nox has to endure it without panic. His grip tightens again, proving he still has enough will to resist. The pain is written across his face, but letting go would mean failing here. The cursed power continues pressing into him, turning the room colder with every second. Theo watches silently, studying Nox more than the sword itself. That look changes from suspicion to interest, because Nox is lasting longer than expected. The sword once built the Reinharber family, but it destroys anyone too weak to hold it. Theo remembers how the first patriarch used that power to raise the family's name. Nox's hand shakes near the broken floor, but the sword still has not beaten him. What makes this stranger is that Theo ordered Nox to hold it before he fully controlled mana. The maid incident and every recent disturbance around Nox now feel connected instead of random. Nox drops down from the strain, but his hand remains wrapped around the sword. Theo realizes Nox has the kind of talent people compare to legendary sword emperors. Nox pulls strength back into his fingers, refusing to let the sword decide his limit. Theo smiles, as if this dangerous test has finally given him the answer he wanted. Nox slams the sword down, forcing the cursed power to settle beneath him. Theo understands that Nox may someday surpass even him if he survives long enough. Nox can barely speak, but his eyes still refuse to lower. Theo's smile sharpens, almost accepting the idea that Nox could one day defeat him. The room finally calms, leaving Nox kneeling with the sword planted in front of him. Theo steps closer, and Nox waits for the real judgment behind the test. Instead of taking it back, Theo declares that the sword now belongs to Nox. Nox is exhausted, but he knows Stormbringer has just become part of his path. The victory does not feel free, since the sword already proved it can take a price. After that brutal test, the mission moves into the forest under bright daylight. The group rides together with supplies, escorts, and one very tired young master. The green-haired maid sits close behind Nox, looking far happier than he does. Nox keeps his face flat, but this ride is clearly testing a different kind of patience. He reminds himself that this is supposed to be a monster subjugation, not a carriage date. The maid holds on as they move while Nox tries to focus on the job ahead. Theo also gave him another item besides Stormbringer, making this trip feel even less normal. Nox gets annoyed as he thinks through everything Grain prepared for the mission. The maid notices his mood shifting before he can hide it. Grain brought a serious amount of gear, and Nox connects it to monsters he studied at the academy. The thought makes him pause, because the details are starting to line up too neatly. The maid catches that reaction and realizes Nox has noticed something important. Ahead of them, the hired men argue over directions and make the route even messier. Their captain tries to stay calm, but even he looks unsure about the path. Nox stops the group, deciding it is better to question the route now than regret it later. The man leading them is Ron, a knight captain hired by Grain for the subjugation. Ron gets challenged in front of everyone, and the whole group turns toward Nox. The maid watches quietly from behind him, waiting to see how far he will push this. Nox looks over his shoulder, already confident that Ron has made the wrong call. The pause stretches, and everyone can tell this disagreement is not going away politely. Nox shifts his horse forward, making it clear he is taking control of the route. The maid smiles slightly, trusting him even while the others still doubt him. The escorts stare at Nox like he just stepped into a job he was not hired for. Nox raises his hand and calmly stops the party before they wander any deeper. His expression stays bored, which somehow makes the correction feel even harsher. Ron snaps back, offended that Nox is dismissing his experience so casually. Nox answers with a small smile, and that calm confidence makes Ron look worse. Ron tries to argue, but Nox has already found the hole in his reasoning. Nox points out that Ron has spent his life tracking humans, not thinking like a monster. That difference matters, since this mission depends on predicting a creature's movement. The maid realizes Nox is not bluffing, even if his explanation sounds annoyingly smooth. Ron asks what happens if Nox fails to lead them there, and the question hangs over everyone. Nox admits the detour may waste time, but being wrong later would cost them far more. He stays calm because the argument has already shifted in his favor. The maid leans against him again while Nox keeps his attention on the forest ahead. Nox chooses the path himself, and the group follows his direction through the trees. By evening, the party begins setting up camp before night fully closes in. The workers hurry at Nox's order, clearly surprised by how urgent he sounds. Nox tells them not to waste time, since getting lost here would become dangerous fast. The men wonder how he figured out the route, and even Ron cannot hide his confusion. Nox looks back at them, knowing the answer is obvious only to someone with his knowledge. As a veteran player, he understands the terrain better than any local guide should. He studies the rough map and marks the camp area based on the monster's likely movement. The maid asks how he found the way so quickly, still trying to follow his logic. Nox points to the ground, showing that the answer was sitting beneath their feet. Deep claw marks and scattered feathers reveal the monster's trail through the forest. Nox identifies it as a southern monster with a bear's body and an owl's head. The maid is stunned because Nox explains it like this should have been common sense. The escorts finally begin to accept that he was reading clues they completely missed. Ron and the others gather around, forced to treat Nox's judgment seriously now. Ron looks irritated, but the evidence leaves him with very little room to argue. Nox explains the situation to the group, turning the mission back toward order. Schultz, Grain's butler, quietly steps into the discussion with a guarded expression. Nox notices Schultz watching him, and that look feels more calculated than grateful. Schultz smiles to himself, as if Nox just confirmed a suspicion he had been hiding. A pouch changes hands, making the mission feel less simple than it first appeared. Nox catches the meaning immediately and laughs under his breath. He realizes this is going to be a long night and the forest is not the only problem. Darkness settles over the camp with tents scattered beneath the trees. One tent glows warmly, but the quiet around it feels tense instead of peaceful. Nox moves away from the camp, listening to the forest while everyone else settles in. A shadow watches from the leaves, close enough to prove the night has already changed. Something darts above the tents, moving too fast for the guards to notice. Nox closes his eyes and focuses, letting the faint sounds guide him. He realizes the hunt has started, and the real danger is finally moving. The maid calls out to him, but Nox already has his hand near Stormbringer. Nox tells her to wait there, then slips into the darkness to handle what comes next. Nox steps into the dark forest, following the strange presence moving beyond the camp. A group of ogres has already gathered nearby, which means the camp was never safe. He studies them quietly, trying to understand why they came this close so suddenly. The strange noise, there nearby, gives him the answer, and the whole trap starts making sense. Someone mixed the soil with female ogre pheromones, using mating season to lure males here. The ogres circle through the trees, drawn in without understanding they are being used. Nox draws in his life force again, even though the cost is already biting into him. The first ogre charges in blindly, confident that a small human will be easy prey. Nox moves first, cutting through that confidence before the ogre can even land properly. The impact tears through the forest floor, showing how dangerous one clean strike can be. He keeps moving through the chaos, turning the ogre's size against their slower reactions. Nox launches upward, using the opening before the monsters can surround him. His attack drops from above, breaking their formation before it fully closes around him. Two more ogres swing in together, forcing Nox to defend while still under pressure. His eyes sharpen, and the fight turns from survival into calculation. The next strike lands before the monsters can adjust, and the advantage shifts again. One ogre stumbles back from the blow, finally realizing this target is not normal. Stormbringer keeps burning through Nox's strength, but he refuses to stop mid-fight. Instead of fear, Nox smiles as the battlefield begins tilting his way. Another ogre rushes him, but Nox slips through the attack and answers immediately. He finishes the exchange with a calm look, as if the result was already decided. Only one ogre remains, and Nox sounds almost disappointed that the hunt ended so fast. The last ogre freezes, suddenly very aware that running might be the smarter choice. It starts backing away, and even the monster's survival instincts finally clock in. Nox notices the fear immediately, and the chase becomes more useful than the kill. Carr reacts from the trees, sensing Nox's intent before anyone gives a full command. Blue flames flare around the horse, turning the quiet forest into a chase route. Nox mounts Carr and surges forward before the last ogre can escape. The horse barrels through the trees, carrying Nox straight toward the fleeing monster. Nox closes the gap with terrifying speed, leaving the ogre no room to recover. The final blow lands cleanly, ending the attack before it reaches the camp again. The system rewards him with more time, proving the ogres were worth the risk. Back at camp, Jitri peeks from the tent and notices Nox returning from the dark. Her worry is clear, because he left alone and came back looking far too calm. Nox thinks through the setup, realizing someone weaker than Garen used a dirty plan for information. He kneels beside the fallen ogre, already treating the fight as evidence instead of victory. Jitri approaches carefully, unsure Nox plans to do with the defeated monster. Nox smiles like he has found the missing piece, which never means anything simple. He places a potion near the ogre, choosing to keep one piece of evidence alive. The medicine is forced in, turning the monster from a corpse into bait with a pulse. Nox wipes his hands calmly, because the next part of his plan has already begun. If the ogres seek revenge for their fallen kin, they will move exactly where he wants. Inside another tent, a glowing magic orb begins reacting to the disturbance outside. Garen wakes beside it, realizing the signal he was waiting for has finally appeared. The orb shines brighter, confirming that mana activity has erupted near the camp. Garen processes the timing and immediately knows something has gone wrong. The manda he expected to observe is appearing, but not in the way he planned. His expression hardens as the situation slips outside the clean test he imagined. A guard rushes in shouting emergency, and Garen's private plan becomes a public disaster. He steps out with his attendants already hearing panic spread through the camp. The ogres are attacking the wrong place, throwing his entire calculation into chaos. Garen curses under his breath, realizing the trap has been turned back on him. This was never where the ogres were supposed to appear, which makes the mistake even worse. By morning, the camp is cleaning up injuries and damage from the surprise attack. Garen gives orders to stabilize the area, trying to recover control in front of everyone. But his face shows the truth, because someone has clearly outplayed him overnight. The guards are shaken, unsure how a controlled mission turned into a real emergency. Nox strolls out yawning, acting like the chaos outside was just background noise. G-Tree sighs at his relaxed attitude because somehow he makes survival look casual. He sits down by the campfire, politely confused that anyone expected him to be stressed. Nox answers with that calm little smile, letting everyone else wonder what he knows. He waves the concern off lightly, which only makes the situation feel more suspicious. G-Tree tries to understand why he stayed near the tent area instead of joining the panic. She looks worn out from the night, while Nox acts like breakfast is the main event. He tells her to get used to it, which is not comforting but is very Nox. Then he casually orders the tents packed up, as if the answer has been obvious. Nox keeps eating while the camp moves around him, completely unbothered by the stares. G-Tree spots the dark smear on the tent, and that stain explains the entire trick. She asks about it, realizing Nox must have noticed the lure before anyone else. Nox explains between bites, making the trap sound simple now that it has failed. G-Tree understands that the tents were turned into the ogre's target instead of the people. The pheromone marks drew the monsters toward empty shelters, wasting the attack before it mattered. Nox finishes his meal calmly, having solved a murder attempt before breakfast. He smiles to himself, satisfied that the enemy exposed more than they intended. G-Tree asks if he is done eating, still trying to keep up with his pace. Nox stands beneath the morning light, already ready to move before anyone else settles. The group finally leaves camp, and the dust trail marks the mission continuing. Nox gives the order to depart, keeping the whole party from lingering near the bait. One surviving ogre remains behind, exactly where Nox's plan needed it to be. A hidden figure closes in on that survivor, proving someone else is still moving nearby. The ogre senses danger too late, turning only after the shadow is already above it. The shadow drops hard, removing the loose end before it can reveal anything. Nox and G-Tree notice the disturbance, confirming that the real culprit is nearby. Nox watches from beside car, already piecing together who benefits from silencing the ogre. G-Tree holds the reins and waits, realizing Nox has not explained everything yet. Somewhere in the dark, the hidden planner smiles after cleaning up his mistake. Nox says the goal was to make the ogres attack them, not simply create chaos. G-Tree turns quiet, understanding this was aimed at Nox from the beginning. Nox tells Carr to rest now, ending the chase while keeping his thoughts guarded. He realizes Garen tested him because he still does not know how to stand as a successor candidate. By the second day, Nox's group is moving deeper into the forest with yesterday's danger still unresolved. Nox rides at the front now, and even the escorts treat him with a very different attitude. The whole party follows his lead through the mountains, trusting the route he chose. Garen rides beside him, still trying to understand how Nox handled the ogre situation so cleanly. He admits that Nox's knowledge was impressive, even if saying that clearly stings a little. Nox accepts the praise quietly, but his mind is already on the next problem. Garen watches him from the side, realizing this young master is harder to measure than expected. Nox gives him a calm look, because he knows the real danger has not disappeared yet. The escorts ask when Nox studied ogres so deeply, since none of this feels normal. Before Nox can fully answer, another voice calls for him from the group. One of the men approaches nervously, wanting to confirm what the plan actually is. Nox listens without much reaction, keeping the mood controlled while everyone else overthinks. The escorts grow uneasy because his confidence makes the situation feel even stranger. Nox explains enough to keep them moving, but not enough to reveal every card. The riders suddenly rush forward, tearing through the forest as something closes behind them. G-Tree turns pale, realizing the group is not simply traveling anymore. Nox drives the horse ahead, using the chase to pull the danger exactly where he wants it. He smiles as the plan begins working, which is never comforting for anyone nearby. A giant worm bursts from the ground, proving the forest has monsters worse than ogres. The worm's arrival turns the chase into a trap, and Nox knew this could happen. The creature crashes through the path, forcing everyone to understand why speed matters now. Nox watches the chaos carefully, judging how the worm reacts to movement and noise. One ogre stumbles into the danger zone, completely unaware it has become bait. The worm lunges from below, and the ogres finally meet a monster bigger than their confidence. Nox laughs lightly because this was the outcome he wanted from the start. He tells them to fight and hide in the bushes, turning panic into a simple order. The escorts hesitate for 1 second, then follow because nobody has a better idea. Nox's real rule is simple: let the enemies waste each other before risking his own people. When the ogres appear, Nox says the party only needs to leave the forest quickly. The escorts hear the roar behind them and realize this is not a theory anymore. Nox never intended to shake the ogres off. He wanted them dragged into the worm's territory. Jatri grabs onto him in shock as the plan becomes much more dangerous than expected. She looks shaken because Nox's strategy works, but still feels completely insane up close. Nox steadies himself and checks her first, making sure she is not hurt. Then he turns back toward the battlefield, already adjusting to the next movement. Jatri watches him with worry, realizing he is about to step into the chaos again. Nox tells her to stay back, because the next part needs timing more than bravery. The worm erupts from the ground again, scattering ogres and shaking the entire forest path. One ogre roars in confusion, finally understanding that it is no longer the hunter here. Nox and the escorts watch from cover, letting the monsters create their own disaster. The worm opens its mouth wide and the weakness Nox remembered finally appears. Its massive body slams through the dirt, making every careless movement dangerous. An ogre is tossed aside, showing the escorts exactly why direct fighting would be foolish. The worm thrashes through the forest, turning the ogre group into walking distractions. Jatri realizes the monsters are tearing each other apart and whispers that they are fighting. Nox confirms it with a calm smile, since this is the cleanest way to thin the numbers. Still, his face tightens because the plan only works if they finish the worm properly. Jatri asks if they only need to wait, but Nox is already preparing the next step. The ogres swarm near the worm, giving Nox the opening he was waiting for. He moves out fast, using the chaos to reach the position he needs. A small stone strikes true, drawing the worm's attention without exposing the whole group. The ogres panic as the worm turns toward the new disturbance. Jatri watches the bait work, but she can tell Nox is pushing himself hard. The worm surges forward, forcing the ogres back into the exact lane Nox created. Nox apologizes to Jatri while borrowing what he needs, because manners still matter mid-monster problem. His expression changes when he senses the timing becoming even tighter. The worm slams forward again, and the forest gives him almost no room to breathe. Nox drops low, letting the monster pass while he studies its next opening. Garen watches from the side, realizing Nox is not simply surviving by luck. Nox moves through the trees, placing himself where the team can follow his order. He tells the escorts to focus their attacks at the monster's mouth, where its defense is weakest. Ron repeats the command loudly, dragging the frightened men back into formation. The escorts attack together, finally acting as one group instead of scattered survivors. The worm rises above them, giving everyone one terrifying chance to make the plan work. Nox commits to the opening, trusting that the others will hit their marks. A golden magic circle forms overhead, adding real force to the moment Nox created. Light tears across the battlefield, and the worm is finally caught in the combined attack. The ground cracks under the impact, proving the plan had just enough power behind it. Garen raises his hand and adds his own strength, refusing to let the monster recover. The attack lands cleanly and the worm's charge breaks apart in front of them. A final burst of golden magic drives the creature down before it can strike again. The worm collapses, leaving the forest quiet for the first time since the chase began. Nox drops to one knee and the cost of controlling the entire fight finally catches up. A weapon strikes into the ground nearby, marking the end of the first real exchange. Garen stands over the fallen monster, shocked by how precisely Nox created the finishing chance. The system rewards Nox with more time, which is the kind of paycheck he actually needs. He calls it a mid-sized monster for someone else, while the escorts stare at the massive corpse. Nox sees the system window and immediately focuses on what the victory unlocked. He remembers the hidden piece from the game, a clue buried behind this exact monster encounter. Back in the present, Nox clenches the reward in his hand and confirms the route was worth it. The group gathers around him, stunned that they survived because of his strange knowledge. The escorts burst into excitement, openly praising Nox after watching the impossible plan succeed. Nox stays composed, though even he knows this victory will change how they see him. The fallen worm shifts nearby, reminding everyone that the forest is not finished with them. Nox senses movement and turns before the celebrating men can relax too much. Another worm bursts out, and the group's celebration dies instantly. Nox draws Stormbringer and prepares to meet the next attack himself. His eyes widen when he feels a different presence cut into the battlefield. A dark figure flashes through the air, striking the new worm before it reaches Nox. The monster falls back, and Nox realizes someone outside the party just intervened. He looks up carefully, knowing this rescue might create an even bigger question. A cloaked stranger appears through the dust, watching Nox with a calm and unreadable smile. The cloaked stranger stands over the dead worm, ending the threat before Nox has to move. Garen looks stunned, realizing the man who appeared is not just another random traveler. Nox recognizes him as Taigan, one of the 3 sword emperors connected to legends like Theo. Instead of fear, Nox smiles because this unexpected meeting might become a massive opportunity. Garen tries to stay composed, but even he understands how abnormal this rescue was. Ron steps in first, demanding answers before the stranger gets any closer to the group. The escorts tense up around Taigan, while Nox casually watches how everyone reacts. Taigan smiles back without pressure, looking almost too relaxed for a man who just killed a monster. For Nox, the real issue is not the rescue, but why Taigan appeared here at all. He has played this world countless times, yet this meeting was never supposed to happen now. That difference makes Nox tighten his fist since the story is changing in front of him. Nox asks to confirm Taigan's identity, and Taigan accepts without making the situation worse. The group continues through the mountains, carrying a new question along with their mission. Garen guesses that Taigan must be a mercenary, trying to place him into something understandable. Taigan answers with an easy smile, while Nox quietly studies every word he gives them. G-Tree stays behind Nox, watching the stranger with caution even as the mood settles. Nox thinks through the situation carefully, knowing brute strength alone will not win Taigan over. The riders slow down and Taigan speaks with them as if joining the group is simple. Garen remains polite, but his expression shows that Taigan has shaken his confidence. Nox smiles slightly, already seeing a way to turn this accident into a future advantage. His interest sharpens, because Taigan is exactly the kind of person he cannot afford to ignore. Garen notices Nox's reaction, while G-Tree quietly keeps close to his side. Ron and the escorts look uneasy, still unsure how to treat this powerful mercenary. Nox remembers the strength needed to kill a worm in one strike, and his goal becomes clear. Taigan's smile deepens, making it obvious he is also measuring the young nobles in return. The road finally leads them toward a small settlement surrounded by dry trees and old fences. From above, the village looks peaceful, but the worn buildings tell a rougher story. Garen looks around quietly, noticing that this place is poorer than he expected. Nox realizes the world feels far more detailed now than it ever did as a game. A cart rattles nearby, and Garen turns as if the village itself has interrupted his thoughts. A hungry little girl approaches the group and asks if she can have something to eat. Garen and Ron look down at her, caught off guard by how directly she asks. The girl follows beside the horse, hoping someone will answer before they leave. Garen looks away for a moment, unsure how to respond to a problem this personal. The child's face says she is embarrassed, but hunger has pushed her past pride. Nox watches her closely, and the poverty of the village begins to matter more than the mission. His expression goes still, as if another piece of the world has finally clicked into place. A man steps into their path, surprising the horses and drawing everyone's attention. He introduces himself as Taigan, greeting them with the same calm confidence as before. The party faces him directly now, forced to accept that he is guiding this situation. Nox listens without lowering his guard, since Taigan clearly knows more than he first showed. Taigan turns toward the village, preparing to explain the place they have just entered. Nox recalls how Taigan once carved through monsters with overwhelming skill and precision. Taigan sees the nobles' reactions and judges them as sheltered young masters from comfortable lives. Nox notices the disappointment in that look, and he understands why Taigan is testing them. The village bell tower stands in silence, showing how neglected this frontier really is. Taigan explains that the Night Order has been stealing the people's funds for itself. His tone stays calm, but the accusation lands heavily on everyone listening. Children hide near the walls, proving the village's suffering is not just a rumor. The group reaches the inn and the warm sunlight makes the town look calmer than it feels. Taigan tells them to rest for now, since the real subjugation begins tomorrow. The inn workers rush to prepare rooms and horses, grateful for any help the visitors bring. Nox walks ahead while Garen glances back, still unsettled by the village's condition. Nox smiles politely, keeping his thoughts hidden while he decides how to handle Taigan. Garen answers with practiced confidence, trying to recover his noble composure in front of Nox. Nox returns the smile, but his mind is already past polite conversation. Garen speaks again, sounding friendly while still trying to understand what Nox is planning. Nox stands in the inn courtyard, letting the others believe he is only resting. He wishes Garen a safe subjugation, ending the exchange with calm formality. Nox thinks that skill decides survival here, and capable people naturally draw rumors behind them. Garen watches him leave, sensing that they may meet again sooner than expected. Night falls over the inn, and the quiet village finally gets a moment to breathe. Nox tells G-Tree to rest, since they will be moving again in the morning. After closing the door, he stands alone and lets the day's events settle. The window is still open, carrying faint voices from the street below. Nox pauses at the frame, drawn by something outside the room. He sees the village children gathered around a small fire in the cold night. They huddle together for warmth, sharing the kind of silence that comes from being used to hardship. The girl looks up, surprised when she senses someone watching from above. Nox steps outside and asks if they wanted food, holding himself colder than he feels. He opens a bag of bread and potatoes, offering them the simplest kindness he can. The children rush closer, overwhelmed by a meal that should never have felt rare. One girl smiles with both hands full, and the tension in the group finally eases. Nox looks down quietly, letting them eat without turning the moment into a performance. The girl thanks him through tears, trying to stay polite even while she eats. Nox watches them and understands that fixing this village will take more than monster hunting. He tells the children they will need to change for things to get better. From nearby, Jutri sees the scene and understands why Nox left his room. She smiles softly, realizing Nox was only acting cold so no one would notice his kindness. The southern Shaders region is usually overrun with monsters in winter, so the village has learned to fear every quiet season. The village chief explains that they have repeatedly begged the imperial family for funds and reinforcements. Garen listens with a troubled face, realizing the village has been abandoned longer than anyone admitted. The damaged wooden barricades show exactly how desperate the village defenses have become. Nox quietly exhales, already sensing that this problem is bigger than a simple monster hunt. The walls are worn down, which means one serious attack could break through without much effort. Nox studies the village carefully, looking for the real reason monsters are gathering here. Taigan watches from the side, letting the young nobles process the situation themselves. Nox questions the report because one detail makes the entire monster pattern feel wrong. The chief adds that villagers have even seen a griffin, and that changes the scale immediately. Nox falls into thought because a griffin appearing here should not happen naturally. Taigan calls it wilderness, but Nox knows this is not just random frontier danger. A griffin is a legendary monster, and its presence means something powerful has disturbed the region. Nox understands they may only be able to stop it for now, not defeat it completely. The village waits behind its crude defenses, depending on outsiders who might already be too late. Nox begins asking the important question because the griffin's location makes no sense. Garen says griffins usually stay near Tahalan, so their appearance near Chiders is deeply suspicious. The knights glance around uneasily, realizing the mission may be far beyond their original orders. Nox keeps his expression cold, but his mind is already connecting this to hidden game events. For now, he decides they need more information before the village gets pulled into another disaster. Elsewhere in the village, a letter arrives at the inn while the group is distracted. The seal is opened quickly, and the message inside is clearly not meant for a friendly chat. Garen's knight reads Nox's name and remembers underestimating him as a useless noble brat. Now that same knight is furious because Nox made him lose favor with Grain. Footsteps come down the stairs, pulling his attention away from the letter. Jutri enters the hallway alone, completely unaware that someone is waiting for her. The knight recognizes her as Nox's maid and sees an easy way to get revenge. Jutri notices him watching and instantly understands that this is not a normal conversation. He blocks her path before she can leave, forcing the situation to become dangerous. His hand reaches out, turning his resentment toward Nox onto someone with less protection. Jutri reacts fast and drives into him, refusing to let herself be handled like leverage. The knight pauses, surprised that the quiet maid is not nearly as helpless as he expected. Jutri stays tense, already worried that fighting back could cause trouble for Nox. The knight smiles and claims he only wanted a private chat, which makes him sound even worse. He grabs her again, trying to force control before she can fully escape. Jutri pulls free with sharp reflexes, showing she has enough training to defend herself. She twists his arm and breaks away, but her fear is not about herself anymore. The knight rubs his head, embarrassed that a maid just made him look foolish. Then he reaches for her shoulder and Jutri's hesitation gives him one more opening. She stops herself from striking harder, remembering that Nox warned her not to draw family attention. In her mind, she sees the problem clearly, since Nox could lose favor with Grain because of her. Jutri would rather suffer quietly than become the reason Nox gets dragged into trouble. The knight leans close and blames Nox for ruining years of work, promising to make her pay. He raises his hand, finally dropping the act and showing exactly what kind of person he is. Jutri freezes for a heartbeat, caught between protecting herself and protecting Nox's position. Before the strike lands, Nox appears with Stormbringer already drawn. His eyes glow with quiet rage and the entire hallway feels colder in an instant. The knight drops down injured, realizing far too late that he touched the wrong person. Jutri stands shaken behind Nox, while the knight can barely understand what just happened. Nox steps forward through the dark aura, making it clear the warning is not finished. Another strike drops the knight harder, because Nox is not letting this end with excuses. The courtyard goes silent as everyone sees Nox standing over the men who threatened Jutri. The knight screams that Nox is wrong, still trying to hide behind status after losing control. Nox calmly says he is not the one forgetting his place, because his family stands behind him. Then he makes the truth simple. The one who crossed the line was the knight. Nox crushes the argument with another decisive blow, ending the man's attempt to talk his way out. Dutri looks at Stormbringer and asks what Nox is doing, still stunned that he acted for her. Gurren rushes into the courtyard and sees Nox with his sword drawn over his injured knight. He demands an explanation, but his anger arrives before the facts do. Taigan and the others watch carefully, because this has become a fight between nobles. Garen accuses Nox of cutting down his knight, and Nox says he has the order wrong. Nox answers without fear, making it clear he has no intention of apologizing first. Garen grabs him by the collar, furious that Nox refuses to back down. He shouts in Nox's face, but his anger is starting to look more like panic. Dutri watches from behind, afraid that her situation has now trapped Nox in open conflict. Her hands tighten at her chest, because Nox protected her even knowing the political cost. Garen snaps at her as a commoner, exposing exactly how little he values her testimony. Nox's eyes sharpen the moment that insult leaves Garen's mouth. Dark power spreads around Nox as he asks whether Garen can take responsibility for those words. Garen finally feels Nox's power directly, and his confidence starts to crack. The pressure crushes his anger into fear, forcing him to understand who he is threatening. When the aura fades, Garen stands shaken while Nox remains perfectly composed. Nox tells him he is waiting, making Garen answer for what comes next. He asks if Garen plans to return to the estate, turning the threat back on him, calmly. Garen flinches, realizing Nox is not just stronger here, he is controlling the entire situation. Nox smiles faintly, satisfied that Garen finally understands the balance has changed. Jutri answers Nox immediately, relieved when he tells her it is time to leave. Nox walks out with Jutri while the courtyard remains frozen behind them. Taigan watches them go and focuses on Stormbringer, realizing the sword Nox carries is not ordinary. Nox turns to Jutri and quietly asks if she is hurt anywhere, showing what he was truly worried about. After the courtyard incident, Nox steps outside with Jutri while the village quietly wakes around them. He can already tell this will spread through the group faster than any official report. Nox understands the real question now is whether the escorts will follow Grain's side or his. Jutri lowers her head, still shaken that Nox risked open conflict just to protect her. Nox notices her silence, but he does not soften the lesson behind what happened. Jutri asks if he will be alright because she knows trouble around nobles never ends cleanly. She asks why he did that, worried that defending her will only create more enemies for him. Nox tells her to remember what kind of person she is serving before worrying about him. He makes it clear that his people are not supposed to lower their heads so easily. Jutri finally understands that Nox is not angry because she fought back. She accepts the warning quietly, even while the emotion from the moment still lingers. Elsewhere, the fallout begins immediately as anger spills behind closed doors. Garen sits with his drink, trying to process how badly Nox overturned the situation. The memory of Nox stepping in still hangs over him, sharp enough to ruin his pride. Even Garen has to admit that Nox handled the confrontation with terrifying control. A guard enters carefully, knowing one wrong word could make Garen's mood even worse. He waits for orders, unsure whether his lord wants revenge or restraint. Garen snaps that the guard is too cautious, but his own confidence is already cracked. The group moves again, and the tension between the young nobles follows them down the road. Nox thinks through Garen's next move because wounded pride is rarely harmless. He gives quiet instructions to watch the surrounding area and report anything strange nearby. Nox tells the guard to inform him immediately if anything changes around Garen. The guard accepts the order, realizing Nox is already preparing for the next problem. That night, the village settles under dark clouds while Nox prepares something separate from the mission. He checks a golden potion bottle, choosing supplies that will help him move without attention. Jutri watches as Nox sorts through bottles and gear instead of resting like everyone else. She asks what he is planning, and Nox gives the kind of answer that only creates more questions. Under the night sky, they disguise themselves and slip away from the main group. Nox explains that he is thinking of recruiting someone new into their team. That person is Alina, a genius potion maker he always recruited whenever the game brought him to Chaders. To Nox, Alina is not just useful, she is a walking supply line for survival. The two move through a hidden waterway, avoiding the normal streets and anyone watching them. Jutri grows nervous because sneaking through the village at night is already suspicious enough. Nox keeps going and explains that Alina's future matters far beyond this village. He knows that if he leaves her alone, another power will eventually claim her talent. In the future, Alina would end up working for the Archive Empire instead. Nox also knows the hidden route through Chaders is the key to reaching her first. He points the way, leading Jutri through a path most people would never notice. Jutri follows despite her worry, trusting Nox even when the plan sounds impossible. A quiet light flickers ahead, showing that they have finally reached the place he wanted. Nox steps closer, while Jutri realizes someone is definitely inside. A bottle tips near the entrance, giving away the state of the person they came to find. Alina sits unsteadily inside, wondering how her night somehow ended with visitors. Nox and G-Tree find her surrounded by bottles, and the genius recruit is not exactly giving first-rank impressions. Nox simply smiles, because this messy scene is still exactly what he expected from her. Alina panics at the sudden visitors, scrambling like she has been caught in the worst possible timing. G-Tree looks stunned, while Nox stays calm enough to make the whole thing feel planned. When G-Tree realizes Alina is drunk, Nox barely reacts because the flaw was already in his notes. Inside the workshop, the dusty room explains why Alina lives hidden away from everyone. Rows of strange containers and equipment show that her talent is real. Even if her life is a mess, Alina forces herself to sit properly, trying to look professional while barely holding it together. Nox tells her to stay focused, because he came here with something important to discuss. He names her directly as a genius potion maker, which makes the mood turn serious at once. Her basic information confirms the problem clearly. She has talent but also serious flaws. The system lists Alina as cheerful and talented in handcraft, but also low rank and unstable. Nox accepts the flaws without surprise, because valuable people in this world rarely come polished. He decides none of that matters, since a genius potion maker is still too precious to ignore. Alina tries to answer, but her shaky smile proves she is not fully ready for this conversation. G-Tree quietly warns Nox that Alina seems difficult to handle even by their current standards. Nox watches Alina closely, knowing that difficult does not mean useless. Alina pushes past the awkwardness and asks why they came to her in the first place. She wants the truth directly, and for once the nervous potion maker sounds completely serious. Nox says her name, cutting through the mess and making the conversation feel official. Alina freezes, surprised that this stranger knows more about her than he should. Nox's gaze sharpens, showing her that this is not a random visit or casual request. Alina grips her knees, suddenly aware that this offer could change her entire life. She says she has something she must do, even if accepting his offer tempts her. Her eyes widen as Nox listens because he does not dismiss her reason or rush the answer. Nox leans forward and calmly makes it clear that he is not here to waste her time. Alina explains that if she accepts, her own goal has to come with her. For the first time, she looks less like a mess and more like someone carrying real desperation. Her hand lifts slowly, caught between fear, hope, and the chance Nox is offering. Nox reaches out and asks if he has changed her mind, turning recruitment into a real choice. Nox and G-Tree move through the hidden waterway, heading toward the place where May's future is already in danger. In the future, Nox remembers, May is captured here and executed before her talent ever escapes Chaders. That warning matters now, because Nox came to recruit her before the same tragedy can happen again. May sits wounded and afraid, already caught in a situation she cannot solve alone. The memory begins with May confronting the guards, furious that they are raising taxes again. She reminds them that people are dying here, and the village cannot keep feeding corrupt men forever. The guard captain looks down at her like her anger is nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Even now, May regrets not fighting harder when the corruption first showed its teeth. The broken charm in her hand becomes proof that kindness and patience did not protect anyone. She clutches herself in silence, understanding that fear is what kept the village trapped. Nox knows another man probably would not save her, but that is exactly why he came himself. May looks up from the floor, still not sure whether hope has actually found her. For a long time, Chaders has survived by swallowing its own people quietly. Inside the tavern, the men behind that suffering drink comfortably while the village struggles outside. The lantern burns above them, making their little hideout look calm from the outside. They spill drinks and laugh like stealing from desperate people is just another night out. One guard pours more alcohol, acting proud of the mess they have created. Another calls their victim an idiot, completely missing how close judgment is walking toward him. The men laugh at May's resistance, treating courage as something only fools bother with. They bow and joke around, turning their own corruption into tavern entertainment. The captain says ransacking Ron's side was worth it, since the loot gave them new leverage. He shows off the stolen badge, believing it can open doors to even bigger crimes. His plan is to flash the badge at the Rain Harbor family and ride that fake authority higher. The captain laughs at the coincidence, since their names overlapping makes the lie easier to sell. He leans back and enjoys the idea of using noble influence without carrying noble responsibility. He asks the others to agree, but the nervous man beside him clearly feels the danger. That nervous guard hesitates, realizing this scheme might be bigger than they can handle. He tries to speak up, but the room already belongs to people who stopped listening. He warns that dealing with Nox and the others is different from bullying villagers. Another man snaps at him for being a coward because caution sounds weak to idiots. The captain goes quiet, letting that fear hang long enough to measure everyone at the table. He raises a hand to stop the shouting before the argument ruins his mood. The room settles, and the captain prepares to remind them where they really are. He asks where they think this place is, confident that Chaders itself protects them. To to him, Chaders is abandoned enough that even the imperial family has stopped caring. He laughs because in his mind, distance from power means freedom to do anything. No matter how influential Reinhardt is, he believes they cannot act easily in this isolated land. The others praise him immediately, happy to let arrogance do their thinking for them. One still worries that Nox is with them and might have noticed the lie already. The captain admits Nox is dangerous, which is the first smart thing he says all night. Another man laughs it off, insisting Nox is just a kid who cannot threaten them. The captain accepts that answer for now, but his confidence is already starting to look forced. The lantern flickers quietly, and the tavern's safety begins to feel thinner. A blade flashes in the dark, ending the comfort before anyone understands what entered. The guards outside turn toward the noise, but the night has already shifted against them. One man shouts for answers as blood hits the ground in front of him. His face goes pale when he realizes the attack came from inside their own blind spot. A bloody hand rises in the moonlight, and the message is simple enough for everyone. The wounded guard finally sees Nox, and fear replaces all the confidence from the tavern. Nox stands over him calmly, proving he did not come here to negotiate first. The scream that follows tells the whole hideout that their night just collapsed. Nox steps into view, walking through the courtyard like he already owns the place. The remaining men panic and demand to know what happened, but the answer is standing there. Nox lowers his foot beside the fallen guard, letting silence do most of the warning. From the ground, the bandit captain sees that Nox has reached them without an escort. His eyes narrow because this is no longer a village girl they can bully. One man screams in panic, finally realizing their hidden den is not hidden anymore. The captain asks who Nox is, but his tone already knows the answer will be bad. Nox looks up with cold eyes, making the entire courtyard feel like a closed room. A blade flies toward him, but Nox moves aside before it can change anything. He calls them rats hiding in a hole, and the insult lands because it is accurate. The captain accuses him of overestimating himself for attacking men who robbed Reinhardt. He tries to smile through the fear, hoping words can buy back control. Nox answers that he came with Taigan, which makes the captain's confidence crack further. The captain clenches his teeth, realizing this situation has become far worse than a noble kid. He tries to bargain and acts friendly, pretending this can still be settled quietly. Nox refuses to look away, and that calm stare shuts down the captain's last easy option. The captain changes posture, deciding that if talking fails, force has to work. His men surround Nox with drawn blades, but none of them understand what they are stepping into. Nox cuts through the first movement with dark energy, turning their attack into a warning. His eyes glow purple, and the whole courtyard realizes he is not fighting like a normal noble. One guard screams as the slash tears through the formation and drops him instantly. Another attack comes from the side, but Nox meets it without losing his rhythm. Stormbringer carves through the rush, punishing every man who enters his range. The captain grows desperate, furious that Nox has been dismantling them so quickly. He decides Nox is too dangerous to leave alive, so the fight has to end immediately. Blue energy wraps around the captain as he reveals a real sword technique. His mana sharpens, proving he is more skilled than the others hiding behind him. Nox stands over the fallen men and tells the captain he is finished for this time. The captain charges with a clean sword form, forcing Nox to take the technique seriously. Nox watches the movement carefully, recognizing value even in someone rotten. Stormbringer absorbs the rhythm of the attack, turning observation into preparation. Dark power clashes against the blue sword path and the technique begins changing hands. Nox answers with the same southern sword flow, only cleaner and deadlier. The captain freezes, unable to understand how Nox copied a technique from watching once. He realizes Nox is using the Chader's sword technique, and that confusion steals his timing. The captain takes the hit, finally learning that pride is a terrible shield. Nox follows through before the man can recover, ending the duel with controlled violence. The captain falls at Nox's feet, and the hideout goes completely silent. Nox asks how the captain dares demand anything from him after what he has done. The captain stares up in shock, realizing too late that he picked the wrong noble. The system confirms Nox has learned the southern sword technique, turning the ambush into another upgrade. Nox stands over the defeated captain, and the blue flames around him prove the fight gave him more than victory. The southern sword technique settles into his body, giving him another weapon he did not have yesterday. Ron stares at him in disbelief, finally realizing he was never fighting a normal noble kid. The system confirms the skill is learned, and Nox immediately understands how useful it can become. He does not celebrate yet, because one copy technique is still only a step forward. Nox closes his eyes and thinks about what real genius means in this world. His thoughts drift to the life he had before, when every step forward came with pain. For him, talent was never some magical blessing, it was proof that someone kept reaching past their limit. He remembers standing before himself, questioning whether survival alone could count as progress. If most people stop at the wall, Nox has always been the one pressing his hand against it. From the moment he risked his life, he kept asking that same question over and over. What does it really mean to be called a genius when the price is always suffering first? The answer begins with a quiet smile because Nox has already chosen how he will live. His eyes open again, and the hesitation disappears with them. Compared to the sword techniques he will learn later, this one is basic, but it is enough for these men. The next strike cuts through the bandits' confidence, dropping their numbers before they can regroup. Ron hits the ground, hearing his own men panic around him as the hideout falls apart. His face goes blank with fear, because the fight he started has completely left his control. Nox steps closer, and Ron sees the blade stop right beside him. Nox stands over him with cold pressure, making the captain understand that begging may be his only option. Ron's eyes shake as he finally realizes Nox is deciding whether he lives. He threatens that Taigan will not forgive Nox if he kills him here. Nox listens without much reaction, because that threat only confirms Ron still misunderstands the situation. Ron insists everyone alive will witness what happened, hoping witnesses can still protect him. Nox leans close and tells Ron to listen carefully, because he is about to explain the new story. Ron freezes when Nox calls him the bandit captain, not a guard or victim. Nox makes it clear that if no one survives to deny it, that is exactly what the world will believe. He presses the blade down, turning Ron's last bit of leverage into nothing. Nox raises Stormbringer with a calm smile, having already decided how this ends. The message is simple: the world will remember Ron as the criminal who caused everything. Deeper inside the hideout, Mei remains chained in a stone room where no help was supposed to reach her. The marks on her wrist show how long she has been trapped here. She is exhausted, injured, and still forcing herself to stay conscious. Taigan stands before her calmly, treating her suffering like another question to solve. Mei braces herself as the conversation turns cruel again. Taigan watches her closely, testing how much of her will is left. Mei insists there is no way she will give in, even if she has nothing left to fight with. Taigan grabs her chin and reminds her there is nothing she can do right now. He leans closer, trying to make helplessness feel like the only truth she has left. For a moment, Taigan studies her eyes like he is waiting for them to finally break. He strikes the wall beside her, warning that the next threat can land much closer. Taigan pauses, surprised that Mei's expression still has not collapsed. His patience thins as he asks what she thinks she is holding on to. Then he shoves her down, trying to crush the last bit of defiance out of her. Mei gasps for breath, but even now her thoughts return to Alina. In her memory, an orphanage caretaker explains that talent is simply a matter of aptitude. The caretaker says Mei lacks that talent, while Mei cannot understand why the answer feels so unfair. Mei lowers her head, carrying that judgment like it has followed her for years. The same caretaker calls for Alina, and the room instantly changes around her. Alina appears with a potion and a gentle smile, praised as the countryside's rare alchemy genius. The caretaker sighs that if Alina had been born noble, her future would have been completely different. At the orphanage, everyone already knew Alina was an alchemy genius. Mei watched from the side, feeling ordinary next to someone who seemed born to shine. Alina looked like she did not belong there, bright enough to make the whole room notice. Despite that, Mei could never bring herself to hate her. Alina still reached for Mei first, asking her to play like they were just normal children. That bright smile made the envy worse because Alina never acted superior. Mei hated how powerless she felt beside someone so naturally gifted. So when danger came, Mei chose to sacrifice herself in Alina's place. She smiles bitterly, knowing that decision was the one thing she could actually control. Struggling on the ground has been normal for Mei her whole life. So she tells herself that what happens to her now is none of her business. The only thing she never wanted was to become Alina's burden. Blood falls onto the stone floor, but Mei still refuses to give Taigan the answer he wants. Taigan finally loses patience, raising his hand as the interrogation turns more dangerous. Before he can continue, a gloved hand catches his wrist from behind. Taigan warns that if Mei leaves this place as a corpse, Alina will be devastated. Mei's eyes sharpen at Alina's name, because that is the one weakness he can still reach. Nox steps into the room, cutting through the darkness before the threat can go any further. Taigan turns and calmly asks what brings Nox here, as if this meeting was expected. Nox looks at him with cold eyes, making it clear he did not come to talk politely. The confrontation continues in the hideout, with Mei still chained while Taigan faces Nox from inside the cell. Taigan calls the situation an unfortunate mishap, but his calm face says he still thinks he controls it. Nox answers with a simple yes, giving him nothing to read and nothing to bargain with. Taigan smiles wider, realizing the young noble may have underestimated him after all. He asks if Nox really thinks he can defeat him alone, trying to make the room feel uneven again. Nox does not flinch, and that quiet look makes the threat land weaker than Taigan hoped. Taigan moves first, slashing forward before Nox can turn the conversation any further. The guards rush in behind him, and Taigan decides the rules no longer matter. He orders them to kill Nox, turning the cell into a trap from every side. The guards charge in with weapons raised, finally revealing how many men were waiting nearby. Nox stands at the center of the rush, surrounded but still perfectly still. For one breath, he lets the pressure settle and measures the room around him. His face goes quiet, because this is exactly the kind of moment where hesitation gets punished. Nox exhales and commits, choosing the one ability that can end this before May gets dragged deeper. His eyes ignite with purple light, and the entire room feels like it slows around him. The system activates the Hour of the Genius, giving Nox a short window to move beyond his limit. 5 minutes appear before him, which means every second now has to count. Nox moves through the first attack with golden light wrapping around his blade. The timer drops immediately, reminding him that this power is strong but brutally limited. He slips past one guard before the man can even understand where Nox went. Another strike crosses the room and the guards start losing their formation instantly. Nox appears behind them, already cutting through the gap their own charge created. The guards freeze for half a second, and that half second is all Nox needs. He moves again before the room can recover, turning their numbers into confusion. Nox's eyes stay locked forward because wasting focus here would waste the entire ability. The men shout around him, but Nox has already broken their rhythm. Taigan begins to sweat as he realizes Nox is not just surviving the ambush. Nox reaches May and carefully gives her a potion, making sure she can stay conscious. May's eyes slowly open, and the first thing she sees is the stranger who cut through the hideout. She asks who he is, and Nox introduces himself as Nox von Reinhafer. Nox tells her the rest can wait until after she is safe. May finally closes her eyes again, trusting his words, because she has no strength left to doubt them. Taigan wakes to the sight of his men already defeated, and his confidence cracks immediately. He stares at Nox with disbelief, trying to understand how the fight ended so quickly. Before Taigan can move properly, Nox knocks him down and takes the advantage away again. Taigan hits the ground hard, learning that his ambush bought him almost nothing. He looks back in panic, and the room suddenly feels much bigger than his pride. Nox cuts through the remaining resistance with clean, controlled movements. The final exchange lands, and the hideout falls into a heavy silence. Taigan lies on the floor, staring up as Nox's shadow reaches him. He tries to crawl away, but the fear in his face says he already knows the answer. The distance between them closes slowly, making every step feel like judgment. Taigan's eyes shake because the story he told himself is falling apart in real time. Nox stands over him with Stormbringer lowered, looking less angry than certain. Taigan finally understands that Nox did not come here to threaten him. Nox walks forward as Taigan wonders how any of this could be happening. Taigan calls himself the Great Taigan, but the title sounds empty from the ground. Nox says nothing, and that silence makes the lie feel even smaller. In that moment, Nox asks himself again what it really means to be a genius. The question drags him back to the old fear of being powerless while others decided his fate. He stands over Taigan with the sword ready, caught between memory and the choice in front of him. Taigan looks up at him, terrified that Nox may have already decided his ending. Nox's expression hardens, because mercy without control would only put May in danger again. Taigan suddenly makes one last desperate move, trying to steal a chance from Nox's hesitation. Nox raises Stormbringer again, and the room holds its breath before the next strike. Taigan stares up from the floor, finally realizing the fight has gone somewhere he never imagined. Nox walks toward him through the ruined hideout, and Taigan can barely believe this is happening. The idea that the great Taigan could be cornered by Nox breaks through his pride first. His mind falls back to his father, the respected captain of the Chaytor's mercenary corps. Back then, Taigan was only a child watching the man everyone in the village admired, but respect and strength were twisted together in his home from the very beginning. The memory turns darker, showing the hand that taught him fear before anything else. His father asks if he knows why people follow him, holding someone down like a lesson. Young Taigan admits he does not know, still too innocent to understand the answer coming. His father grabs him hard, forcing the lesson into him through pain instead of words. To that man, the answer was simple: people obey strength. He teaches Taigan that overwhelming power lets someone get away with anything on the border. Taigan asks if his father is the strongest person on the continent. For the first time, his father's expression changes, because even he knows that is not true. He answers no, admitting there are monsters above him in the world. Taigan listens closely, because that answer shakes the foundation his father just gave him. His father says true geniuses exist above him, people born stronger than ordinary men can reach. For a continent living through war, that gap in strength is what life feels like. Back in the present, Nox raises his sword and Taigan finally becomes the weaker man. Taigan kneels before a Reinhafer, forced to face the exact law he built his life around. He exhales in fear, understanding that strength has abandoned him when he needed it most. Nox gathers dark power and tells him this is the opponent he chose to fight. The strike lands before Taegan can rebuild his pride into another excuse. Taegan drops forward, beaten by the same brutal rule he once believed made him untouchable. Nox looks down in silence, knowing this fight was never only about punishment. Elsewhere, Alina sits alone in her workshop, waiting with fear she can no longer hide. Her face tightens as she hears movement, afraid that hope might have failed again. The door opens and May returns with Jatri beside her. May smiles softly, trying to reassure Alina before the fear can overwhelm her. A bottle rolls across the floor, and the tension in the room finally breaks. Alina throws herself into May's arms, admitting she thought May had abandoned her. May holds her close and confesses that she was the selfish one. Alina cries harder, because the person she feared losing is finally right in front of her. Jitri watches quietly, letting the two of them have the reunion they needed. May whispers Nox's name, realizing the rescue is still not fully over. Jitri tells them Nox should be wrapping up the situation and talking right now. She tries to stay calm, but even she knows Nox is handling something dangerous alone. Her concern slips through because trusting Nox does not make waiting easier. Footsteps climb the stairs, shifting the night toward another confrontation. At the inn, the upstairs room glows quietly while the village sleeps outside. A hand taps against the table, showing how long someone has been waiting. Garen fumes that Nox dared to make another Rainhay for noble wait. The knock comes at the door and Garen's irritation turns into attention. He asks who it is, already tense before the visitor even steps inside. Nox enters calmly, looking far too composed for someone who just cleaned up a hideout. Garen recognizes him at once, but the room's balance shifts before he can act superior. His expression tightens as he notices the pressure around Nox. Nox stands in the room with a dark aura, making polite conversation feel completely optional. His eyes sharpen, and Garen understands that this meeting is not about apologies. Garen tries to hold his face steady, but sweat gives away the pressure he feels. Far away, at the Reinhafer estate, another night meeting begins under bright windows. A report reaches Theo's desk, carrying the full results of Nox's actions in Chaders. His aide explains that young Master Nox has purged the corruption festering inside Chaders. The message also says Nox handled the proper aftermath, which immediately raises new questions. The aide admits he cannot figure out how Nox reached that outcome so quickly. Theo reads the report and focuses on the name Chaders with a sharper expression. He understands why the region became shameful, because protecting it was never profitable. That realization makes the report more important than a simple local cleanup. A map marks the area, showing how close the danger sits to larger routes and settlements. If Chaders falls, monsters will begin pushing toward the center, dragging the empire into a bigger crisis. Theo considers the political value, the military cost, and the profit everyone tried to ignore. The aide confirms that Taegan and the surrounding bandit groups hold no real value anymore. Theo accepts that conclusion, because the report has already proven Chaders needs a new hand. He says attacking the problem directly is now the appropriate move. To him, people at that level never deserve the Reinhafer name or its protection in the first place. The papers on the desk show how thoroughly Nox has already prepared the situation. Theo notes that this request is the same kind of move Nox has made before. He thinks about the Reinhafer family's interests and how Nox keeps turning chaos into leverage. The aide waits for judgment, knowing the decision will shape who controls Chaders next. Theo's eye sharpens because Nox is asking for more than praise. The aide explains that they can obtain jurisdiction over that place and give it to Nox. Theo agrees that transferring authority is possible if they move before another faction claims it. A smile forms as he realizes Nox planned beyond the fight and the rescue. The aide bows, accepting that the order will be carried out. The decision settles over the desk, turning Chaders from a forgotten village into Nox's future territory. Theo's smile deepens, because Nox has once again reached farther than expected. The written request confirms it clearly. Nox von Reinhafer wants the rights handed to him. Theo wonders just how far ahead Nox is planning, while Nox smiles like the next move has already begun. Morning settles over the estate, but the calm outside does not match the trouble waiting inside. Nox meets his older brother with the same blank confidence that usually means he is already several steps ahead. His brother confirms the captured man was not the mastermind, only an underling sent to cause trouble. That only makes him angrier, since the Reinhofer name was almost used by someone beneath them. To him, tricking the family for profit is not just insulting, it is asking to disappear. He tries to hold his temper back, but the insult clearly got under his skin. Nox calmly dismisses the imposter as a bother, not someone worth wasting real emotion on. That little smile makes it obvious Nox is not here to complain, he is here to collect. His brother realizes Nox is enjoying this a little too much, which is honestly never a comforting sign. Even while furious, he forces himself to listen because Nox came with a plan. After a long breath, he accepts that this conversation has already moved past simple revenge. Nox praises him for understanding quickly, then smoothly turns the meeting toward what he actually wants. The first request is presented casually, but Nox's expression says it matters more than it sounds. His brother studies him carefully, trying to figure out what angle Nox is working this time. The room turns heavy as Nox lets his pressure show, making the request feel less optional. His brother agrees, but he clearly knows giving Nox resources is never just a small favor. Nox raises 2 fingers, revealing that one favor was never going to be enough. The second request lands with that same relaxed smile which somehow makes it more suspicious. His brother's patience nearly snaps, but Nox has already pushed him exactly where he needs him. Instead of refusing, he hands over the supplies and tells Nox to handle everything properly. Nox accepts with polite confidence, as if this risky plan has already been approved by fate. His eyes sharpen because the pieces are finally in place and the real operation can begin. The key item is a metallization potion, and that single bottle changes what kind of fight this becomes. Elsewhere, Jutri, Eleanor, and the blue-haired companion dig through the information Nox left them. Nox gathers them in the storage room and prepares to explain why he needs such a strange setup. Jutri hesitates before questioning him, even though she knows a maid normally should not challenge her master. The others share the same concern because this plan sounds far too dangerous to accept quietly. Nox listens without getting annoyed, which means their fear is reasonable, and he knows it. For a moment, he considers how much truth he can actually tell them without exposing himself. He decides there is no clean answer, so he chooses a lie that will keep the plan moving. That decision hardens his expression, because even a small explanation has to protect the bigger secret. Jutri waits for his answer, still unsure whether she should trust the danger in front of them. Eleanor and the blue-haired companion tense up too, knowing Nox is about to reveal the real target. Nox smiles and begins the explanation, which is never a great sign for anyone who likes normal plans. He points to the map and starts breaking down the strategy like this is just another game route. The target is Hera the Griffin, a monster that cannot be defeated here through a normal approach. Nox explains the route is hidden, meaning most people would never even know this opening exists. The others finally understand why his request sounded insane, but the logic is starting to connect. His pointer lands on the map, narrowing the problem from impossible monster to exact location. The opening only appears at specific times, so missing the window means losing the entire chance. That makes the group push back harder, since the danger is no longer theoretical. They ask why Hera has to be defeated in Chaders, because the risk still feels way too high. Nox does not flinch, since he already knows the reward is worth the danger. He ends the explanation by saying the reward is simply too valuable to ignore. Outside, he prepares his horse while the city moves toward the exact moment he predicted. Nox tightens his gear, treating the coming monster wave like a scheduled appointment. He stands ready at sunset, carrying the calm of someone who already knows the next phase. The first impact hits, and the quiet town finally breaks into the chaos Nox was waiting for. Monsters start pouring through the area, turning the warning signs into a real attack. From above, Nox watches the horde gather and confirms that the event has begun. The girls see the scale of it and realize this is far bigger than a normal monster disturbance. His brother looks on with concern, because even Reinheffer confidence has limits. Nox gives the soldiers their final reminder, keeping the formation focused before fear spreads. His brother quietly wonders why Nox can stand there so calmly in front of that many enemies. The soldiers still recognize him as Nox von Reinheffer, and that name alone forces them to listen. For this battle, Nox is not just a fighter, he is the only strategist holding the plan together. Jutri approaches him with worry in her eyes, still trying to understand what he intends to do. Nox raises 3 fingers and gives her one last instruction before stepping into the fight. He smiles back at her, making the order sound simple even though the danger is ridiculous. Jutri freezes for a moment, caught between fear for him and trust in his confidence. The wall erupts with movement as Nox launches himself directly into the monster wave. He drops into the battlefield from above, using momentum before the monsters can react. His grin says he is not just surviving the opening, he is enjoying how perfectly it started. The first strike lands clean, forcing an armored monster to lose its balance. Nox uses the wall and the fall together, turning the battlefield itself into a weapon. The potion comes into play and the armored monster is stopped before it can control the charge. With the heavy enemy disrupted, the path through the horde finally opens for a second. Nox slips through that opening, moving before the smaller monsters can surround him. His blade cuts a path through the front line, keeping the horde from swallowing him all at once. Even with chaos around him, his eyes stay locked on the real objective. More monsters rush in behind the armored one, trying to bury him through sheer numbers. Nox turns them into stepping stones, using every enemy as part of his route forward. The field becomes a blur of movement as he carves through the wave without slowing down. That smile returns, because the monster rush is not the disaster, it is the setup. Above the battlefield, Hera finally appears and changes the entire weight of the fight. Nox looks up and confirms the real target has arrived at exactly the right time. He and Hera lock eyes, and the hunt truly begins. Hera dives straight toward Nox, and the monster finally shows why this hunt could not be handled normally. Everyone on the wall watches in shock, realizing Nox is standing under a disaster with wings. The battlefield below is already wrecked, but Nox only cares about pulling Hera into his planned route. The witch-hatted companion cannot hide her excitement, since Nox just turned a monster crisis into bait. The red-haired girl is stunned that Nox can even move like this after everything he was known for. She starts questioning what kind of class could let him survive a situation this dangerous. Even while speaking, her eyes drift back to Nox, because the answer is unfolding right below them. Penelope stays quiet, but her hand tightens as worry begins pushing through her composure. Her eyes sharpen because she can tell Nox is risking far more than he is showing. Penelope steps forward, unable to keep watching from safety while Nox takes the full danger alone. Grain gets hit with a headache too because every Nox plan somehow becomes his problem. Penelope steadies herself, caught between trusting Nox and wanting to interfere before it is too late. The red-haired girl notices that hesitation and understands exactly what Penelope is fighting inside. She tells her that Nox has his own reasons, even if those reasons look insane from up here. Penelope accepts that quietly, and her smile shows she is choosing to believe in him. She takes one firm step forward anyway because trust does not make watching this any easier. Her body nearly moves on its own, driven by the need to protect him before the opening closes. The witch-hatted companion stops her, reminding her that jumping in now could ruin Nox's entire setup. She tries to lighten the mood, but even her smile cannot erase how tense the wall has become. Penelope forces herself to stay calm, trusting Nox's plan even when it looks reckless. Hera lets out a brutal screech, and the whole battlefield freezes under the pressure of it. Grain flinches hard, finally understanding that Nox is not fighting some ordinary monster. The soldiers lose their nerve for a moment, since the griffin's roar alone feels like an attack. From the wall, Grain sees Nox standing below and realizes the whole plan depends on perfect timing. He forces himself to think, trying to remember what Nox asked for before this chaos began. Hera swings in again, and Nox barely escapes with his body already taking damage. The griffin crashes down with enough force to break the ground around him. Nox stands under its shadow and confirms that Hera is still moving exactly as predicted. Even wounded, he glances back like he is checking whether the next part is ready. Grain clenches his fist, terrified and annoyed that Nox is making him believe in this plan. He grits his teeth because if he hesitates now, Nox's gamble collapses completely. Grain orders every troop to wait until the griffin enters short range before firing the ballistas. The soldiers answer immediately, their fear replaced by discipline because Grain finally made the call. Grain turns back toward the battlefield knowing the next mistake could cost Nox everything. Hera rises into the sky again, preparing another dive before the soldiers can lock onto it. Grain waits for the right instant, holding the ballistas back until the monster fully commits. The first shot launches, but Hera's speed makes even a prepared attack difficult to land. The griffin twists away, furious that humans on the wall are starting to threaten its flight path. It dives again with sharper movements, no longer treating Nox like easy prey. Nox watches it descend and knows this is the moment the trap must begin tightening. He pulls out the potion, using it to keep his failing body active just long enough. The bottle drops from his hand as the effect kicks in and his focus narrows completely. His stamina rises temporarily, giving him the tiny margin he needs against Hera's speed. Grain had been furious when Nox first asked him to prepare something as crude as ballistas. To Gran, making ballistas sounded beneath a Reinhafer, especially for a younger brother's wild plan. Nox calmly offered to ask someone else, which somehow made the request even more irritating. Grain answered by making the deal simple. Nox would face the griffin himself on the field. Nox accepted without blinking, and that silence forced Gran to take the plan seriously. Back in the present, Nox stands over Hera with smoke rising around them. Hera finally notices something is wrong, as the poison prepared for the hunt starts affecting it. Nox's expression turns colder because the real trap was never the ballistas alone. Hera attacks again, but now every movement is dragging it deeper into the setup. Nox keeps his distance just enough to make the griffin chase him instead of escaping upward. The monster's eyes shake as its body begins rejecting the poison worked into the bait. It crashes hard, proving that even a high-level monster can be forced down with preparation. Nox tells Hera it came exactly where he wanted, and now there is no clean way out. Dust rolls over the battlefield while Nox stands in the center, battered but still in control. His eyes glow as he explains that the griffin is a high-level monster, not something he can overpower directly. That is why the plan was built around lowering Hera's options before the real fight began. The poison has already taken hold, weakening the monster without needing Nox to win through strength alone. Nox watches carefully, waiting for the exact change in Hera's movement that proves the plan worked. He reveals they coated the bait with the poison Hera could not ignore, turning instinct into a trap. Hera still roars back, refusing to fall quietly even after being dragged into Nox's pace. Nox smiles because resistance only means the final stage is worth using. The golden gears of his skill appear, and time itself seems to bend around the battlefield. Nox activates his genius state, pushing his body past its limits for one decisive opening. A strange pressure gathers around him, stronger than what he remembers from the game. He realizes this world is not following the rules perfectly, but that only makes the chance more important. Golden lines wrap around Hera, locking the monster inside the timing Nox created. Hera senses the danger too late, and fear finally cuts through its rage. Dark energy coils around Nox as he prepares to combine every advantage he has earned. He rushes in with the skill active, forcing Hera to guard against him instead of the wall. Nox calls for Gran, trusting his brother to understand the timing without another explanation. Gran sees the opening and realizes Nox truly dragged the Griffin into ballista range. His hands clench as the choice becomes simple: fire now or waste everything Nox risked. Gran gives the order, and the wall finally releases the full prepared attack. The ballistas slam into Hera, breaking the monster's momentum before it can escape. Nox breathes through the pain as his dark power gathers for the finishing move. With Hera trapped in front of him, Nox decides it is time to end this. Nox drives his attack down into Hera, turning Gran's opening into the start of the finish. Hera screams in pain, and the monster that terrified the wall finally starts losing control. The soldiers and Nox's companions stare down in disbelief, realizing the Griffin is actually being pushed back. Dark energy coils around Nox as he uses every bit of power left to keep Hera trapped. He dashes through the Griffin's shadow, refusing to let the monster regain the sky. Hera searches for an escape, but Nox has already forced its movements into a shrinking path. The Griffin's claw flashes down, and Nox barely slips under it with no room to spare. His eyes sharpen as he reads the next attack before Hera can fully commit. Hera's gaze follows him, but even a high-level monster is starting to react a step too late. Nox's dark magic catches the Griffin again, locking its body into the rhythm he wants. He tears through the final exchange with fast, precise strikes, making the whole fight look impossible from above. The Griffin falls hard, and Nox lands beside it with his body barely holding together. He coughs into his hand, reminding everyone that winning did not suddenly fix his condition. More monsters still crawl forward, but Nox turns his attention to them without losing his calm. Their attacks miss around him, and the smaller enemies realize they are not the main threat anymore. Nox smiles over his shoulder, showing the battlefield that Hera's fall was never a lucky accident. The crowd erupts as the Griffin lies defeated, and Nox stands at the center of the miracle. Families on the wall cheer with relief, finally seeing that the town is not going to collapse today. Alina, May, and the others watch Nox from above, shocked by how cleanly he finished the hunt. Gran cannot understand how a sickly younger brother forced a monster like Hera to stumble. The truth settles in painfully, because the Griffin was powerful enough to crush most warriors here. Gran realizes Nox did not just survive a monster, he made it look beatable through planning. That realization shakes his pride, since ignoring Nox now would be worse than admitting he was wrong. With the crowd cheering behind him, Gran accepts that Nox's strength may change the family rankings. He thinks carefully about the Reinheifer's succession, and Nox suddenly feels like a side worth choosing. Gran grips the wall, forcing himself to act before someone else notices the same opportunity. He decides he needs to stand on the right side, even if that side is his troublesome brother. Gran steps down to the battlefield, approaching Nox while the soldiers clear the aftermath. The monsters around them are down, and the field finally shows how much damage the hunt avoided. Hera lies motionless, leaving behind the rare prize Nox was willing to risk everything for. Gran tells Nox he wants to distribute the loot, turning the victory into a political choice. Nox looks back silently, already guessing that Gran has changed how he sees him. Gran pushes through the awkwardness, trying to sound practical instead of openly impressed. Nox studies him for a moment, weighing whether this is cooperation or another family trap. He accepts the offer with a simple answer, keeping the mood calm despite the huge win. The item window appears, revealing Hera's core as the Griffin's heart. The Griffin's heart is an advanced wind attribute material, making it far more valuable than ordinary loot. After the battle, the group gathers in a workspace filled with bottles and tools for the next step. May examines the core carefully, realizing it could become something incredible if handled properly. Nox asks how long the process will take, because the reward only matters if they can use it. May explains that with her current tools it may take a while, which immediately complicates the plan. Nox turns to Alina and May, preparing to trust them with the most important part of the reward. The girls freeze at his request, realizing he is asking for something far beyond normal crafting. Alina asks if something like that is even possible, since this is not a standard potion ingredient. Nox answers seriously, because the Griffin's heart cannot be wasted on anything ordinary. His eyes narrow as he calculates the risk, the time, and the people capable of pulling it off. The core is too rare for anyone else here to use properly, especially this early in the timeline. Nox knows only a genius could craft with it, which is exactly why saving May mattered so much. May starts to understand his meaning and the pressure on her face turns into quiet determination. Nox smiles faintly since this is one of those rewards only he knew was hidden in the root. By saving Alina and May, he has gained 2 people who can turn an impossible material into a real cure. Nox orders the elixir to be made secretly after they return, keeping the information away from outside eyes. Later, Nox leaves the room with May following behind, and the celebration fades into a quieter conversation. They walk along the waterway together, away from the noise and the watching crowd. May stops him before he can move on, gathering the courage to say what she has been holding back. She admits she heard plenty about him, but the selfish rumors no longer match what she has seen. Her words land heavier than expected, because Nox is used to being judged before he speaks. May asks him to promise that when things get difficult he will let her help despite her low status. She is not asking for praise or reward, only a place beside the people trying to protect him. Her sincerity makes the request feel less like loyalty and more like a real personal choice. Nox answers with a small smile, accepting her help without turning the moment into a speech. He turns away first, hiding just enough emotion to keep his usual composure intact. May tells him they should move quickly before the cold catches up to him after the battle. She smiles warmly, clearly relieved that Nox did not reject her offer. That relief lasts until she realizes exactly what his exhausted body is about to do next. Nox wakes up in bed later, humiliated that after defeating Hera, he still got taken down by a cold. He lies there flushed and annoyed, proving the strongest strategy in town cannot bully his illness away. The system confirms new negative ailments, which makes the victory feel a lot less clean. Outside the estate, preparations begin as the group gets ready to leave Chaders behind. Nox rides out with his companions, moving from battle cleanup into the next family problem. The butler waits at the gate, making it clear this departure is not going to be simple. Alina and May hear the crowd whispering behind them and both understand Nox's reputation is shifting fast. The townspeople gossip about Nox traveling with women, but even their doubts are mixed with respect now. Nox hears enough to know the public story has changed, whether he wanted attention or not. He steadies himself beside the horse, tired but still controlled after everything that happened. The butler steps through the crowd, cutting off the whispers before they can grow louder. Nox looks down at him, already sensing that this message will pull him back into Rheinhafer politics. The butler announces that the patriarch has requested a private meeting with Nox. Nox's expression hardens because surviving Hera was only one problem and his father is another. After Chaders survives the monster crisis, Nox is brought directly before the Rheinhafer patriarch. Theo studies him closely, and the silence alone feels heavier than any battlefield. Nox kneels without wasting words, knowing this is not a meeting where casual confidence wins. The patriarch's eyes narrow, as if he is weighing every version of Nox at once. Nox keeps his posture steady, but even he knows his father is not easy to read. Theo acknowledges that Nox contributed greatly to the safe return of Chaders and the monster cleanup. The report makes Nox remember the griffin hunt and how much had to go right for that victory. Even hearing praise from his father makes him tense, because praise in this family usually has hooks. Theo also says Grain admitted his night could not have been completed without Nox's help. That catches Nox off guard, since Grain actually giving him credit is not normal brother behavior. Theo continues calmly, but every word feels like it is setting up something much larger. He lifts the documents and makes the reward official, not with warmth but with authority. The papers carry the seals that turn this from praise into a real transfer of power. Theo tells Nox that Chaders now belongs to him, and the room suddenly feels smaller. Nox bows with a controlled smile, accepting the territory without letting his surprise show too much. The patriarch taps the desk, and Nox realizes the meeting is not finished yet. Theo smiles faintly like he has been waiting for Nox to notice the real question. Nox senses there is more coming, and the reward begins feeling less like the end. Theo watches him in silence, testing whether his youngest son will ask the obvious. The atmosphere shifts as the patriarch settles back, preparing to press on something personal. Nox feels the pressure in an instant, and his instincts warn him this conversation just became dangerous. Theo's calm smile makes it worse, because he asks why Nox is suddenly acting so differently. Far away from the estate, another message reaches a desert land watched by white birds. The news spreads through separate pieces, linking Hera, Chaders, and Nox into one alarming report. Hera's defeat is not just a local victory, it becomes proof that someone dangerous is moving. A desert elder brings the report to his lord, clearly worried by what Chaders now represents. The red-haired lord looks out over the sand, realizing the Rheinhafer family has taken a valuable foothold. Back on the political board, Chaders becomes one more piece. Nox has moved into his own control. The elder asks if they will be alright because the balance around them has started shifting. The desert lord answers that someone precious was taken from him, and that loss still drives him. The elder accepts the command, knowing this is no longer just about territory. He leaves quietly, while the Lord's expression hardens behind him. That smile says the trader's problem has become personal, which is rarely where politics stays clean. The Lord remembers the young girl beside him, and the anger behind his calm face becomes clearer. Her blank golden eyes make the memory feel less like affection and more like a prophecy waiting. He speaks to her gently, but his hand on her face carries a terrifying kind of expectation. The girl does not react, and that silence makes the moment even colder. He waits for the day she awakens, as if that single moment will change everything. Back in Theo's office, the chessboard sits untouched while Knox prepares his answer. Theo waits from behind the desk, giving Knox no easy way to dodge the question. Knox says the question might be strange, but he still chooses to answer directly. The butler enters as Theo calls Knox's name, interrupting before the tension can fully settle. Theo closes his eyes, already knowing what the butler wants to say. He decides the conversation has to happen now, before Knox can walk away from it. Knox turns back, understanding that the patriarch is testing more than his explanation. Theo's hand tightens on the desk, because handing over Chaders is not a light decision. Knox admits he would have to be responsible for the people living under that land. A small light catches the desk, and the weight of that responsibility becomes impossible to ignore. Knox keeps his voice steady, showing that he understands the burden instead of just the reward. Theo watches him carefully, searching for arrogance, hesitation, or anything childish. From above, Knox looks small before the patriarch, but his answer does not shake. Theo says brilliant talent cannot be hidden, and humans will always test what threatens them. Knox accepts the warning, because owning Chaders means enemies will come looking for weakness. He bows once more, making it clear he will carry the land and the consequences together. Theo lets him go, but the room stays tense even after the formal conversation ends. Later, Jitri asks if the patriarch scolded him, still worried after seeing his condition. Her silence says she has been holding that worry in since Knox returned. Knox tells her not to worry, though his tired face does not make that very convincing. She asks if she did her job properly as his maid, and the question lands softer than expected. Jitri realizes she might have said too much, and embarrassment immediately catches up to her. She strains her apron and tries to recover, but the concern is already out in the open. Knox pauses because her loyalty has become one more thing he cannot treat casually. His mind turns toward Elden Academy, the place where he must become the best night mage. Meanwhile, Theo remains with the butler, still thinking about the son who just left. He admits that if Knox had not changed, everything might have been different. The butler listens carefully, realizing the patriarch is no longer speaking about simple discipline. Theo rejects that idea because Knox's eyes are telling him something far more important. Knox walks away with those same eyes, carrying a resolve even his father cannot ignore. There is something in Knox's gaze that reminds Theo of a power he knows too well. Theo's expression tightens, and the past begins pressing against the present. The butler tries to reason through what they have witnessed, but the patriarch already understands enough. Theo says this must have been a huge shock for Knox, and his smile turns strangely sad. He laughs quietly, but it sounds less like amusement and more like recognition. Knox stands before the dark portrait of a woman in red, drawing toward a memory he still cannot fully reach. The butler says there is something more important about young Master Knox that cannot be ignored. Theo's face softens, as if the butler has touched the one truth he has avoided saying aloud. A red-lit memory opens, showing a battlefield from the past and the shadow of a terrible power. A younger Theo once told his father to give up and accept what was already happening. And behind that memory waits the same dark power now beginning to stir around Knox. While Knox carries the weight of his father's warning, Lady Talia is already preparing for the academy road ahead. Her room turns into a full dressing operation, with maids treating this outfit like a military campaign. Talia checks herself carefully, clearly more nervous about this meeting than she wants to admit. The maid reminds her that dressing up only matters if she chooses the right accessories too. Talia starts switching outfits immediately, because apparently one dress was never surviving this evaluation. The accessories are laid out next, and every shiny little choice somehow becomes a life decision. Talia laughs it off, saying of course the details matter when Knox might see her. The maid sighs, already used to her young lady turning one meeting into a whole production. Talia imagines Knox in the mirror, and that tiny thought is enough to shake her composure. She turns away from the reflection, trying to hide how much his opinion actually matters to her. Her frustration boils over, but the maid can tell she is bothered precisely because she cares. Elsewhere, the mood shifts from dressing room drama to the quiet workshop where the real prize is waiting. Knox steps into the room, finally ready to check the reward from Hera's hunt. He has cleaned himself up again, but the cold look on his face says he has business first. Alina is slumped over the desk, exhausted from pushing herself through the crafting process. She still hands the finished elixir over, looking proud even while running on fumes. Nox takes it seriously because this bottle is not just a reward, it is another piece of survival. May watches Alina with a sigh, clearly used to the genius potion maker treating sleep like optional content. Alina cheerfully explains the result, acting way too casual for someone who looks half-melted. Nox understands the value instantly, since this item directly attacks the weakness holding him back. He stands over the glowing elixir, letting the importance of the moment settle before using it. The blue liquid trembles in the bottle, carrying the power extracted from Hera's wind attribute core. Nox lifts it carefully, knowing a single mistake would waste a prize most people never touch. The system confirms Alina boosted the effect by 200%, making the elixir far better than expected. That is exactly the kind of result Nox needed, and his smile says saving Alina was worth it. The elixir of wind will permanently raise his stamina, which matters more than any flashy temporary power. Nox remembers the whole chain of events, from finding Alina to turning Hera into the perfect material. Without bringing Alina back, this route would have collapsed before the reward even became possible. Alina beams at him, happy that her work is useful instead of just impressive on paper. Nox drinks the elixir without hesitation, because survival does not wait for perfect timing. The potion spreads to him quickly, and for once his body reacts with strength instead of weakness. Wind energy wraps around him, washing away some of the constant strain he has lived under. Nox feels the difference immediately, and that faint smile says the gamble paid off. With his condition slightly improved, he can finally move toward Elden with more confidence. Nox calls for the group to leave, and May follows him as the academy trip begins. The estate shines behind them, turning their departure into something far more public than Nox wanted. A carriage waits outside, prepared to carry them away from Rheinhafer politics and into academy politics. Nox steps down first, dressed properly enough to make the entire street notice him. May trails behind as Nox adjusts his gloves, already giving off the wrong kind of noble attention. The bystanders whisper at once, stunned by how different Nox looks from the rumors they heard. Nox notices the attention immediately, but he wears it with the same dangerous calm as always. One sharp movement from him is enough to make the crowd remember that staring has consequences. The nearby men freeze, suddenly deciding that gossip is much safer from a few steps back. Nox leaves them shaken on the pavement, proving his reputation may have changed, but his pressure has not. May watches quietly, still unsure whether she should be impressed or exhausted by him. Then something else catches her attention, and the calm departure starts getting complicated again. A carriage rolls in, bringing someone important enough to interrupt Nox before he can leave smoothly. A young woman steps down from it, and her arrival immediately shifts the atmosphere around the gate. She smiles politely, but there is a confidence in her eyes that says she did not come by accident. Nox faces her with May beside him, already sensing this meeting has been arranged behind his back. His expression tightens, because surprises involving nobles usually come with paperwork attached. The woman explains that her visit is not random, and that only makes Nox look more suspicious. She tells her attendant to greet young Master Nox, while the girl beside her panics at the sudden introduction. The carriage driver waits outside as the conversation begins turning into something Nox clearly was not warned about. The red-haired attendant steps forward, and her nervous face says she already knows this will cause trouble. The woman explains that originally, Nox was meant to be connected to Lady Talia through engagement plans. Nox's eye twitches because that was apparently important information someone forgot to deliver. He reacts so badly that even the servants understand this is news to him. The attendant says everyone already knew about the engagement with Lady Talia, which somehow makes it worse. Nox closes his eyes, trying very hard not to lose patience in front of half the courtyard. The attendant realizes she may have just walked straight into a family landmine. Nox turns toward her with a low warning, while she looks like she would rather become luggage. He reminds G-Tree that he told her not to talk carelessly, and May silently confirms this is messy. The red-haired girl answers with a bright smile, pretending the tension is not choking the air. Nox forces himself back into politeness and asks how she has been, even though his patience is thin. Her smile sharpens, showing that she is enjoying his discomfort far more than she should. Even the horse reacts to the strange mood, which honestly feels fair. Nox stands with the group in awkward silence, while the engagement rumor refuses to die quietly. He eventually turns toward the carriage, deciding the Academy Road is safer than this conversation. Nox says they will head there now, cutting through the confusion before it grows even louder. The destination is Elden Academy, the place where his next real test is waiting. Behind that trip stands a powerful merchant family whose influence reaches due luxury and trade across the continent. A red-haired noble girl appears in academy uniform, carrying herself like someone used to being underestimated. She smiles at Nox, and makes it clear she remembers exactly who he used to be. May and the others watch carefully because this newcomer is not approaching with simple friendliness. Nox studies her face, slowly realizing this is someone tied to a past he cannot ignore. She lowers her voice with a smile, enjoying the moment before she reveals the full connection. Eleanor de Rivellin introduces herself as the merchant noble, Knox, once looked down on, and she never expected to meet him again like this. The road to Eldon Academy immediately gets complicated when Eleanor de Rivellin steps in front of Knox. Eleanor is the only daughter of the Rivellin merchant family, and her future influence is terrifying. Knox recognizes her instantly, which is a problem since the old Knox treated her horribly. They met when they were younger, long before Eleanor became the fox of wealth people would fear. Back then, Eleanor stood alone at a noble gathering, already being judged before she even spoke. Young Knox looked down on her immediately, mocking her family for buying noble status. He called her pathetic and said money could not change the past of the Rivellin family. Eleanor had no power to answer him, so the insult just hung in front of everyone. The other nobles whispered behind her back, enjoying the humiliation far too openly. Eleanor stood there shaking, swallowing the shame, while everyone watched like it was entertainment. Remembering that moment makes Knox tense, since this is not a grudge he can laugh off. He realizes the original Knox created another enemy before he ever entered this world. Now Eleanor and Talia are both standing near him, and either one could make his academy life painful. Eleanor smiles like she remembers every word, which makes the polite atmosphere feel much less polite. Knox answers carefully, trying to keep the conversation from turning into an open fight. Her smile stays calm, but there is a sharpness behind it that says she came prepared. Knox's patience immediately starts cracking since he knows exactly why she would hate him. He tells her to get lost if she only came here to pick a fight. Eleanor does not lose her smile, which means his warning did not scare her at all. Knox pushes harder, saying he wants nothing from the good-for-nothing Rivellin family. Eleanor laughs it off, turning his insult into proof that she still controls the mood. Knox decides to check her traits first, since emotion is less useful than information. The system confirms Eleanor de Rivellin is a 15-year-old human with wind as her main element. Her traits show calculation genius and acting genius, plus the passive skill Rich Merchant's Eye. Knox is relieved to see her traits match what he remembers, meaning the route has not changed too much. That relief does not last long, since Eleanor is still standing right in front of him. The Rivellin family built its name through trade, but Eleanor chose to use that shame as a weapon. Knox understands that insulting her wealth only gives her another reason to sharpen her claws. Eleanor answers his hostility smoothly, making it clear she is not here to beg for approval. She keeps teasing him anyway, and Knox looks completely done with this conversation already. Talia watches from behind him, realizing there is more history here than anyone explained. Her surprise says the old Knox left behind another mess for the current one to clean up. Outside the academy, Knox decides he cannot shake Talia off while the engagement rumor still matters. He chooses to make the situation useful, but stays cautious because too many important characters are nearby. Inside Eldon Academy, the admission hall is already packed with noble families and future students. Knox walks in with Talia behind him, drawing attention before he can even settle in. The crowd immediately starts whispering, proving academy politics are just noble gossip with better uniforms. Knox remembers the strongest characters who will gather here, and the real story starts narrowing around him. He studies the room carefully, trying to separate future allies from future disasters. When too many eyes turn toward him, he wonders if he is overthinking the attention. May awkwardly confirms he really is popular, which is not the reassurance he needed. Knox accepts it with fake modesty, saying he is only somewhat popular. A voice calls out from the front asking if everyone can hear clearly. The hall quiets down as the applicants turn toward the stage. Knox locates the source of the voice and points Talia's attention toward the front. The academy staff bow respectfully, showing that whoever arrived outranks the room's expectations. A tiny white-haired girl appears with a lollipop, which immediately confuses everyone. She steps forward like this ceremony belongs to her, even though she looks younger than the students. The girl raises her hand with a cheerful smile, completely ignoring how strange her entrance feels. The crowd starts murmuring about her size because nobody expected a child at the sacred ceremony. Some applicants openly question why a kid is standing at Eldon Academy's admission ceremony. Knox watches her carefully, recognizing that this is not someone the crowd should underestimate. The small proctor sits at the front with calm confidence, already controlling the room without trying. Knox quietly realizes the situation is more dangerous than it looks. When Talia notices his reaction, he brushes it off and says it is nothing. The proctor smiles with the lollipop in hand, making the whole scene feel weirdly harmless. That harmless act drops instantly when her eyes glow and the air around her changes. She gives one cheerful answer and the room realizes the ceremony is about to become a test. The applicants panic as magic begins spreading across the floor beneath them. One student tries to speak up, but the proctor has already started the process. She tells everyone to prepare and the teleportation magic rises around the entire group. A massive magic circle opens under the applicants, locking them into the academy's first trial. The proctor smiles and says she hopes they come back alive, which is the worst possible good luck charm. Nox stands inside the light and understands this is where the real academy route begins. His eyes sharpen, because from this point on, he has to survive with no safe reset button. The teleportation spell pulls everyone into the trial, scattering the applicants into the unknown. A festive bonus illustration briefly softens the tension before Eldine Academy's test continues. The Academy trial begins in a quiet forest, with every applicant dumped onto the ground by magic. Instructor Burnin watches them from above, looking way too pleased with the rude welcome. He shouts for everyone to wake up immediately, because Eldon apparently starts with emotional damage. Bernon yells like a drill instructor, making it clear this test will not be gentle. Most applicants are still face down in the grass, barely conscious after Noah's teleportation magic. Bernon scans the forest floor, expecting nobody to stand after that forced transfer. His eyes sharpen when he notices one student already moving. Nox is the only one standing, which instantly makes him the center of the entire trial. Even though he survived the spell, Nox knows his body still took the impact badly. Bernon studies him with growing curiosity because this was supposed to knock everyone out. The silence stretches between them, and Bernon's laugh says he has found something interesting. Nox feels the tension rising, but one detail keeps distracting him from the danger. Bernon's bald head shines so brightly that Nox almost sees a holy aura around it. Nox remembers Bernon from the game, a strict instructor famous for strength and an impossible shine. And somehow, the baldness is the first thing his brain chooses to focus on. Still, Bernon's body is wrapped in powerful energy, proving the joke ends the second he moves. Nox quickly corrects himself because this man is not just shiny, he is dangerous. Bernon notices the look on Nox's face and immediately understands the pity. He explodes at Nox for looking at him like that, which confirms the bald spot is a sensitive target. Nox tries to recover his expression, but the damage is already done. Bernon steps in close, making the forest feel smaller with every word. Nox calmly pushes the subject aside and asks to save the conversation for later. Before discussing anything else, he decides to wake the unconscious students scattered around them. Nox covers his ears first, already knowing the method is not exactly polite. Bernon gathers mana into his palm, preparing a spell loud enough to reach every applicant. The magic bursts outward in a sharp flash, turning the clearing into one giant alarm clock. A violent sound wave tears through the forest, snapping the students awake all at once. One applicant jolts up in panic, realizing the academy wake-up call comes with actual fear. The shock hits the crowd hard and everyone finally remembers they are in the middle of an exam. Bernon stands over them with zero sympathy, completely satisfied that the lazy phase is over. His head catches the sunlight again, making the whole serious lecture slightly harder to respect. The applicants stumble upright, still dazed from the spell and the sudden forest transfer. Bernon threatens anyone still acting careless because this test will not wait for comfort. Once everyone is awake, he finally begins explaining the real Eldon Academy admission trial. Nox listens closely since the first test decides who gets to move forward and who disappears early. This forest is filled with monsters, meaning the trial is already more than a simple orientation. Nox thinks about mana crystals, knowing people assume more mana always makes a mage stronger. But in this world, raw mana is only useful if the user actually knows how to control it. The first test is designed to measure that control, not just the size of someone's power. Their first result was already recorded by how fast they resisted Noah's intermediate magic. Nox understands the scoring immediately, and his early recovery has already separated him from the group. Bernon warns them that enemies are hidden throughout the forest, far stronger than most students expect. To keep the trial from becoming pointless, the applicants are allowed to move in teams. A mana crystal appears beside Nox, marking the item each student must carry through the test. The other applicants receive their crystals too, and excitement spreads before the danger fully sinks in. Bernon tells them to start moving, leaving no room for extra questions or complaints. He announces he will wait at the destination, then walks away like this forest is perfectly normal. The students call after him with questions, but Bernon is already gone before they can finish panicking. Several strong candidates quietly observe the situation, already deciding who is useful and who is dead weight. Eleanor, Talia, and May watch the crowd carefully, knowing the first alliances will matter. Someone raises a hand to make the first move, and the team formation begins immediately. Talia steps forward with confidence, ready to gather people before the forest separates everyone. Eleanor smiles nearby, treating the chaos like a negotiation instead of a survival test. Other students look toward Nox too because his performance made him impossible to ignore. Nox watches the teams form behind him, already thinking past the obvious route. He smiles faintly, because following the normal test path was never his real plan. Inner lunatic does not reward normal results, and Nox knows safe positions will not carry him far. What he needs most is knowledge, the one advantage that can keep his terminal body alive. So instead of chasing the regular course, he heads toward a hidden cave in the forest. Nox breaks into a run, choosing risk over a clean academy score. The group is left on the ridge while Vernon waits below, unaware of how far Nox is already thinking. Vernon starts wondering how a new student could wake first and still decide to raid something alone. Nox pushes through the strain knowing his body will punish him if this gamble drags out. But the reward inside the cave is too important to ignore during the academy route. Vernon looks toward the forest, sensing that Nox is not moving like an ordinary applicant. That calm bothers him most, because Nox does not look afraid of the trial at all. Vernon realizes Nox has the expression of someone who already understands the board he is standing on. That look makes the instructor focus on him because reckless students do not usually move with certainty. Inside the cave, Nox cuts down the monsters guarding the entrance without wasting time. The defeated beasts and scattered jewels prove he found exactly the hidden route he wanted. Nox steps deeper into the cave, walking past the treasure toward whatever secret the academy trial is hiding. Inside the hidden cave, Nox moves past the fallen monsters, while someone quietly watches from the darkness. Noah Von Trinity smiles from the shadows, already interested in the student who ignored the normal route. Nox leaves the cave without looking back, carrying the confidence of someone who got what he came for. Another presence follows his path, and the trial starts feeling less like an exam and more like surveillance. The cave floor is marked by defeated beasts, proving Nox has already cleared a route others never found. Elsewhere, Talia, Penelope, and the others hold their formation against monsters of their own. Talia hesitates for a second, realizing this trial is rougher than a normal academy entrance exam should be. The pink-haired companion tells her to kill the monsters with love, which is a very strange way to say, swing harder. The three girls stand ready together, showing that their group is surviving through teamwork instead of shortcuts. Penelope checks the crystal they earned, quietly measuring how valuable this result could be. She agrees to keep moving, trusting the group while the trial grows more dangerous around them. Even so, Penelope's face shows the weight she is carrying beyond this academy test. Nearby applicants are already exhausted, struggling just to keep their crystals safe. Another group argues in the cold, proving teamwork is not exactly automatic when fears start spreading. The pink-haired companion's eyes sharpen because she understands what failure here would mean. Penelope remembers her promise to help the princess reach the throne, and that duty steadies her. The empire is rotting at its core, and Penelope believes the throne must be reclaimed to restore it. Talia listens in silence, realizing Penelope's goal is much larger than simply passing Eldane's exam. That resolve forces Talia to take the trial seriously too, since everyone here is carrying something. Penelope grips the crystal tighter, refusing to lose the small piece of progress they have earned. The crystal glows in her hand, marking her team's survival as real proof instead of empty confidence. Her thoughts return to a prince-like figure in her past, and the pressure around her becomes personal. Meanwhile, Nox steps out into the frozen forest and immediately feels how wrong the area is. The system warns that his stats have dropped and his movements have slowed, turning the trial against him. Nox sighs because Elden's test is not just dangerous, it is designed to punish comfort. He creates a small flame, using simple magic to fight the cold before it drains him further. The fire steadies beside him, but the frozen field still feels like it is pushing back. Nox studies the air carefully, noticing that the chill is not natural weather. He realizes the entire place is built to weaken applicants before the real enemies arrive. Instead of retreating, he starts running toward the deeper route that only he knows matters. The snow slows every step, making him compare the trial to something Noah Von Trinity would create. Nox looks up and confirms the terrain is following a hidden design, not random academy cruelty. His breath turns sharp in the cold, but his focus gets cleaner the longer he reads the field. Purple magic spreads beneath the frozen land, revealing that this ordinary-looking island is anything but normal. Cracks form across the ice, showing the trial's hidden mana structure waking beneath his feet. Nox understands Noah designed this area to hide stronger challenges under a harmless surface. The monsters inside the field are not random beasts, but living pieces of Noah's test. He can feel how much mana she poured into the island, which explains why everything here feels unfair. That only makes him smile because unfair rules are still rules he can exploit. Nox lets the purple mana gather around him, ready to turn the test's design against itself. The trees shake violently, and the quiet forest finally reveals the enemies waiting inside. Night settles over the trial zone as the forest begins moving like something is hunting him. A massive troll crashes through the ice, bringing the next phase of the exam straight to Nox. More trolls surround him at once, turning the hidden route into a surrounded battlefield. Their glowing eyes lock onto him, and the trial stops pretending this is a student-friendly exam. Nox admits the monsters are strong, but their strength is not what matters most. The first troll slams down hard, forcing Nox to dodge before the ground breaks beneath him. He slips past the impact calmly, already watching the monster's movement pattern instead of its size. The next attack cuts across the space, proving the trolls are rotating through set patterns. Nox moves before the swing fully starts, using knowledge instead of speed to stay alive. He lands between the attacks, finding the tiny pocket of safety the monsters leave open. Another troll lunges from the side, trying to close the gap before he can reset. Nox reads the angle instantly and brings his sword up without wasting a movement. He parries the heavy strike cleanly, proving the trolls are dangerous, but not unpredictable. Nox knows Noah would not corner new applicants too early unless the pattern had a clear answer. These trolls are lower intermediate grade, perfect for testing students without completely destroying the exam. That means the real challenge is recognizing the pattern before fear makes someone panic. The trolls press forward together, trying to overwhelm him with size and pressure. Noah keeps watching from the trees, curious to see whether Nox can solve the test alone. Nox breaks down the attack order, noticing the first troll always opens with a vertical strike. The second troll follows with a wider horizontal swing, leaving a bigger range but slower recovery. The last one uses a straight thrust, the weakest move but the best for punishing mistakes. Once the pattern clicks, Nox cuts through the first opening and starts turning defense into offense. He slides under the next swing, staying just outside the range that would crush most applicants. His hand tightens on the blade, and the counterattack finally begins. Nox drives his strike into the troll's body, cutting through the moment its guard drops. Blood sprays across his coat, but Nox does not stop moving because the pattern still has 2 more steps. He follows through with another slash, taking control before the trolls can reset their formation. His eyes glow as he chains the attack perfectly, using every mistake Noah's monsters repeat. The trolls collapse around him, leaving the snow stained and the hidden root finally quiet. Nox places his hand on the fallen monster, checking the spot where the reward should be hidden. He pulls out a gray crystal, confirming Noah planted the real prize inside this part of the trial. Unlike the regular crystals, this gray one is the hidden piece Noah prepared for applicants sharp enough to find it. Nox can exchange it for the scroll he needs most right now, the Hour of the Genius. The strange purple crystal proves Nox found more than ordinary trial loot. Meanwhile, Eleanor's group celebrates their own crystal, confident their score already puts them near the top. Other applicants get excited too, thinking their team has secured a strong position in the exam. Eleanor's expression shifts when she realizes the most suspicious applicant is nowhere near the group. Nox has vanished from the normal route, leaving only questions behind for anyone sharp enough to notice. Eleanor's eyes darken, because disappearing alone during a test usually means someone knows a secret. Her memory flashes back to her father scolding her for clashing with the young master of Rheinhafer. He told her their family had to rise high enough that no noble could look down on them again. That pressure crushed young Eleanor, making Nox's old insults cut even deeper. She cried under the weight of it, learning early that status could hurt more than any blade. Her father's anger became another reason she could never ignore the Rheinhafer name. Now she wonders why Nox disappeared when going alone should give him no obvious benefit. The thought settles in, and Eleanor realizes there may be a hidden secret inside this exam. Instead of panicking, she raises her hand and starts turning her suspicion into a plan. Eleanor offers a handsome reward to anyone willing to follow her lead. The applicants immediately start listening because money has a beautiful way of improving attention spans. Eleanor smiles brightly, making the whole offer feel harmless while she quietly takes control. Several students volunteer at once, eager to join the richest route in the forest. More applicants ask to come along, and Eleanor gets exactly the group she wanted. She looks toward the direction Nox disappeared, already turning curiosity into pursuit. Eleanor admits she does not know what Nox is thinking, but checking it out costs her nothing. Far away in the snowy zone, Nox knows the huge risk is only worth it because the return is massive. The Hour of the Genius is almost impossible to enhance normally, so this hidden route matters more than the exam itself. Nox suddenly senses someone watching him through the snow. His eyes widen for a moment because this presence should not be here so early. A blade flashes toward him, forcing Nox to dodge before the greeting can become a problem. He turns and finally sees the swordsman blocking his path. The stranger speaks politely, acting as if ambushing someone in snow is normal manners. Paracelsus smiles warmly, saying he is actually happy to meet Nox here. Nox stays guarded, because that friendly smile does not match the attack at all. He stares at Paracelsus in silence, trying to process why this character is standing in front of him. Paracelsus keeps smiling, which somehow makes the situation feel even more dangerous. Nox realizes this is weird, even by the already unfair standards of Elden Academy. The system identifies him as Paracelsus, a 15-year-old human with steel as his main element. Nox remembers him as one of Inner Lunatic's strongest characters, one of the 3 Sword Emperors. In the original route, Paracelsus was supposed to become one of the story's central monsters. Nox freezes for a second, realizing this meeting may mean the original story has already shifted. Paracelsus attacks again, giving Nox no time to think through the bigger problem. Nox blocks at the last second, barely stopping the sword from cutting straight through his guard. Paracelsus tells him to hand over the crystal, making his reason for appearing painfully simple. Nox's disgust breaks through because the polite act vanished the second the prize came up. He realizes that if Paracelsus is moving like this, the original protagonist may not exist here anymore. Another strike crashes in and Nox is forced back before he can confirm the theory. He demands an explanation, trying to understand what Paracelsus is really aiming for. Paracelsus says Nox smelled suspicious from the beginning, and that answer only makes things worse. Nox presses him harder, asking what he is trying to do. Paracelsus hints that the black power around Nox is connected to what he has been searching for. When Nox refuses to cooperate, the snowy silence makes Paracelsus's threat feel colder. The two slowly circle each other, both waiting for the next clean opening. Paracelsus smiles and accepts that Nox will not hand anything over willingly. Nox steadies his breathing, knowing this fight can turn lethal if he misreads one swing. The locked hour of the genius hangs over the moment, showing exactly what both sides are chasing. Nox's eyes darken as he decides he cannot let Paracelsus take control of this route. Eleanor's image flashes through the situation, reminding Nox that other dangerous players are already moving too. Nox admits this may be a gamble, but backing down now would only hand away the hidden reward. Paracelsus tells him he is not the only one aiming for the hour of the genius. He points out that Nox remembered his name, so Nox must know exactly what he is capable of. Nox answers with a tense smile, realizing Paracelsus has grown much stronger than expected. Paracelsus confirms the nickname. Nox remembers, letting the name Celsus hang between them. That calm smile says he remembers Nox too, and not with simple friendliness. Paracelsus pulls Nox in and declares that this fight will end with death. Nox's eyes flare with anger, because Paracelsus has crossed from test rival into real threat. Nox smiles back through the danger, ready to prove this hidden route belongs to him. While Nox clashes with Paracelsus, Eleanor's group continues through the frozen trial zone. Eleanor pauses first, sensing something strange cutting through the quiet snow ahead. The others catch up behind her, and Talia realizes Eleanor has already spotted the problem. Talia looks toward the noise, trying to understand why the forest suddenly feels tense. Eleanor steps down carefully, warning the others not to get in her way. Her eyes narrow because the pressure ahead feels less like monsters and more like two real fighters. Nox and Paracelsus are already moving through the snow, testing each other with dangerous speed. Nox blocks the next strike, confirming Paracelsus is not just chasing the crystal casually. His sword holds firm, but the force behind Paracelsus's attack is already pushing him hard. The pink-haired applicant reaches Talia and Eleanor, shocked that a fight is happening this early. Talia watches Nox closely and realizes he might already be injured from the exchange. The pink-haired girl hesitates, unsure whether they should interfere or stay out of it. Talia clenches her fist, caught between helping Nox and understanding how dangerous this duel looks. She steadies herself and admits that charging in blindly could make the situation worse. Eleanor watches Nox fight and feels her old image of him cracking right in front of her. The useless young master she remembered is moving with enough skill to hold off Paracelsus. From their distance, the fight looks almost unreal as sword pressure tears through the snow. Nox and Paracelsus trade looks mid-battle, each trying to read the other before the next move. The girls realize this is not a small argument but a real fight between dangerous candidates. Eleanor identifies Nox's opponent as Paracelsus, and that name immediately changes the mood. Talia goes quiet, understanding that Nox is fighting someone with a terrifying reputation. Paracelsus presses forward with clean sword work, showing exactly why people knew him from childhood. Eleanor admits she has seen Nox in a new light, even as she still dislikes his character. She thinks that if Nox had not been so rotten before, he could have made an excellent knight. Talia listens while watching the fight, still struggling to connect this Nox with the rumors. The pink-haired girl tries to soften the tension, but Talia's attention stays locked on the duel. Paracelsus pushes Nox again, forcing him to guard before he can regain rhythm. Nox studies him in silence, realizing raw talent alone will not be enough here. Paracelsus once trained under a famous teacher, which explains how sharp his foundation is. That teacher is already gone, but the lessons clearly stayed inside every swing. Nox tightens his grip, accepting that Paracelsus is far more polished than expected. Paracelsus smiles and keeps his tone polite, which makes the whole threat feel even more annoying. His blade whips around again, crashing into Nox's guard with another heavy arc. Paracelsus laughs under his breath, enjoying how quickly Nox keeps adjusting. Nox meets him blade to blade, refusing to let that smug pressure control the fight. A sharp strike slips through, proving one mistake against Paracelsus can become dangerous fast. They trade rapid blows across the snow, each exchange tightening the distance between them. Nox admits Paracelsus is young, but his instincts are already far beyond ordinary students. Paracelsus keeps attacking from different angles, testing whether Nox's defense has a hidden limit. Nox's eye tracks the blade, and the next opening finally begins to show. Paracelsus lunges in close, trying to overwhelm Nox before he can use that opening. For one breath, the distance closes enough that either blade could decide the exchange. Nox gets forced back through the snow, but he keeps his balance before the pressure can bury him. Their swords lock again, metal scraping as neither side gives up the center. Paracelsus smiles wider, clearly enjoying the fact that Nox has not collapsed yet. He attacks again, and Nox blocks while saving just enough strength for a counter. Both fighters stare each other down, and the duel turns into a battle of patience. Nox knows he cannot drag this on forever, because his body will lose before his mind does. Paracelsus accelerates again, forcing Nox to react before his plan is fully ready. A cold blue light cuts through the air, showing the trial's mana reacting around their blades. Nox grits his teeth, realizing the next few seconds will decide whether this route stays his. He counters with a sharp burst, finally pushing Paracelsus back instead of only defending. The movement strains his body. The Nox cannot afford to let Paracelsus control the tempo. Nox snaps back at him, refusing to let a rival treat this like a polite spar. The system announces that Paracelsus's trait, Scorns Nobles, has activated. Paracelsus freezes for a moment, surprised by the sudden shift in Nox's pressure. Nox uses the opening to push him harder, mixing dark energy into every quick exchange. Their blades clash again, and the fight starts turning sharper on both sides. Nox keeps smiling because he has finally found the nerve that makes Paracelsus easier to read. His eyes flare as he calculates the timing, the trait, and the approaching deadline all at once. Nox tells him the real prize will appear at exactly 9, so wasting time here is pointless. Paracelsus answers with a careless smile, acting like Nox's confidence only makes him more interesting. Nox calls him out for looking down on nobles, turning the trait into something he can exploit. Other applicants finally arrive nearby, and Paracelsus notices the audience forming behind him. Nox warns him that this fight is becoming too exposed, but Paracelsus does not seem worried. Paracelsus rushes in with a grin, challenging Nox to prove that confidence properly. Nox sees Eleanor reflected in the moment, and the battlefield suddenly gains a second danger. A thin smile crosses his face as the next move clicks into place. Golden gears explode behind Nox, and his genius state pulls the world into a sharper rhythm. Paracelsus realizes the timing has changed, but Nox is already moving first. Nox flashes past him with a golden slash, accelerating faster than the duel had allowed before. He cuts away from Paracelsus, deciding he has no time to care about pride right now. Eleanor watches in shock, realizing Nox just accelerated in an instant against Paracelsus. Her eyes move again and she senses another threat entering the battlefield. The snow around her trembles as something hidden approaches from the side. Eleanor stiffens, understanding too late that the danger is coming straight for her. A shadow monster erupts from the ground, towering over the applicants with a sudden attack. Eleanor realizes she cannot dodge it, and for the first time her control completely cracks. The monster's eyes burn through the darkness, turning the trial into a real survival threat. A black slash cuts toward Eleanor, and she barely has time to brace herself. She freezes as the attack reaches her, unable to tell whether this is the end. Nox appears between her and the monster, sighing like saving an enemy is just another annoying detour.